This is it, the final split of the NACL 2025 season. Rising stars, returning giants, and one last shot at promotion. The Skies will fight to hold their spot, but the challengers are hungry. With new teams from open qualifiers and a revamped format, anything can happen. This isn't just another split. It's the last stop before the LTA, before the big stage. NACL Split 2 starts July 17th. Let's finish the fight.
Yo, what is going on, everyone? We are back with our another day of NACL Split 2. We're counting down the regular season beatdown. We got 2 more days left, including today, which is just crazy because it feels like it has run through so quickly.
I mean, it was only 4 weeks, so it actually makes a lot of sense.
True.
But still, there were a lot of games that we squeezed into these 4 weeks, and unfortunately, it's all about to come to an end. Today and tomorrow are the last games to find out where our standings are going to end up, and if you think everything's decided now, it's not.
There are a world of crazy scenarios. Before the pre-show, me and Beatdown were cooking in the lab. We were,
Crunching the
doing
numbers.
the Charlie Day meme where we're just plotting all the potential timelines that could happen. But don't worry, folks. We're not going to get into that because there's a lot of crazy things that have to happen. And if you want to join another conversation of who is going to make that top 8 run and who might have to play again for a chance to go into NACL 2026, make sure you are following all of our socials at NACL or at WatchNACL on Twitter, specifically using the hashtag NACL. Without further ado, y'all, let's get a quick recap on what happened in yesterday's games. Down, you were on this show yesterday.
I was about to say, yeah.
Deathstroke. So kind of guide me through what was the big shakeups here.
For the most part, every game went about how you can expect it. I didn't predict Dorado Gaming personally to win, but they played a really good series. I was really impressed with their gameplay, and it is actually why I shifted my vote for my prediction for their match today in their favor. Because the gameplay was really good. Yeah, well, we'll see if that actually got implemented. I changed the vote like 2 hours ago, so we'll see. But it was a good game.
Fair enough. Yeah, overall, when I was getting a chance to catch up, I saw some, a couple interesting picks here and there. But it really does come down that a lot of these games, if they're competitive in the first 15, 20 minutes, it comes down to how teams are playing around that third dragon, the Otacon, sometimes the Baron setup. When we go through even our last game of the day, as this Conviction CCG one, while once again it was somewhat competitive, the Vayne from Viper showing its face again. This was an expected victory from Supernova, and them being able to do it in a quick fashion was nothing out of the ordinary. But this last match in particular was probably the most interesting between Winthrop and Luminosity. Obviously, we're seeing the victory lap from Luminosity cleaning out the Eagles in their home base. But as you mentioned before, Beatdown, this game actually started off very favorably around Winthrop, and taking a look back at that game in particular, their struggles came around their indecisiveness around the Otacon. They could not figure out how to get it engaged off when Denethor was in that Mega Gnar form, and because of that, Luminosity punished, got themselves back into a decent gold state, and they were still able to take the dub overall. So now we get a chance to look at the standings and to see where all the teams are currently sitting. And right now, y'all, even though if it doesn't show it, our top 4 teams in Supernova, Dark Zero, Luminosity, and Conviction are currently locked for playoffs. No matter what happens from today and tomorrow's games, these guys are going to playoffs. Everyone else, though, it's still a mystery. It still is up in the air, Beatdown, believe it or not.
I know, even Vancouver Impact, who have been on the struggle bus since the beginning of the split, technically can make something happen. A lot of really specific things need to happen, and of course, at the bare minimum, Vancouver Impact need to win today and tomorrow for us to really even consider those. And the most interesting situation for me really is Winthrop University. While not in the top 4, because of the fact that they have head-to-head over everyone below them, and the fact that Blue Otter and CCG play each other tomorrow, only one of them can actually pass them in series score. So actually, Winthrop University are guaranteed to be at least 8th place, so they're actually safe too.
Yeah, so we'll take a look at what we have in store for today's games just to give you guys a little preview of how everything is going to go down. We start off with Vancouver Impact against Dark Zero. That match right away is going to determine whether Vancouver Impact could make a miracle run or if their line here in NACL 4 Split 2 ends after this week, and they'll have to go to the promotion relegation tournament at the end of the year. And then we end with Citadel going up against Blue Otter. And even though that on paper a lot of people might favor Citadel just because of the inconsistencies from that roster as well as some of the overperformances we've seen from Blue Otter, anything is still possible when it's a best of one.
Yeah, and remember, Citadel are one of the teams who aren't necessarily safe in that top 8. They're not quite locked in yet. For everyone not named Winthrop University, 4 wins is what makes you really safe. So Citadel at 3 games, they need 1 more to really ensure, have destiny in their own hands and make that decision for themselves whether or not they will make it into the top 8.
Yeah, there's a lot of nitty-gritty details that has to be very specific when it comes to ensuring the opposite of the word demise, the success of these teams and being able to qualify into playoffs. And thankfully for a couple of these teams, it can be decided today. Unfortunately for some of these teams, they have to wait until all the games are played out by the end of tomorrow's show. Well, without further ado, y'all, it's time to kick it into overdrive and get things rolling for today's show. Let's kick it off with our first match of the day between Dark Zero and Vancouver Impact. Now, beatdown, we're just going to go on and say it before we even get into rosters. If you've been watching regular season, this is a tough one for Vancouver Impact. Not all hope is lost, but it is a tough, tall mountain to climb, because Dark Zero was already one of our favorites for the split, and even though Dark Zero is not showing nearly the same dominant form as last split since they've had roster changes going into this split, they're still one of our top teams. They're still one of our rosters that we expect to, have a really strong shot at taking the title, if not, making a strong run into the playoffs and being one of the top 2 teams that goes to the promotion tournament. Vancouver Impact, they're just trying to hold on, man.
I think that's a really good way to put it because, Vancouver Impact, they're in a tough spot right now. It feels like it's been a split of difficulties for them. And you look at this roster, it seemed like the change of adding Shimmer to the lineup really, breathed some life into this team. Right after that, in his first game, they got that win over on CCG. But the fact that they have not been able to get a win since, and there's been nothing but struggles for them, I think the roster of Vancouver Impact are really in a precarious situation right now because we talked about standings and everything like that. Well, Vancouver's season basically is decided today. If they lose, it's done. And if they win, they have a chance to keep going.
Yep. And even then, Vancouver Impact can only do so much to control their fate by getting a win today as well as a win tomorrow. And it still is not necessarily up to them, depending on how well both Blue Otter as well as CCG end up performing today and our last day of the season. Dragoon, Shimmer, Sudsy, Zev, and Nukes, with Shimmer, as you called out earlier, the only change that has happened halfway through the regular season over Will, trying to give the team a little bit more stability and guaranteed direction. And while it did help in their win over CCG, it is still yet to really work its magic. But the nice thing is that this will be a little bit of a, I don't want to say a grudge match, but it is some friendly rivalry here with Shimmer, who is going up against Dark Zero, a team that he did end up playing for towards the later end of the first split of NACL. And obviously, Shimmer's going to be very familiar with a lot of the boys here on Dark Zero because he played with a majority of this core roster when Maryville won their CLO title earlier this year.
And he did mention how when joining Vancouver Impact, he believed he could take what he learned from Dark Zero to apply it towards that team. And Dark Zero has a really good system over at MU because you look at every iteration of this roster after the first split that they joined this league has just been doing so good. Even though this isn't, the Zamudo, Spirax, UG, they are still a top performing team in this league. Everything that they're doing over there in terms of the setup, the systems in place to help players grow and improve really just shows to continue to be working.
You got to take the lessons where you can get them and then try and apply them to every opportunity you get. And Shimmer is definitely a living example of that. He's going to try to do his best, though, because this is truly, like we said before, a David versus Goliath matchup. And I would be pressed if any of our broadcast colleagues predicted Vancouver Impact. Although, because it is a best of one, you know, and anything can happen. But I'm expecting beatdown, that a majority of the team is going to be going with Dark Zero. Now, Vancouver Impact will get blue side this time around, and blue side can help in a few of these situations in trying to secure some priority picks in the draft lineup, but still, it's not just going to be coming down to draft. If there's anything we've learned beatdown, you know, you can get a major draft advantage. We can look at a composition on paper and say, oh yeah, I'll take this comp 100% of the time over this one. Execution is always going to triumph over what you assemble for yourself in the draft phase. And let's get those predictions rolling on up, because I'm ready to see if any of our broadcast colleagues felt lucky. Oh, it's Desirux! Okay, he believes in the magic.
You don't vote for Winthrop, but you vote for Vancouver. Like, Eric, what are you doing, bro? Like, what's going on? we need to have a talk after this show, because this is just ridiculous. And you know what? Now that we've instituted the whole clown emoji thing, I really like when we all vote for the same team, because it'll be really funny if we're wrong. But at this time around, you know, there's being spicy, and you know, there's the long odds.
This definitely feels like a there have been times in the past where someone went with the outlier vote, and I could see a reasonable take of, oh yeah, you know what? You know, if they play through this specific advantage, this is one of those. Man, I think we're just trying to be cute here. But you know what? If Vancouver Impact win, then Desirux gets the last laugh, and that's the gamble you get to take, and that, you know, that's the pleasures of making bold predictions here on the NACL broadcast. As we get closer and closer to the pick and ban phase, we want to remind everyone at home that this show is possible because of prodiff.gg. If you want personalized one-on-one coaching, make sure you check out that website, because a lot of former pros here in the NACL, as well as pros in the LTA, are very familiar, and potentially you could get one-on-one coaching with some of those guys there. I know Zamudo, even though he has yet to play his first game of LTA, is one of the pros there. Armeo, a former NACL two-time champion as well, here is the brain behind the sponsor and the org as well. So shoutouts to him for making this happen, and you'll definitely be hearing us hype up ProDiff a few more times today on the broadcast.
100%. And just a reminder too that all the coaches on prodiff.gg are either active or formerly active NACL or LTA North Pros. So you know you're getting the best coaching. So go ahead and scan that QR code if you want to be able to. Oh, this QR code. Exactly. If you want to be able to get access to some quality coaching.
Okay, I might need some too. I'm trying to get back in the solo queue grind, and
it's time.
It's time to, you know, get the training weights back on and trying to speed run my way into Diamond and try to make the climb to Masters, man. It's been a hot minute, and rank flex with the boys. It's been fun, but it's been back and forth, and I need some guaranteed climbs.
Growth.
You know? I need some growth, exactly. That's what I'm here for. Beat down. I'm here for the character development. I'm here for
yes,
the arcs
and for your own
unfolding
specifically.
I mean, I love seeing anime arcs unfold here on NACL, because every time I come into a stream, I'm seeing some stuff straight out of Naruto. We are still about a minute away before draft phase goes live, y'all. So while we're winding down, Pete, let's get some bold takes here. Not necessarily about this first match, because I think Desirux has already gotten the bold take out of the way for us. But overall, because to remind everyone, outside of our top four in Supernova, Conviction, Dark Zero, and Luminosity, everyone else has yet to be locked in the playoffs.
And Winthrop.
And technically Winthrop. Trust us on the math. We've done the math. Winthrop has the head-to-head against Blue Otter and CCG, and those are the two teams that could overtake them in the standings if either of those teams got both back-to-back wins, and if Winthrop lost both today's game and tomorrow's game. But Winthrop has the head-to-head, so technically, when we trust in our math, they should also be locked as well. But the other 5 teams, who do you have beat down? Are you feeling comfortable putting your money where your mouth is on?
Oh, to see like who's gonna. Let me look at the standings again really quick. I think I'm gonna guess outside of the top 4, it's gonna and Winthrop. It's gonna be Dorado, Citadel, and Blue Otter.
Ooh, so you have CCG and Vancouver Impact missing the cutoff.
I do.
Well,
That's me. That's what I think.
CCG's fate will be decided potentially later today against Dorado. But for now, it's time for Vancouver Impact taking on Dark Zero as we jump into the draft phase. Already kicking off with a Gwen ban.
That's a
just
trauma
taking
ban.
respect. Yep.
That is a trauma ban after last night.
You know, the ex-Royal sub coming in and getting a 1v2 double kill was definitely not the way Vancouver Impact wanted to experience that side of things, but you know, they are trying to respect K's champion pool as well. The Trundle ban as a blue side ban sometimes is respectable when you rather focus on something else and you do not want to give up the Trundle as a trade. A lot of mid lane bans with the Azir, the Orianna, Pantheon still a powerful jungler in its own right, Rumble now gone. So things like Varus jump up immediately out the gate in terms of priority. Talia also, if you want to get something strong here for Sudsy and being able to roam around the map, there's a couple options you could go for. But the Lucian instead, that is the higher prio mark for Zev.
For the most part, it seems like Varus has dropped in priority a lot compared to what teams were really focusing on in the earlier parts of the split of the year. So, kind of makes sense. First pick Lucian. It's kind of bold when Vi Talia are up, or Vi Ari, or Vi... You know what I mean? Like, there are just a lot of ways to really negate the mobility you have for yourself there as Lucian, and I think Dark Zero are going to be pretty happy to take at least one of that combo.
While Lucian is insanely mobile, he is relatively short range, so he does need to get up close and personal, and outside of that one cast of Relentless Pursuit, Vi does not care. She's just gonna point and click and hold you down. And Dark Zero are contemplating if they want to immediately look for a mid lane synergistic matchup here. Not quite. They're going for an early support pick of the Rakan.
I think that's fine, because honestly, I think it's Vi's best pairing right now, and he's a really high tier support at the moment. And you have your pick of Ari or Talia to really complete this dive and this mid-jungle duo. So I think it is better to just end up prioritizing some strong pick there for Zyko.
Yeah. To me, this says that Dark Zero are a lot saying they are more confident in Zyko being able to blind pick and wanting to ensure Toasty has the best matchup possible. So Vancouver Impact will get the Xin Talia combo as a response. That will be powerful in 2v2 skirmishes. Dark Zero will complete the Lovers Duo bot lane with Xayah locked in for Sajed. So now, Toasty and K have yet to have their champions locked in, whereas Vancouver Impact are still looking for support or nukes, as well as a top lane for Dragoon.
That's interesting, because, I mean, the Xayah Rakan duo, of course, is strong, and you can start pinching out that support pool over on the side of Vancouver Impact. But not picking the Ari means it's pretty much guaranteed to be banned. They must know this, so with that in mind, I think Toasty has something else that he is looking to pair up, maybe a slightly more niche mid laner. Orianna's out of the picture. I mean, I'm trying to think of like what else is up and available.
Does
Ari
Toasty
even gets
play
banned.
the Ziggs? Does Toasty play the Ziggs? You know,
Ziggs would be kind of peak actually. So I hope he does. I'm sure he does. He's good.
Because while Ari can dive with the Vi, Ziggs will, from safety, from half court shot, just chuck a Mega Inferno Bomb on top of whoever Vi decides to ulti. So that would be a nice way to synergize with it. Vancouver Impact do take respect of the Ari and eliminate that as a potential option for Toasty anyway. Dark Zero deciding what to now lock in for mid lane, since the other side of Vancouver Impact has yet to lock in their top lane, so they're going to prioritize counter pick. But what's nice about this beatdown, Aurora has been seen as a flex pick for both top lane and mid lane. So now this still keeps the cards concealed for Dark Zero about who is going where.
It does. Usually we see Aurora top as a response to Rumble. Since that's banned, I think Toasty is going to be the one playing it. But while a not common pairing, I think it's fine with what they're trying to go for here. They have the all-in. You can combine that with the Between Worlds and that burst damage from the Aurora. So I'm ultimately fine with it, but that's why I like this response. The Taric being able to absorb a lot of that dive with the shielding. Of course, the Cosmic Radiance. If his team can survive that couple of seconds before it goes off, would also be a really great way to negate the combo that Dark Zero are looking for right now.
I'm curious if Vancouver Impact have been watching some FPX games over on the LPL, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a series where Jachi and Jue over on FunPlus Phoenix ran Lucian Taric as a lane and an answer. And the nice thing about Taric with the Cosmic Radiance, you can receive a lot of that incoming burst damage and pretty much allow yourself to reset the fight and play forward with the confidence of the damage reduction. But Dark Zero now thinking about what is their answer for K? What is their response into the Cassante blind from Dragoon, and going with the Aatrox that gives you some much needed team fight power if you are not able to successfully blow up a priority target with that first assault of ultimates there. The CC assist, Aurora trying to help with the dive. I think the only thing that, I don't want to say it's a mismatch here, Beat, but anytime a composition like Dark Zero that wants to go forward, because Vi kind of just makes your comp want to go forward anyway, and you have a Xayah on your... The Xayah is just kind of left by herself. It's not the easiest for her to follow up because she wants teams to go into her and try and play around with the feathers and blade calling, but I think this is just Dark Zero saying, we trust in Sajed to handle his own problems like a big boy, and if he's getting dove, he's got one Featherstorm ultimate, and that's all he needs.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, while Xayah prefers to go backwards, she can move forwards. It's not ideal for the blade caller setup, but I mean, you can still, if you do like a QW auto, you can get a really fast route even if you are chasing someone down. So I think there are ways for Sajid to have that impact in these team fights. But yeah, he's really just trying to follow up and lay down feathers on this dive that you mentioned there from Kizno and Toasty. And I agree with the Aatrox point as well, where you can get some kind of damage over a longer period of time, not just a burst one-shot combo, because if that gets absorbed by nukes with that Cosmic Radiance, it will actually really hamper Dark Zero's ability to team fight, because, they blew their whole load and they got nothing to show for it.
Yeah, and that's not the way you want to end things in those team fights. You got to have a little bit more stamina there for the side of Dark Zero. Now, Vancouver Impact going into this first match, like we said before, the stakes are very clear. Vancouver Impact's fates are somewhat in their hands, and they can still have a chance to influence it to the best of their ability so that they have a miracle shot into getting into playoffs and not having to play through the promotion relegation tournament at the end of the year, so that they can guarantee themselves playing into NACL for 2026. Now, we want to hear from y'all in the chat who is going to take this dub. Now, Desterux was voting for Vancouver Impact, but, I want to see if there's more Vancouver love for the boys here. Otherwise, I'm expecting a majority Dark Zero wins to come out in the chat, #DZ. So far, VI, okay, there we go. I mean,
you can't spell victory without VI.
True. Then why didn't you vote for Vancouver Impact for our predictions?
Because they're not going to win.
Oh.
Man. I'm just trying to, fuel some VI fans so the bar is not blue,
Fair enough.
It's not as fun.
Where do you think Raz would fall here? Is he...
Whatever Raz would say, it would be the wrong answer. I don't know, but it would be the wrong answer. I hope he's listening. It would really improve my day.
I don't know if he's co-streaming today or not, but
I know.
I love getting you and Raz to banter with each other, because you guys banter like an old married couple.
I don't know if I'd describe it that way, but fair enough. Maybe a married couple who don't like each other as
That's why I said old married couple, because old married couples usually have gone through like the worst sides of the relationship over, you know, the 30, 40 something years that they've been together. And at that point, they just feel comfortable being like, I hate you. I hate you. Yeah. And then they make up later on in the end, you know?
Well, me and Raz will not be making up.
Yeah.
Again, really, like, I feel like this whole thing is, like, not as funny if he's not listening in real time. So I really hope I get a clip from someone from his stream of his reaction or something. I'm gonna go check when the day's over.
Yeah, we got breaks in between our games. We'll get a quick check-in and see if Raz is co-streaming today or not. Anyway, shout out to all of our other co-streamers. I don't have the list up, but we've had so many others. Obviously, Cubby from our broadcast team is co-streaming, as well as a lot of other partnered co-streamers from the other orgs as well. Shout out to y'all as we are getting ready to hit the rift between Vancouver Impact and Dark Zero.
And remember, Vancouver Impact, while their chances are not very good to get into playoffs, the chances are still there, and this is a season-deciding match for them. They have to win if they want any hope of making it through. And we'll see if Dark Zero plays spoiler or not.
It would be quite the story if Vancouver Impact could try and make a miracle run. Oh, hey, Destrux is co-streaming too. Let's go. Okay. Send some love to our boy Eric, as his prediction is on the line here. And I can appreciate some camaraderie between Kay and Dragoon, just spam emoting in the river. That is an honorable 1v1 in the making right there.
It is. Honestly, that's just... Top laners are just different, man. I don't know. Oh, Rez is live. Get owned. Sorry. I had to check. I had to check. Okay, now we know. Now we know for sure.
Fair enough. All right. Let's get down to business here. Already, the emote game has been quite stellar from Vancouver Impact and Dark Zero. You can just tell that there's already a lot of friendly love between all of the players here competing on Summoner's Rift. So far, it doesn't seem like anything super interesting is happening right out of the gate. Both of the junglers are pathing towards the bottom side of the map, which makes sense because both Lucian and Xayah would like to not have their lanes disrupted by any jungle interference. So both Shimmer and Kisno have to kind of play with the assumption, hey, if I don't path bot lane, there's a chance that things could go south. And we need to make sure that our AD carries are set up for success.
Yeah, I think right now I expect things to be a little slow because, you know, jungler's going to do their first clear. I think, though, what's really interesting to me is this Taric in the bottom lane for nukes. I mean, it does give you opportunities to get a little aggressive with the stun and Lucian's relentless pursuit. But otherwise, Zyrakan is still a strong lane, so you got to imagine they're going to be able to keep this constant pressure up. And I think that will benefit Kisno a little bit because he'll have that ability to fight for the crab a little better. And I think he's honestly just pathing bot to make sure Shimmer doesn't gank his bot lane for being so pushed up.
Right. Kisno's got to protect. Shimmer is there just to relieve some pressure if his bot lane needs a bailout or there really is a chance to try and punish. But that should neutralize itself out in the end. I want to start talking about first objective setups. We're about a couple minutes away from dragon spawning, and for Dark Zero, this is a composition that, for the most part, functions really strongly off of the first item. Dark Zero, do you feel like this is a team that is pressed to try and just accelerate the dragon stacking as much as possible, or do they feel like they can take the game a little bit slower here right now?
I think Vancouver Impact have a bit of a stronger time in some of these early skirmishes, even though it's tough because for the most part, they're going to get pushed in a lot in top and bottom, which isn't going to do well for them in terms of objective setups, but they still have a good amount of skirmishing power. I'm especially looking at this Talia and Xin, just the fact that they skirmished really well in that 2v2. They can get some work done against Kisno and Toasty. So it's really that level 6 mark that I'm looking for Vancouver Impact. Once Sudsy has access to that Weaver's Wall, it's just getting him out of lane. See if he can create a little space, some breathing room, or maybe set up a successful play for those side laners.
Vancouver Impact while they would like the grubs, I feel like Dark Zero would definitely benefit a lot more from being able to secure them. Already, we're not really seeing Dark Zero Vancouver Impact make strong notions toward setting up for this dragon. There's a base coming out of Zyko here, and that should set up for Sajed to be able to get the base off as well. Oh,
he didn't get the duo back. Feels bad.
not in time.
No, actually, that kind of does really hurt because they're looking like they want to match that lane swap. It will give Zev a little bit of extra time. Actually, looking like they're not going to go for that lane swap. They're just going to have Zyko roam mid and keep lane assignments as they are currently. I mean, I think that will do fine for Dark Zero, so they can focus. Oh, hold on.
So check this out. Sudzi just TP back to lane. He's getting chunked out now. And this is Dark Zero trying to now set up for Dragon. Having mid priority, your Talia is super chunked right now. So with Dark Zero seeing Zev going towards the top side, Dark Zero now just going to opt in for, hey, we're playing strong side now towards our bot lane where we still have control of this wave pushing into this Cassante. Dark Zero are now going to try to accelerate the pace of the game. If they can get all these dragons stacked up relatively efficiently, even though both of these teams don't have like this super scaling advantage over the other, I imagine. There's some parts about Vancouver's impact composition that does get better, and I think this is just Dark Zero's message of saying, all right, we're going to put you on the clock.
Yeah, I think that's true, and also the fact that they set it up early enough that they didn't match the lane swap, so it got them first Drake, and now they can basically play this next wave or two, and then actually go to match the swap there between their bot laners, because now with that extra laning power and that laning focus that they've had so far this game, they should be able to get the grubs as well, which I think is another way for them to be able to, you know, put Vancouver Impact on the clock, as you said it.
Sajeda and Zyko are still on the bot side of the map, so they would have to look for that swap in the next couple waves or so, as Vancouver Impact are still operating with Zev and Nukes on the top side of the map, taking a base now. Curious to see what Vancouver Impact decide to do. And when we look at this team here, Nate, over the course of the split, a lot of the things that we mentioned here with Shimmer coming into the lineup, that it was needed to get some stability, some early game direction for the squad. We have yet to see really any action evolve, or not evolve, but break out so far. And it seems like they're still trying to play towards the top side and looking for the grub, so I imagine that maybe that will be our first sign of conflict. And if Vancouver Impact can get an advantage over Dark Zero, this game might be playable for them. Otherwise, Dark Zero, I'm going to straight up say a beat. I imagine that Dark Zero just might have the hands to diff them.
Probably. I think right now what's worth noting is that K was forced to TP bottom lane because he matched Dragoon swap a little late. So with that, he didn't come back to that bottom lane before Dragoon got there and was able to shove the wave in. So while I like the setup DZ are going for to rotate their bot lane up in time for the grubs, now they're okay. I was going to say there was a TP advantage, but Dragoon, not really interested in all that. He's going to TP immediately to bot lane. So both bot top laners are basically out of this one. It's a 4 versus 4. And something Vancouver Impact at least have going for them is that level 6 has been, achieved and passed by Sudzi. Should have access to that Weaver's Wall. Should allow him to get the drop on someone and catch up with Shimmer very quickly if the right situation shows up.
He's no hovering Toasty just to make sure that he can safely get the first wave shoved in and roam on over and contest Shimmer at these grubs. Shimmer will get the first one, but can he escape and get out? Crescent Guard immediately used as Kizno yet to pop the cease and desist, looking for Zev instead. It's a beautiful follow-up, but a nice seismic shove read by Sudzi will stall the fight long enough that at least it's a 1-for-1, but Shimmer's still in trouble. Will fall next, and now Sajed is ramping up these feathers, and there's nothing else that Sudzi can do to bail out his team members there. Vancouver Impact lose 3, and Dark Zero are going to pick up the rest of the grubs.
Yeah, that's an enormous win here. While Vancouver Impact deny all 3 grubs, they lost 3 for 1. So now this Aurora is officially ahead of the curve. Same with the Xayah, and we're going to watch this replay again. I think the issue here was that Vancouver Impact, they were a little set up, and they were being they were being chased down on multiple fronts. Basically, before they could really sync up and do any meaningful damage, they already lost the target, and then it just basically is, you know, nukes first the whole world. He's just a level 5 target. There isn't really much there, and without access to that Cosmic Radiance, he's not going to quite have the impact we were expecting in draft. He'll have it soon, so I imagine these upcoming fights will go a little smoother for Vancouver Impact, but falling behind like this is not going to help that.
And Dark Zero doing a great job of compromising their escape route. That lip around that top side, because getting caught in that open choke point, there's not enough time to bail out back towards your turret, so your safest option, unfortunately, is to jump into the depths of the jungle, and things are just going to get messy in there. Dark Zero just doing a great job of being able to punish and capitalize now. They put themselves at around a 1,000 to 2,000 gold advantage. Dragon is coming up in the next minute or so. Like we said before Beatdown, we expect that Dark Zero are going to try to be super efficient in stacking these objectives up.
That's right, and I mean, with the gold they earned on that last set of plays around the grubs, it just means that someone like Toasty has reached that first item, has the Malignance in the inventory, so it is going to just increase the output in these skirmishes. So I think Dark Zero should have this Dragon uncontested. Nukes did hit level 6, so maybe Vancouver Impact want to try their luck, but I don't think this is the time for it. It is just the second Drake, so I think the focus should either be farming, trying to make a play elsewhere, or either or.
Good call up, Beak, because the rest of Vancouver Impact have not picked up any first item spikes. Good showing by Shimmer, as the gank on the top side will at least burn the Flash and World Ender from K's Aatrox. But like you said, Vancouver Impact not interested in going for the second Dragon.
Why are we diving? I'm confused. I'm really surprised we're not trying to dive this Aatrox. Like, no Flash, no ult. You have a wave crashing the turret. I see Sudsy almost has his ult out. I don't know. I thought that was weird. Feels like a missed opportunity. Now you just lose Drake for very little.
You know what, I'm with you, Beat, but I guess Shimmer is trying to cover the dive that would have been happening on the bot side of the map here, just making sure that Zev doesn't fall further and further behind, already dropping a death in the skirmish we saw on the top side of the map after Grubs. Because Vancouver Impact still want to hit that first item. This is still relatively a squad that does fairly well, or compositional-wise, going to spike on those first items. Essence Reaver coming in for the Lucian. Archangels for the Talia. The Sunder Sky will always make Sinzel feel like a little bit of a raid boss if you can get him in the right spots. And like you called out, because Dark Zero picked up the second Dragon, our next objective fight isn't going to be happening for about 3 to 4 minutes. Third Dragon coming up in 4. Rift Herald coming up at 15.
Yeah, and I think Rift Herald really is going to be the next bit of focus here. And if you're Vancouver Impact, just trying to finish off these first items is going to be really crucial. Dragoon had to take a detour because he's playing against the Aatrox. You really want that Bramble Vest. But everyone else across the board who really matters there, Shimmer, Sudsy, and Zev, they've hit that first item. So at this point, it's just about being in the strongest position you can and getting a good setup for this Herald, because that's another objective I don't think you want to be letting go just because of the potential to set up for another Drake for Dark Zero. And that would be their sole point, and that's a situation you don't want to be in.
I could see Vancouver Impact maybe in this next minute window try and cycle an ultimate cooldown if they want to be super proactive, so that they can try and cycle more summoner spells and put Dark Zero at a disadvantage before those objectives come up, which is what Shimmer and Nukes seem to be positioned for. But Kizno is hovering on the top side of the map, protecting K as he looks for this wave crash. World Ender is popped. Remember, as you called out, no flash on this Aatrox, and Kizno, there's nothing he can do. Nice proactive action from the side of Vancouver Impact.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. Use these ultimates. Use the power that you have now that you've hit first item, and punish the fact that you forced K's Summoner spell out earlier. So that's going to give them a little more, bit of a reprieve and some more pressure on this top side, because this is where they want to be focusing. I think Vancouver Impact, it is really important for them to be able to get this Rift Herald, or if they don't get it, it has to cost something for Dark Zero to get it, because you don't want to be in a situation where Dark Zero get that soul point and Vancouver have nothing to show for it, because if they do, then I feel like this game is just going to fall apart for them.
Yeah. Dark Zero, you send K back to the top side of the map with the instant use of the TP. So I imagine that when this Rift Herald does come up, K will already be, for the most part, incentivized to join this fight because he's already here on the top side of the map. Dragoon still has a TP to play with, so Dragoon might try. I think the only thing that you could try and do as Vancouver Impact is be willing to trade a lot of your HP if you can get a decent chunk onto K. Psycho, is he in trouble? He has Flash?
Yeah.
Would he have to Flash Battle Dance to get over to K? No, he just walks up.
No.
Oh, but Sudsy's going to force the issue here.
oh,
Weaver's
oh.
Wall, can he at least find Zyko? Finally, forced to use the Flash to dodge away from the Seismic Shove.
So at least you got the Summoner spell out of Zyko. Would have felt really bad if they committed all that and he quite literally just walks away and only uses basic spells. Still, it's up Zev.
Zev throws out the calling, immediately gets canceled.
Oh,
A nice flash by Sajed,
oh,
getting slick
oh,
with it. This Zaya just astro glided over the Lucian.
That was pretty disgusting. I'm going to keep it a stack, and I think we're not done.
And this is nice timing now for Dark Zero K. Immediately returns with the
Oh,
World
yeah.
Ender, forcing Vancouver Impact away and should give up space. Enough for Dark Zero to secure the objective.
Yeah, I mean, big punish onto Zev for not respecting the fact that he was the play. And even though it's a 1-for-1, he's only just coming off gray screen now. So Dark Zero, they get this dragon, or this Herald, right?
They still have Cosmic Radiance, though. Shimmer and Nukes are going to try it. I liked it. It's enough that Dark Zero are not able to secure the Rift Herald in time. Good stuff from Vancouver Impact,
Kisno.
knowing the tools that they have.
No, it's Kisno didn't have smite, so there was literally no way for him to be able to like hit the eye. He only
did he
just got
use
it back
it
down.
hitting Zev?
I think so. So with that in mind, yeah, as soon as they showed up, there was just no way to trade for it. That's a big win for Vancouver Impact. You can see because Kisno also had to back because he was low HP. A lot of space was given surrounding this Drake, so now you can see Vancouver Impact have moved in. Yes, they're dropping away to this turret, but I think getting this dragon is so important that, you know, it's okay. They just need to focus on using the Herald if they need to make space for this objective, but taking the objective is paramount.
Vancouver Impact now going to be challenging Dark Zero
Shimmer
on
has no
this
smite.
third dragon spawn. Doesn't look like K can really join the fight, and Dark Zero, they're giving it up. They're just trying to take space on the exit and the re-entrance path from Vancouver Impact to give Sajed as much time as possible to safely push in that wave and pressuring them out. But it did require pretty much a majority of Vancouver Impact's presence to make that objective happen, and that's a lot of waves that they lose out on all sides of the map.
Yeah, very true. I mean, Shimmer, he doesn't even have his fully upgraded smite just yet.
Oh, Kisno steals the red buff, and now can they get out cease and desist on to a couple of members here? K pops the World Ender. Oh boy, Vancouver Impact are split, and Dark Zero are winning both 2v2 skirmishes.
Yeah, and I think they're winning a little more on the bot side. K, he's getting a little spicy with it, but this is a brutal game here for Vancouver Impact. They had to stretch themselves very thin to secure that dragon, and it cost them a lot, as you mentioned, in waves, in that bottom tier 1 turret because no one was there to respond to. And now these jungle camps for Shimmer, who still, 17 minutes, his smite only does 900 damage. He hasn't gotten the fully upgraded smite yet, and it really shows the difference in farm between him and Kisno at this stage of the game.
And B, while Dark Zero's roster has changed from Split 1 to Split 2 for a majority of it, the core foundation and some of the signature map movements that they make still remains the same. When we saw Dark Zero get challenged in some of these objectives and overforces from some of the bottom teams in the standings in Split 1, what would Dark Zero do? They would say, okay, you know what? You win. We're not gonna opt into a flip. We're gonna just take the free gold on the other sides of the map. As Psycho, hey, you don't have flash, buddy. Oh no, Ryan.
I think they got him. Unless
Shimmer? I mean, Shimmer's
Yes,
trying to
got
take
the
down his
W.
old collegiate teammate here. He's going to get him. He has crossed all the way up to the other side of the turret and actually forces Toasty to use his ultimate to get away to safety. He's taking a lot of damage. Sudgy, just a couple more rocks should be able to find it, forcing the flash out of Toasty. He's going to get a chance to recall. K had TP to the top side to see if he could distract Vancouver Impact members from taking out his mid laner.
Yeah, I mean, the space K is creating is good. You can see Sajed, he's taking the opportunity to push a wave in. I think he has that tier 1 down. So Vancouver Impact going to make sure they get the better end of this trade. It's going to be Zyko and some damage. Probably a finished off tier 1 turret on the top side, unless...
Well, Sudsy flashed and he still got caught by the Infernal Chain, so this Talia has thrown her last rock for the next 30 seconds.
Yes, sir. Even though the Herald did help secure that turret, you still end up losing out on the trade. And I think, honestly, for the most part, Dark Zero still feel like they're in a really good position. Vancouver Impact, yes, they secure that Drake and halt the stacking, but they're losing out on these kill trades. They're losing out on trades for these structures as well. Just how they find themselves in this position where they're down several thousand gold.
And we take a quick check-in on how that gold is reflected in the inventory stance here. Dark Zero have finished a majority of their second item spikes for their carries here, whereas Vancouver Impact, the only person that's picked up 2 items is Zev, and he still doesn't have full upgraded boots. He's just walking on brown socks at the moment, beatdown.
Yeah. To be fair, Lucian is definitely one of those champions where the tier 2 boots, they're not as important. They're nice, but finishing those items, I think, ends up being a lot more crucial. So in that way, he has almost entirely evened out with Sajed, being at 2 items apiece. So it does mean that the damage he's putting out is going to be pretty powerful. Speaking of damage.
Unfortunately, Sudsy, that side of the map is no longer safe to traverse in, and that's a Weaver's Wall used as well to escape. I almost feel like as soon as you see Vi and Aatrox over the wall, you just need to
happen.
You just need to let it happen. Try not to waste your ultimate. You're not getting out of that one. And Dark Zero now going to be burning down the Otacon without any contest for the side of Vancouver Impact.
That's right. So another big buff secured in the back pockets of DZ, while Vancouver Impact, you know, they get a measly objective bounty, perhaps a second one, even though Toasty doing his best to clear out this wave. But still, I don't think the pity prizes are going to equalize what Vancouver Impact have lost, especially if Dark Zero get this next dragon in 40 seconds. And considering the direction all those red champions are heading towards, that is their focus.
Yeah, now all the Dark Zero carries have 2 items on their side, so this next fight is going to be so favored to the DZ members. Shimmer trying to start off the fight early, but he's losing a lot of HP without really trading anything back. Toasty with the Between Worlds catches on the majority of them, and Sajed is here on cleanup duty. Those feathers are raking up every last member of Vancouver Impact.
That's right, Dragoon is the only one left on the chopping block, as Shimmer is going to take a very interesting position for a recall, but it's going to work. And this delayed death, actually, I think, will make things worse if they get Dragoon in the end, but with no tier 1 turret to run to, they got him. Oh, unless he lives. He makes his own pathway home. But you know what, Mark? As good as that feels, as much dopamine as that might give Dragoon specifically, it's still soul point for DZ. It's still 6K up. These are dire straits. These are dark times.
Dark times, but not for Dark Zero.
No,
and
sir.
they are going to continue on propelling forward in what we, at least the majority of the broadcast team, predicted to be a Dark Zero favored win. And at this rate, 6,000 gold ahead. The objective bounties, I'm not sure if they are still technically up here for Vancouver Impact, as,
Goodbye, Shimmer.
you know what? Respect. You see you see a low health Rakan, and you're thinking, maybe he's basing alone. And
You know, if
this
it was
game
the
is chalked
Rakan-
anyway. Let's try and see
Yeah.
if I can get a kill here.
If it was the Rakan, I'd agree, but it was actually Aurora, which is, I think, what hurt him in the end. And we're going to watch this fight. It feels like this is the story of a lot of these team fights. First of all, we're not hitting the same targets. Also, we don't have the numbers. So these are kind of like, you know those flow charts? Every aspect of this fight for Vancouver Impact leads you to do not fight. But unfortunately, they did.
Yeah. Beatdown, I wonder if the game-winning play from Dark Zero was actually the fight they took in the red side jungle quadrant after Vancouver Impact took the 3rd dragon.
That was pretty big. You know, that's an argument I think I'd be willing to hear out at the very least, because it feels like since then there's just been nothing Vancouver Impact can really get done. And it just continues to be get worse as Dark Zero deny resources. Kizno, doing what every good jungler does when you're ahead. No. I don't need to farm my camps. I'm farming your camps. If my camps are up later when yours are down, it's fine.
Holy moly, that's an aggressive and bold blast cone over the wall. And Dark Zero might have to take a little bit of a retreat path here as Vancouver Impact finally step up, but the bait was worth it. Dark Zero pulled them into the choke point, and here comes K to end everyone's world, looking for the Quadra onto Zev. That's a big Aatrox looking for the pin.
No!
Come on, man!
Why live? Why live, Mark? I don't know. But you know what? On the bright side, I genuinely think with this wave coming through, no, okay, there's a tier 2 turret. If there wasn't a tier 2, I'd
Bro,
actually think
I'm
the
so
game would be
upset.
over. I'm upset
That's
too.
our Colombian superstar K. I was
know.
ready to hit him with the penta in like golazo form, but nah.
You got screwed.
Took it away. All right, take me back to the replay beatdown.
There's not much really to say. It feels like they were locked down pretty hard, and they were able to very easily wait out the Crescent Guard. As soon as that happens, like, what are you worried about with this insane gold lead Dark Zero are working with? It's a wallet diff.
Look, he had it.
He did have
we can't
it.
even see the replay because we're fighting again. Kisno could be caught out here. Vault breakers away. It's big shutdown over to Zeb. Dark Zero now on the back foot, but a good feather storm will allow Sajet to reposition here. Dragoon now losing ground between worlds. It's time for Toasty to shine as the weirding will put Dragoon into the ground. Looking for nukes next. Psycho and K forcing the fight onto the back line. Sudsy's in trouble, about to get dropped by Toasty, and Zeb steps up, puts a couple more bullets into the back of Psycho, but he will not live to take out Aurora, and it's a Quadra. Now where's the penta for Toasty? But Shimmer is running deep into his own jungle for safety, and the penta will be denied.
Another one. We're getting baited really hard here, but at this point, I respect that angle from Vancouver Impact. The game is so chalk that you just have to send any angle that looks slightly good. And by that, I don't mean fighting Aatrox, who's 4 levels ahead of you. This is not even the slightly good. Like, he's legit gonna kill this guy. Like, are we tilted? What's going on?
Our producer chiming in, unofficial penta for K. You know, we're making up for lost ground.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's not the same.
I mean, even if it was within the same fight, it wouldn't be the same. But the fact that they almost got another ace between that Quadra and this kill, like, I mean, we're just having fun, so it's okay. Dark Zero, they're doing their victory lap around this Baron, like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Dark Zero having a great time here on the Rift, and Vancouver Impact, they're trying to do their best to enjoy the ride here on out, but it's been a very bumpy one. And for Dark Zero, this is one of our teams that we expected to play towards the top of the standings since the beginning of the split here beatdown. They are still sitting in top 4 with this imagine should be a win being closed out here. Dark Zero will be potentially moving to 6-2 in the standings, where currently only Supernova sit at a 6-win record, and Dark Zero, looking ahead, I think have a match against Winthrop University tomorrow. So Dark Zero, if we talk about strength of schedule, are favored to end the season now at a 7-2, which puts them at a pretty damn convincing place to end at least on the top side of the bracket here. As we take a look at Dark Zero pushing into the base of Vancouver Impact, doesn't seem like this is the game-winning push, just enough of a siege to really put Vancouver Impact behind, while Dark Zero get ready to retake control on the top side of the map.
And I think it's fine. You want to do your due diligence. I think we've heard from enough players at this point to know that, especially in this BO1 format, we are a little more cautious than we normally would be in other formats. So just about ensuring that cross the T's, dot the I's, and are able to close this out. And to your other point too, okay, he's done. He doesn't want to play anymore.
Shimmer flashing immediately onto Sajet, but it's a Feather Storm to allow him some reprieve. Good seismic shove by Sudsy, but Sajet doesn't die, and now Toasty is wrecking havoc onto the back line alongside K and Kisno. This game is wrapped. This game's been chalked for a while, and Dark Zero now finally putting the finishing touches.
Yeah, Sajet too. He's just keeping Dragoon away. I think Dragoon's gonna get. He wants to get his consolation prize, but the rest of the team's not gonna let him do it.
Okay, guys, this is bullying. Just go end the game. Whoa.
No, they have to be aced or it doesn't count.
All right,
I don't make the
fine.
rules.
Well, Dark Zero take a very dominant game victory over Vancouver Impact to open up our show day.
And unfortunately, Vancouver Impact's chances of escaping bottom 2 have ended with that Nexus exploding. Dark Zero, on the other hand, very happy to move up their record a little bit. I agree. They have a good shot at being 7-2 at the end. And who knows? Supernova play Winthrop later today, something crazy saucy might happen. Maybe Dark Zero has a chance to fight Luminosity and Supernova first. You never know.
It would be very nice for them to at least grapple with the top of the standings, because the seeding does really matter when you get to the first and second place, because it could be the difference between playing an 8th or 7th place team ending here in the regular season or having to play against 4th and 5th. And we talked about how very competitive this split has been for NACL and how that kind of middle of the pack teams, anyone could be in that conglomerate. But we got MVP candidates, y'all. Kizno, Toasty, and Sajed. Let us know in the chat who you think should be picking up the most valuable player of the game for our game 1 of the show so far, Beatdown. Before we toss over to break, there was something I wanted to let you know, but unfortunately, Beatdown, the thought is escaping me.
No!
I
hate when that happens. Was
it's
it about
literally-
anime? Was it about
No, it was related
standing?
to the game.
The game.
It was.
Was it about K not getting pentakill? What are we?
You know what?
Here?
No, but I'm still mad about that.
I'm still mad at Zyko too.
I'm still mad at Zyko. So I love him, but also, why'd you deny our LRN import over to NACL of Pentakill?
Agreed.
Anyway, y'all, it's time for a break. We'll see you on the other side with our interview as well as game 2. getting ready for game 2, but before we do, we're doing a little bit of a recap and a wind down on what happened in game 1 between Dark Zero and Vancouver Impact. You're getting a chance to see some of the highlights at the end of that game, where K had almost picked himself up a pentakill, and unfortunately,
yes.
Zyko got the last hit instead. That is I'm still
I know,
sad.
man. I
I'm
know.
still sad.
I know, man. It's okay. Just let it out, man. I know you really wanted to get excited. You wanted to call another pentakill like you did on LPL, you know. And it just, you win some, you lose some. It is
You
what
win
it
some,
is.
you lose some. But maybe we might grill Ryan about that. If
Perhaps.
it depends on who we get for the interview. But overall, Dark Zero, we had favored them going into this game. This was a David versus Goliath matchup, and unfortunately, this time around, David did not have the stones to take down the beast that is Dark Zero, and Dark Zero continuing to propel on forward up in the standings now, currently sitting 6-2, tied at first with Supernova. We'll see how the standings do change with the other games that will play out today as well as tomorrow. But still, with all the roster changes that have happened with Dark Zero, the structure and the foundations have still yet to, or are remaining the same. And I think that is such a cool identity aspect about Dark Zero. Props to Zajet and Psycho, still the remaining core members that are, helping the other team members shift into that team culture identity, as well as coaching staff from Dark Zero making that happen. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got our interview already locked in and queued up. It is none other than the support main himself, Mr. Zyko, coming from that bot lane of Dark Zero. Welcome.
The thief himself.
Yeah. Zyko, we gotta grill you right off the bat. What happened, bro? Like, why'd you gotta steal the pendant from K, brother?
Well, I tried to give it to him, but his passive auto did a lot more than I expected. But I was trying to knock him up so he can get like free like combo on him, but his auto just did a bit too much. So, but I apologized.
Yeah,
Okay. You know what? Then all is forgiven. It's fine. I think talking about on a more serious note, Mark was talking about how you and Sajid are the returning members, but you're working with newer players. What was that transition like? It seems seamless, but I want to know from your side, what were you guys working through to incorporate these newer players into the main roster?
Transitioning into this team was was pretty difficult at the start, just because we were like kind of on different pages at different times. But as we kept playing more and more, it's been getting kind of smoother. But there's still some rough edges that we need to like sort out and fix.
Some kinks, if you will.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is always understandable with new rosters additions being made, right? But I think the admirable thing is when against the teams that you are expected to beat, you are still showing, for a majority of the game, pretty seamless understanding of the map. And like we were mentioning on the cast earlier in the game, it seemed like you guys haven't dropped a beat in terms of what moves you would have made with the roster you had in Split 1 versus the roster you have now in Split 2. And now you only have one more best of one before we head into playoffs. You guys are sitting at the top of the standings. Do you feel like you've accomplished a lot of things that you wanted to work on as a team and you feel comfortable going into playoffs? Or are there still some things that you want to polish and tighten up a bit before we get into the BO3s and the BO5s?
Oh, there are definitely quite a bit of things to sort out and patch. So I think in playoffs it'll be a lot better than we were in the regular season. So I'm looking forward to it.
Fair. Are there any? I wanted to know your opinion. Are there any teams you're looking at to take down in particular, especially towards those top of the standings? Is someone you have your eye on, or?
I would say I do have two teams that I'm keeping my eyes on. Supernova, they beat us in the regular season, and LG as well. They beat us at the finals last split. So definitely those two teams. I want to get my revenge on them. So hopefully I'm able to do that.
Zyko, we are hoping the best for you. We are running out of time here on the interview. We want to thank you again for taking the time to sit down and chat with us. Always a fun time to catch up with you, brother. Before we let you go, any last shout-outs? Any last words?
Just shout out to my teammates and my friends, my family, and the org, Dark Zero, and everyone. Thank you for watching.
Appreciate you, Zyko. Good luck in your final best of 1 tomorrow, and we'll see you in playoffs, brother.
Thank you.
You heard it from the man, the myth, the legend himself. Supernova and Luminosity are still the 2 top dogs that he wants to take down, especially Luminosity since they did drop against them in the finals for Split 1. But it's time to see who y'all voted for our MVP in our first game of the day. Drum roll, it is Toasty with a 19 whopping KDA, putting in some big numbers on that Aurora.
Yeah, I think he had a good game. Overall, a lot of really big ultimates and a lot of really clutch first damage coming through on the Aurora pick. So something people are going to have to worry about, him playing in playoffs. But I think, honestly, there were a lot of good options for MVP in this particular series, just because everyone top to bottom had a really good performance.
Toasty has been someone that we've been excited for a long time, since
yes.
the Combines in 2023. This guy's been offered like so many tier 1 position spots in the past before. He's been up there for offers as well. And we imagine that Toasty will be on track to making a debut in tier 1, hopefully within the next year or so. And Toasty is just making sure that he is putting up the numbers when he is required to do so. But we're getting ready for our next match of the day, y'all. And if you want to continue with the conversation, make sure that you are using the socials and the hashtag NACL, at WatchNACL on Twitter, or at NACL on all platforms, because we got second game of the day, Dorado taking on CCG. Now, this one, I imagine, should be a little bit more competitive, if not very competitive, because even though Dorado are above CCG in the standings right now, beat down, CCG is a roster that has achieved some of the highest highs in the league and some of the lowest lows in the league, being able to take a game off of Luminosity Gaming of all rosters.
Yeah, that did happen. True, and Dorado Gaming here, I think have really scaled really nicely into the split. So I think easy shoutouts, Kaido Sushi as really well-performing rookies into the split. And over on CCG, yeah, highs and lows is a really good way to describe it, but they're honestly in a not-so-great position here into the standings. A loss here would almost guarantee that they also would be eliminated from from playoff contention, having to go down to the promotion relegation tournament to make their way back into NACL next year. So this match is really important for them.
A win here at least puts them up to bat against Blue Otter and puts the pressure on the Otters to win their game later today against, I want to say, Citadel at the end of our show day. And
yes,
we're split on the broadcast here, Beatdown. I know, I think you mentioned earlier
that
I
wanted
you didn't get to change your prediction. Yeah, you wanted to. So I'll allow it.
Thank you.
This is an official Beatdown vote for Dorado, so it's only just me and Cubby in the CCG camp. I guess to explain myself, since me and Cubby are the ones on the the sus side of the prediction matchup. If you take a match off of Luminosity Gaming, you can beat any team in the league.
Fair.
That's just where I'm at. Best of ones.
Thank you.
Anyone can. We got the Dorado fixed up.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I think there's some good individual talent on this roster for CCG. I just feel like they haven't really gotten together yet. And I was telling you this before we went live. Yeah, upsets are a pretty big deal, but when we're in a best-of-1 format, it's just not as... There's not as much weight to it for me. Because, in best-of-1s, things can happen. You can end up with a really good draft. There is no recourse if you fall behind, and you end up being in an untenable position. So can CCG actually repeat that is really what I'm looking for here. And part of what made me want to switch to Dorado before the show started was the fact that Dorado played a really clean game yesterday. Yeah, it wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better than I expected from them. and they're a team that I've honestly become very quickly much more excited about, especially given the performance of Kaido and Sushi as the newer players who I've shouted out. I think everyone top to bottom is playing really well, but the fact that these two, I think, are really showing up, especially Sushi, who had a rough start, has been really exciting. Shochi, consistently the GOAT, you know, as longtime NACL viewers will know and understand. So I think this team is in a pretty good spot, and if they win, they'll be at 4 wins and guaranteed playoffs.
Yeah, Dorado, if they take the dub off the CCG, they lock themselves into the bracket, and they do not have to worry about, you know, a nightmare scenario of missing out and having to play for their lives for the 2026 season. All 3 bans have come from both sides of the table here. Pantheon and Trundle are available and still beat down, even with the small nerf on Pantheon's monster damage. A lot of junglers are still prioritizing this guy as the go-to jungler to pick up.
I think it's for very good reason, because at the end of the day, everything that's great about Pantheon is still great. So the fact that, I mean, you still have a pretty good clear, you have a lot of team fight potential, and it only feels like that increases as the game goes on, especially when you consider that Grand Starfall and your ability to play the sides really nicely.
You just have so much proactivity early on, and that insurance and flexibility is always super nice. CCG answer with Orianna and Wukong, so this is already 2 powerful ultimates being locked in and have great synergy together. Cyclone into Shockwave, that's a wombo combo if I've ever seen one. Dorado will lock in there. More than likely, mid laner of choice into the Orianna can still be Flex, and as you called out in the first game beatdown, the Aurora can be a great matchup into Rumble if that is what CCG decides to pick up for Crimson in this 3rd pick. But Dorado are not even going to wait.
It's a hover. Don't believe it. Okay, now they've locked it in. As you were.
Aurora atop for Ariana, which I believe yesterday he had a spectacular Aurora performance against Blue Otter as well. So this just might be a little bit of a return to form. Dorado just trying to play with what works.
Yeah, so it'll be very interesting. I don't see much Aurora blind these days, so I think that's why you're seeing Crimson just automatically go for something like the Scion. I think it ends up being a pretty nice pick because you're still just going to have a lot of utility. You won't necessarily have push, but the idea here, I think, is that you're going to keep stacking health. You're going to get tankier. The MR is going to be really valuable because you're looking at AP solo laners. And at this point, I think CCG probably looking to pinch Sushi's pool a little bit, remove some of those late game high carry type champions. I think Senna is fine. I'm wondering if we'll see the Kaisa ban as well, because Sushi's been doing really well on that one lately, and I would think it would fit with what Dorado has.
Yeah, Dorado would feel pretty darn comfortable just diving and going forward. There are a few ultimates that could make it a little tricky to get past, but if you identify whatever backline that Shogo decides to opt in for in the 4th and 5th pick of this draft, then that would be a nice call out here. Meanwhile, for CCG, things that they want to secure for themselves, you're already seeing a lot of the priorities on the support bands. Maybe another 80 carry band thrown towards Sushi's way, as you called out, could be that Kaisa. Oh, it's the Yunara. We have been seeing a little bit more Yunara around the world, not just here in NACL.
Yeah, it's true. So I think this ends up being fine. Again, just one of those late game carries that I was talking about. It does fit the bill. It does open up, again, the Kaisa for Sushi that I think he's been playing really well on so far. Last ban there. I like it for the Lucian because I think that was Lulu out of the picture. I think it was they were going to go for something like Lucian Milio or something along those lines. So just remove that option.
The mobility of Lucian and someone like Shogo, who has been able to really show up and put on some monster Lucian performances, is definitely understandable. Now, this early Recon lock-in could set up for a Xayah, and this allows CCG to be flexible in saying, you know what, Dorado, we already feel like they're trying to all in on the dive team identity. This now sets up for an easy Xayah kind of slam dunk and could put everything together as our team just wants to kite backwards, get to the objectives first, and receive the engages, and then counter engage.
Oh, but right as we say that, Nico's coming through. So it is a lot more a lot more team fight power with that AoE, but what's the marksman? Like, you need something that's going to do a lot of consistent damage, something that's going to be able to rip through the Scion, and something that's going to be able to keep your team going after that initial combo comes out here.
If you're trying to bust down the Scion, I definitely would
I think
not
it's just
advocate for
Kai'Sa.
Jhin.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think our predictions came true for the most part. Beatdown, you called it pretty much early on from the second round of bans. The Kai'Sa was being set up nicely for this pretty holistic dive composition that Dorado have set for themselves up, and naturally, Shogo will just answer with the Xayah. So now, unlike last game where both of the teams had pretty reasonable or pretty comparable and similar power spikes in the game, I feel like this is much more clear that CCG would like a little bit more time to scale up, because then they can overtake Dorado when it comes to the later stages of the game, as they have a true front line in this Scion, whereas Dorado, they're really trying to blast this game open in the first 1 or 2 spikes.
See, it's interesting. I have a slightly different view. I think Dorado's comp is very powerful in the late game, but it's, you know, there's an asterisk, because there's going to be a lot of it's a lot about the execution, because there are a lot of good team fight tools that CCG are working with, and this comp is very straightforward front to back. So with that in mind, Dorado Gaming, they need to be very intelligent on how they use a lot of their cooldowns, not using them all at once necessarily. I think a great example was yesterday in Luminosity Gaming's match, where Zeyzal was also playing the Nico, and I think he used that Pop Blossom, very intelligently to deny, you know, certain key aspects of Winthrop's engage during that match. So I think that kind of intelligence is going to be really important for Dorado Gaming to make full use of this comp in that late game. But should they be able to do so, I think late game is all theirs.
I like how you said that it does matter upon execution, because when the game goes later and later and you're operating squishier champions, you have less room for error. With CCG, game goes later and later on for something like a Scion, you just gotta stand there and take up space. Yep. You've got so much health to play with, but obviously you are relying on your team to be able to follow up and put in the damage while you are taking damage for them as that meat shield. But y'all, everyone in the chat, it is time to decide who you think is going to be taking this game between CCG or Dorado Gaming. Hashtag dog for the Dorado side of things, or hashtag CCG if you are aligned with the boys in orange. Let's see where everyone falls.
Right, and this is a big deal again for both these teams. Dorado Gaming, they have a chance right here and now to be able to lock themselves into top 8, avoid the promotion relegation tournament, and of course, be able to participate in playoffs. CCG, this win won't guarantee them, but it'll really keep them in the fight and give them a chance to control their own destiny, because as we said at top of show, 4 wins is that magic number right now, unless your name is Winthrop University. So CCG, they win today, they win tomorrow, that's it. They have full control, and they say, guys, we're making playoffs, don't worry.
But I will give Dorado the big guaranteed advantage over is just the amount of proactivity you're going to have in the first few levels of the game. One of the things that we constantly talk about for Wukong is skirmishing is all right. It's not like he doesn't have good stats early on, but the lack of CC does deny him the ability to make plays, and it really does push the burden of execution to him on finding counter gank options rather than trying to force options, since there's not many places that he can attack that is guaranteed to find a kill if the CC doesn't land from his lanes. It's not like, you know, things are set up for music to be able to guarantee things happening. And I think one of the big caveats about CCG, I know I voted for them to win this game, but I think one of the caveats that we have seen is that early game can be very, very game impacting for CCG on how they do for the rest of the game. When they were able to beat Luminosity earlier on in the regular season, it's because Music had a monster early game, just being able to find Tomio on pretty much every single look that he went for, overturning it, giving Young and Shogo a massive boost early on, and it was just the momentum they needed. But for Dorado Gaming, they've been just ramping up and playing better and better with every split, whereas CCG, it has been a little bit Polarizing, so it is time to see how it all unfolds here between Dorado and CCG. Let's hit the rift.
And again, really important match for both these teams. One wants to make sure they can guarantee playoffs, and the other need to get this win so they can be on the road to guaranteeing that spot for themselves. We are at the end of the split, essentially. Only today and tomorrow left, so there is still a lot of room for shuffling in the standings, and not many teams are currently safe at the moment.
Yeah, there's a big soup on the bottom half of the standings there that even though we expect that CCG and Blue Otter being the next two teams with the lowest amount of wins in the column to be the ones falling victim to it, this is best of ones be down. Anything could happen, and if CCG and Blue Otter both show up in both of their respective matches today, then things could get very interesting for Dorado or Citadel in that aspect. So we're going to have to see if Dorado and Citadel are able to lock in and guarantee themselves into playoffs with just one more win under their belt, or if we start seeing some of the crazy timelines. So far, Dorado opting in for an early invade. I like this look from Kaido. Music walking over, realizing, hey, wait a minute.
Hold on.
This guy's trying to take my chicken nuggets. And Kaido is able to at least pull off the Q smite to guarantee the big raptor for himself. But Young is walking over
Kaido's
first,
level 2.
so now Kaido is going to be in trouble. He hits level 2, but at what cost? But the flash
Got him.
commit from Shochi means that they get first blood for the Pantheon, and now Young just does not have enough base damage. He's only level 1, trying to flash forward to look for the auto attacks, as well as another command attack, and it's enough that Young is able to equalize the board.
If that empowered Q went down, then Young would have also died, so really clutch of him to be able to show up. So I do want to give credit to Music and Young. I think Young communicated the position Shochi joined the lane from, so that gave away that something wasn't right. So Music takes that opportunity, checks the Raptors, and turns it into this one-for-one situation. Really, the only downside is that Music did end up losing out basically on the entire camp, and that's it.
Take a look back at the replay, as you called it, because Young was communicating where Shochi was coming from. He's the first one that is able to collapse first, and this does guarantee that it ends up being a one-for-one, because when Shochi shows up, could you imagine if it was the other way around where Young is not able to join earlier? This could have been absolutely disastrous for CCG and just a monster early game advantage for Dorado to start off the game.
And I will say, small criticism for Shochi, not holding on to the Q, not really thinking about the flash there from Young. I think that would have been another way to secure that kill. But I mean, overall, the fact that Young was so low, had to back an unfortunate circumstance. You can see the difference in farm between the mid laners at the moment here. So I think in a small way, Dorado Gaming do come out on top in this one-for-one.
And difference in farm, one might even say that could be a pro diff.
Oh,
and speaking of pro diff,
yeah,
if you want to get some personalized one-on-one coaching from pros, either from the NACL, the LTA, even the ERLs, make sure to check out prodiff.gg. As, hang on, we might have a little bit of action on the bottom side of the map,
it's fine. It's fine.
looks like everything is totally okay. Are we going to see
flash.
another pro diff happen
No
in
flash.
the mid lane? Kaido, knowing that there's no flash on Young's Orianna. Music is here for the counter game, but like we said before, there's not a lot of CC for playmaking. Music only can dash in, get a quick bonk on Shochi's head, and is forced to take the walk of shame back into his jungle.
Yeah, and what a brutal wave position, too. I think Shochi, if he clears out this wave well enough, he can actually set up a little bit of a freeze there and just continue to deny more from Young. You can already see this advantage really start to grow in mid lane. So it's a nice move there from Kaido to continue creating this advantage for his mid laner. And I think, again, that's why I shout him out as one of the players on this team who I think has been performing really well, especially in their last couple of matches. It feels like he's making a lot of the right decisions in the early game, and I love the fact that Kaido, bro, he just does not miss these 50-50s. He has so many objective steals, and I think that kind of clutch in these best-of-one situations where, you know, that one smite at the right place can be such a difference maker, especially when you think of big objectives like Otacon, Baron. Yeah.
And Kaido is doing a great job of just continuously bullying Music in his own jungle, denying resources away. In the grand scheme of things, Music is still doing a decent job of keeping up in camps. Sometimes it can always feel a little annoying to have your big camps like the red buff or blue buff stolen away. But this is the type of early game pace that Dorado wants to set. And when we go back to what we were talking about CCG and some of their losses, it seems like they can be evolved from very, very disastrous early game deficits. It is not a disastrous deficit at the moment for CCG, but it is definitely on track to be one, given how active Kaido has been and how ahead Shochi has been able to propel as a result of it.
Yeah, and it's really interesting too, like how important both of these junglers are for this team. I think Music, as a player, was someone we gave a lot of credit to when he first debuted in NACL on Blue Otter for having a lot of really good early game plays, being able to find advantages for himself and his laners. But this game, that really hasn't been the case just because of how that early invade started out and the advantage Kaido's been able to create because of that situation.
Like we said before, the Pantheon Wukong matchup, you have so much more agency and playmaking potential before level 6 when the Cyclone is available for Wukong. Not to say that Wukong can't scrap, but you're kind of at the mercy of what Dorado decide to do. And CCG, maybe we're hoping that they would be dodging out on some of these early skirmishes, or Dorado would not be nearly as proactive, but they've done a decent job. And Kaido trying to still match Music wherever he is on the map, now looking for maybe something on the bottom side, as Shogo and Fadi-chan doing the best they can to absorb this wave, as Kaido now makes his way into the river. Music.
Oh! The clone absorbs the flash stun from Kaido. Shochi does go over the wall, but the shockwave is going to bring him down to nearly 200 HP. Dorado Gaming fumble the bag here, and Kaido's surrounded on all fronts. Sushi tries to arrive to the party and assist his jungler, but that is a massive turn for CCG.
Yeah, I'd agree. That is a massive fumble there from Dorado Gaming. I mean, so much changes if Kaido is able to actually land that empowered Aegis Assault, but he doesn't. And this whole thing falls apart, giving CCG more kills to work with, and of course, they secure that first dragon.
So crucial for CCG to be able to hang on. A little bit of fighting now that Shogo and Fadi-chan feel comfortable taking the 2v2 since Shogo did hit level 6 first. Sushi, no access to the Killer Instinct. Not enough to threaten Mixture and Sushi, but Music coming from the Dragon should be able to at least hover and give Shogo and Fadi-chan the reprieve necessary to push in this wave.
Yep, Sushi, you're really scaring me there for a moment, but knows because of the control word that was there that he is being watched. So it's just going to give the space for Shogo and Fadi-chan to get a good back, but because they're only just recalling now, it does give Kaido that opportunity to probably grab the first two, if not all grubs, especially considering Music is just walking back down to hit up his respawn blue buff and his blue side quadrant. So that is actually a small win there for the side of Dorado Gaming. And particularly useful if Orianna continues to gain the advantages that they're working with so far. As you can see, 20 CS up. They are going to be a very competent duelist later on into the game, and with this kind of lead, they're going to be one that's hard to match. So having all three grubs is really going to allow him to do more damage in the side lane if left unchecked.
Would allow Dorado to have that global split pushing pressure with maybe a 1-3-1 setup if Ariana and Shoshi continue to be at least ahead of the item curve. Music trying to invade this bottom side jungle and take some camps away, but the rest of Dorado have all assembled and collapsed. Shogo's now matching. Fadi-chan is on the chase. Where's this Grand Star Power going? They're trying to look for Shogo since he didn't have the Featherstorm. Stun on to Shogo, but he's very deep, and it doesn't really seem like the rest of Dorado can really follow up, so he has to take the Blast Cone over the wall. He's way too low. The Krugs are hurting him. Cyclone coming in. There's a teleport coming in from Crimson as he gets the knock-up on a Shochi, and CCG are starting to turn this game on its head after what should have been a very detrimental deficit that Dorado Gaming had manufactured.
Yeah, big clutch fight coming through here. Kaido. Oh, he's actually fine. He's fine.
Okay. Calm down, Music.
Q.
Oh, Sushi with the Killer Instinct. Oh, but Crimson smashes him with the Q. And Sushi's forced to flash over the wall.
CCG are winning out on a lot of these flips, but now Ariana has joined the fray. He's going to W over the wall. Music should die here without Ariana even needing to use the ultimate. Could save it for a follow-up on this play. W in, trying to solve for as much time as he can. Shochi now arrives with Weaver's wall. Ariana gets a double kill before he falls. Shogo trying to kite this one out. Featherstorm now available again, but Crimson will not survive. Beatdown, this is an all-out brawl, and I'm here for it.
I love it. We are scrapping at every second, and I'll give some credit to Dorado Gaming. I thought it was a mistake to continue perpetuating that fight, but they actually managed to clutch it out. A lot of credit to Oriana for that double kill before going down. And it is actually going to ensure that Sushi can get a wave in and is able to pick up gold off of that assist. So I mean, the game is still in a pretty dead even state. 200 gold is meaningless. So it's really hard to say who has the advantage right now.
Part of me wants to say that CCG really benefit from that because, as we talked about before, the early deficit that Dorado gave to them at the jungle seems like they could have easily snowballed that into something that was just not overcomable from the side of CCG. But Music has now hit Trinity Force on Wukong. That's a big spike for the Monkey King. CCG also picked up Yuntal arrows for Shogo, so some of the big names on this roster, the ones that we have talked continuously about in previous splits, being on worse rosters, now potentially being on a team that can really support them. This is now the time where CCG are at the bottom of the standings, where fate is in their hands. They now have the item spikes into the positions of players that could make the difference for them.
Yeah, and honestly, you look at some of these players on CCG, and they're ones we've had pretty high opinions of. Shogo is a player where it feels like every split since he won CLOL with St. Thomas was the Shogo waiting room, but hold on.
Dorado Gaming are trying to put a stop to the Shogo train right now. Flash from Kaido trying to look for that stun, but will not find anything. So Fadi-chan and Shogo are able to get out into 2v3.
That's going to be it. Music is nearby. So it could be an opportunity for him to go for a gank, especially with this dragon coming up soon. Only 30 seconds. CCG could have the potential to be halfway to a Dragon Soul. Music, only thing is he doesn't have flash.
Now Fadi-chan has the assistance of Music. Mixture with the Pop Blossom will stall out the fight. Fadi-chan taking a lot of damage, but still it is CCG coming out on top, eliminating the bot lane of Dorado.
Honestly, that wasn't played too badly by Sushi and Mixture, but CCG, they just played it better. Especially props to Music for being able to grab that kill with the Q at the end. And that should just give them everything they need to go ahead and start this dragon right now. They got a wave in. Bot lane is also huge. Kaido's going to be the one who has to collect it. Meaning that's golden experience Sushi is not getting.
CCG with 2 dragons to the name. This accelerates the pace of the game nicely for them, even though we kind of talked about how this Scion would like the game to go later. Hang on, we're fighting again in the mid lane. Shochi losing a lot of HP. It did come at the cost of a Featherstorm, but Shochi will be forced to recall. Thankfully, his bot lane is here to pick up the wave.
Yeah, so at least Sushi will be able to get something, but overall, you can see the power of CCG really starting to grow, especially now that almost everyone's hit that first item. Shogo is doing a lot. Music is doing so much as well. And honestly, even though Sushi is going that AD build for the Kaisa, there is that mixed damage as well. So all the MR is so valuable on the side of CCG, and you can see it right now. Some of the carries from Dorado Gaming, they're not in that position yet where they really do a lot of work. Like Sushi in particular. Kaisa, you know, you're waiting for 2-3 items before she starts to rip everybody apart, even tanks.
Yeah, you're really relying on this top side and their one-item spikes to be that early bridge. And so Sushi can kind of be the late-game insurance policy if everything goes wrong. So the fact that CCG have been undeterred, made a decent turn of events in the dragon fight mishap that we saw around the 5-minute mark, and now find themselves 2,000 gold ahead. This is pretty good pacing for the CCG squad.
Yeah, it is. And the fact that they also have 2 dragons to their name, they're able to secure this Rift Herald. It should give them a really good shot at getting the 3rd one. And that's the whole point. I mean, it's the perfect setup they need to put Dorado Gaming in a situation where they're going to be forced to try and face check into CCG if they get that proper setup around this 4th dragon. But it's a lot of ifs, maybes, possiblies. Depends on how well CCG are going to be able to play out that situation. Right now, the vision they have in and around that Rift Herald is quite good. So you got to imagine they should at least be able to have that first touch.
Dorado are, for the most part, positioned on the bottom side of the map. Kaido taking a base could always join at a moment's notice thanks to the Grand Starfall. All the global mobility that Dorado has at their disposal does give them the flexibility to make fast rotations, which is why CCG are already the first ones here. Dorado trying to favor themselves in being able to walk in and contest CCG as Rift Herald now being started.
Yeah, and again, that first look. Oh, hold on.
Oh, Shockwave and Grand Entrance. Okay, well, if Kaido dies, that should be the Rift Herald guaranteed over to CCG. No Smite contest available now for Dorado.
I mean, wow. They just kind of crumbled on the side of Dorado Gaming. So it's going to be a really easy Rift Herald take for CCG, and all those implications are coming through that we were mentioning. Should be a good setup for getting that 3rd dragon, that soul point. Very valuable. And the fact that they can dive now.
Ariana in trouble. Oh, nice Grand Entrance from Fadi-chan being able to pick up Ariana on the way out. Flashing away as Shochi's trying to at least turn the tides of the battle here, forcing Crimson to flash away. It's enough time as the turret shots were starting to ramp up a little too much. Ariana is bailed out, will be forced to base, but at the end of the day, Dorado do not drop their top laner.
Yeah, and it did still give them an opportunity to almost take down this tier 1 turret entirely and force Ariana's flash so that it's something that can be punished in the incoming dragon fight in a minute 20's time. And that's where everybody's got to set their focus now. Infernal Soul, even Infernal Soul Point, not something either team wants to let go. So what's Dorado Gaming going to do to try and stop this one from going down? And, you know, the difficult answer to that question mark is unless they get a really good angle where Mixture gets a huge Pop Blossom, I think they don't get this dragon.
I agree, Beatdown, because we talked about it, how these compositions kind of function into each other before. If CCG are the first ones there, it's very easy for them to force Dorado to engage onto them, and they can just easily receive and counter-engage on their turns. Cyclone and Shockwave can be used as great deterrents. Shogo has the Featherstorm, but a good pick-off early could at least give Dorado the upper hand. Now Young, making sure not to burn the Shockwave, but is down a flash for this fight.
It does make him a little more vulnerable. It is traded for Kaido's flash. I will say I respect Kaido using that flash on cooldown, literally, to try and find any sort of situation he can. But Kaido now went for that recall. They are going to be late to this Drake, but if they want to be going for it, they still have the Grand Starfall to be working with.
Oh, they're voicing the fight here, looking for Mixture and just making sure that there is no Pop Blossom usage available. Mixture forced to flash and use his heal spell as well. Mixture.
That's...
He's not dead, Beatdown. Mixture could still try and send it.
He could. It would have to be a really good angle because now Mixture is low health, no heal, has no flash. Because I think that flash Pop Blossom is what's really needed to make this one work. But you can see Kaido looking like he's wrapping his way around. They got to go for this, so...
There's no Cyclone for music. I think Dorado should look for the fight here. Weaver's Wall comes out, maybe a little preemptively from Shochi, but it does stall the dragon. And now Dorado will look for an angle to try and take the dragon for themselves. CCG are going to shift their attention to look for first brick instead. And if Dorado don't take this dragon fast enough, maybe there's enough time for CCG to rotate back into the pit.
Looking like it is. Music is here. Oh my God, this is gonna get crazy, Mark. I hope you're ready to. I was gonna say I hope you're ready to play-by-play the hell out of this, but it's looking like there's no need. They wasted enough time, ensuring no one was gonna leave, so that Young is gonna very easily collect that top tier 1 turret in exchange.
CCG going for the map gold trade, saying, you know what? We already put pressure on Dorado to force this dragon away from us. They're losing so many waves on the top side. They lost waves in mid. They lost 2 turrets off the back of it. It's a massive gold swing for CCG that they can continue to push the boundaries of this advantage that they have over Dorado.
Yeah, that's right. They weren't able to knock down the tier 2, but that is a lot of damage done. So if they're able to repeat this sort of scenario, they'll be able to knock down that turret rather easily. I think that's what CCG have earned by stacking those early Drakes and creating the situation where Dorado had to commit basically all they had to deny that third Drake. But Dorado Gaming, even if they get it, they're not out of the woods yet. They're down 3,000 gold. We're seeing critical power spikes come through for the side of CCG. That IE for Shogo is going to be huge. That second item for Young and even Crimson is going to become like a wall against the team of Dorado Gaming. Is going to be very impactful.
Yeah, Dorado are down in item spikes almost across the board here. No, not a single member has second items, whereas CCG, Infinity Edge for Shogo as the big one you called out. I think this is a fight that CCG are going to be feeling very favored and advantageous in taking. So they're setting up the waves in both mid. Top wave already seems to be content on their side of things. Just trying to match the push onto the bottom side of the map and take up space. Shochi actually goes for a massive chunk onto Young. There's no flash on the Orianna before. That's a big pickup for Dorado, and we'll stall out this Otacon. Maybe give advantage over to Dorado to be the ones to force the issue.
Yeah. I mean, the timing is good, and if Young, even if Young teleports back, he still won't have the shockwave right away. So there is an angle here if Dorado Gaming want to focus this. Shochi has to immediately TP back, and it's looking like he's going to do just that, so they're going to force this.
There's no Between Worlds, there's no Weaver's Wall, but Dorado still feel favored since it is the 5-on-4. Music is sitting on top of a ward. Dorado will be able to at least do their best to make sure this jungler from CCG does not get a chance to pull off a miracle steal. They have control wards in the pit. Music is going. Flash Cyclone right on top of Kaido, trying to take out the Pantheon before the Otacon gets low. But Kaido, with his dying breath, is able to secure the Otacon for Dorado. But CCG have Young coming in for reinforcements as they're looking for more kills after taking out Mixture. But if Dorado don't lose any more members, this is still a big win for the Dogs.
And this is what I mean. Kaido just secures these objectives, but still losing 2 in the process, and this tier 2 turret because Dorado are forced to back is a really hefty loss. Luckily, Orianna can TP and defend it by clearing this wave, but still, it's a very narrow victory there for Dorado Gaming. It is still a very powerful buff. The experience is much needed after how these last 5 or 10 minutes have gone, but CCG, I mean, they waste no time. They shift mid, they'll shift back bot, and that's another turret in their pockets. Ooh, scary.
4 members dedicated to the push here. That should do the trick. It's a big objective that Dorado secure for themselves, but as you called out, they still have a lot of ground to make up for when it comes to the gold advantage, as Kaido and Sushi trying to make magic happen onto Young. He just got his flash back up, and it's already burned again.
No, I mean, I like that angle there. The fact that they all, on the side of CCG, I mean, they basically tell on themselves by Fadi-chan going for that grand entrance does mean they can go for the dive mid and this turret top. So that is actually a pretty nice exchange going for Dorado Gaming. I think the best one they've had in these last 10 minutes.
Is allowing Dorado to still be within striking range against CCG despite the gold deficit. Because if you look at these item spikes, second items should be coming in soon now for a majority of the carries here, despite CCG hitting them first. Our next big objective is another Dragon in 40 seconds, but it's also the Baron in just under 2 minutes time here, beatdown. And because Dorado were able to deny Soul Point away from CCG, they have a lot more freedom in being able to choose which objective they feel forced to take, and CCG don't have that leverage over them anymore.
Right, and at least what CCG are working with right now is control over that Dragon Pit. They should have first touch. You can see now that Orianna is just trying to cover some space on that bottom tri-brush, but really what matters here is the fact that Sushi's hit that second item.
Oh, they just go straight onto Sushi, forcing him to flash. Cyclone was already used. Shockwave, decent damage onto Shochi. Orianna now about to join the fray. Hasn't found a good angle yet to pop Between Worlds. Kaido has been isolated, and CCG will do away with the jungler of Dorado. There's no Baron up for the taking, but this should be CCG going up the Soul Point.
I mean, that proactivity from CCG guarantees them this third Dragon. So now they have Infernal Soul Point to play for there. And it was a really nice play, just to be able to use that control you have over this red quadrant from Dorado Gaming's jungle, just to make sure that you're able to... Oh, hold on. Wow, seriously?
Fadi-chan!
He literally just guessed.
Guys, help!
We need to bail out Rakad. Someone give
He
us
is
a
ultimate
battle
flash.
dance.
Oh, the Infernal. Okay, that's a
Wait,
right.
they're turning the fight? Oh, this would be crazy. But Young is here. He doesn't have Shockwave, but it's just...
I mean, we got
That
a little
is-
too excited.
That's kind of awesome. I thought Fadi-chan was in danger of being forced to flash or something. I did not expect CCG to just turn the fight there and get another kill. But oh boy, beatdown. Well, you know, I thought Dorado were gonna be in a closer position. I don't know if that really changes much here.
So they should have had on paper like a pretty good chance at that dragon. But again, I don't know if we'll see a replay on it. But the fact that CCG, they use the position that they're controlling this red side quadrant, forced the play onto Sushi, who finally hit that item spike you're really hoping for as Kaisa. So to remove him from the fight, create a situation where you kill the jungler is huge. Oh, wow.
You know what's also a huge beatdown is CCG getting this pick onto Ariana's Aurora, right as the Baron is on their side of the map for the picking. And Kaido showing on the bot side means that CCG, it's time to rip this Baron. Yes, Kaido can try and look for a Grand Starfall, but if I'm Crimson, maybe you try and stop this Pantheon from getting in range and just try to interrupt him.
I mean, it doesn't look like there's going to be a real chance for that because there's no angle, there are no pings. They're just going to go ahead and drop the Baron, and I think that ends up being the right decision because there just wasn't a world where they're in a good position to fight it out. But it's brutal for them because now CCG, they balloon this gold lead. They're in a very strong position this game here at 4,000, almost 5K up.
And Young is pushing away on the top side. Even though this guy has been a punching bag for Dorado a few times this game, he has still done his job of trying to push the advantage on the side lanes, getting gold for the rest of the team, and still putting in the work when he looks for those shockwaves. CCG as a whole on Soul Point with Baron buff in their pockets. 6,000 gold ahead, beat down. This is now a very strong position to be fighting from, and for Dorado, they are down to, I imagine, one last good fight before it is done and sealed for CCG.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on that one. Even, it's probably too soon to call it now, but with this Baron buff, CCG, they have the ability to do so much damage. There are still tier 2 turrets to work with. That's so much more gold. The fact that they're hitting 3rd item spikes, building their way towards 4th very soon, is going to set them up to be so much more powerful for this dragon fight. So Dorado's way back in it. It's going to have to be a big committed play where they throw all their resources at one lane and see if they can actually get some shutdowns here. Because if they just let the game play as is going into this next dragon, they will lose it. They will lose the game.
Nicely done by Fadi trying to bait out some cooldowns with the grand entrance. The Fuel Talia combo does not find anything. Decent chunk on the mixture as CCG trying to make this siege happen. One more fight at this state of the game could give them the angle to keep fate into their own hands and controlling their destiny and trying to lock in one of the last spots into the playoff bracket. Dorado, they're down a lot of gold. Their backs are against the wall. But the game is not over until the Nexus falls as Crimson sends it with the unstoppable onslaught, looking for the big target. Shochi is the first one to fall. Oh, someone send someone to check out on Destrux's co-stream to make sure he's doing okay. This might not be a good day to be Eric Beltran as CCG pushing now strong 5 versus 4. Good Shockwave, good night Ariana, and CCG have done everything they needed to put the finishing touches on this match. CCG pushing into the Nexus towers. One nice kill back. Pop Blossom onto 3. Wait a minute, Sushi. Can he cook here? Can he survive? But CCG are hitting the Nexus, and it's curtains for Dorado. CCG take the game.
And I really want to credit CCG for, I think, how well they played this game overall, but particularly, there were a couple key moments where they would take these fights very aggressive and very deliberate and immediate. They basically made it so that there was really no response to be had for the side. Oh, come on, man. Like, that's... Okay, well, I was wrong, so I'll hug that. It happens to the best of us. What was I saying? CCG played good.
all I gotta say is, during the break, I'm gonna go over to Cubby's co-stream, and then I'm just gonna give them a handshake emoji.
True.
We called it right on this one. But
We did.
the way that game played out, it was such a promising start for Dorado. I loved the angle they went for on the invade early. They had a massive advantage trying to bolster up Shoji against Young. He was a target this match that obviously Dorado kept going for over and over again, but in the end, it is CCG that remain resilient and are able to punish Dorado where they overstepped their boundaries. And in the end, we now get the chance to see who is your MVP candidate for this game. Crimson, Music, and Shogo, let us know in the chat, y'all. I have no personal stake in who gets MVP. I will say that as soon as they turned around that fight and Kaido got a flash stun on a clone, I think Music had the mental advantage right there.
True.
Mental advantage right there, baby. I don't know if you've got any stake on who you think should be getting MVP beat down.
I mean, I think everyone played well. I'd probably put it on Music. We know in his time with Blue Otter, he played a big leadership role there too. I can't imagine it's much different on this team, and there were a lot of good decisions made this game by CCG to really push their advantages much further than expected. So I gotta give him credit for that.
Talked about how important it was for CCG to have strong early game setups, and thought it was going to be disastrous, but they turned it around, and in the end, they are triumphant. We're going to be taking a short break, y'all. When we come back, it's going to be our interview with CCG and Game 3 heading your way. welcome back, y'all. We are winding down on the events of Game 2 between CCG and Dorado Gaming, where CCG walked away triumphant, even though it was a clutch Otacon secure from the side of Kaido. It was Music running the show with CCG and the boys in orange at the end of the day. And I might still be the only one back here yet, so we're gonna monologue for a bit until Beatdown can rejoin me back on the broadcast here, but kind of give you all a little bit of a quick recap as I do see Beatdown. Oh, Beatdown! Are you here, buddy?
Hello, I've made it. Oh my god.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
sorry, it was the shame of my wrong prediction. You know, I had to run away for a little bit. It happens.
Understandable. But winding down in the game, we got our MVP votes in. We have yet to see who walked away with it at the end of the day. But this just to kind of put some finishing touches here. This does mean that CCG have kept their chances to make a playoff berth still alive after this win.
Yes, absolutely. And they're already in a good spot with this win. But what really is going to be the difference maker for them is if they win their match tomorrow. Because right now, as they are at 3-6, you know, there's a little bit of watching the other matches if they lose tomorrow to decide how it goes. But if they win and get to that magic number 4, they're going to do good. They're going to make it.
They could cook. And what's for me is so exciting that it is against Blue Otter as well, which is the other team that is trying to vie for that playoff berth spot as well. So that matchup might be the most important one to end our final week of the regular season here in NACL. How awesome is that?
Pretty amazing, because it's really it really sucks when the matches on the last day don't matter, because teams don't really take advantage of that and do anything insane. So the fact that a lot of the games tomorrow matter is really exciting.
Yeah, and speaking of former Blue Otter alumni who have now joined another team in CCG, we have the one and only Music from the Jungle joining us here on the interview desk. First of all, welcome back to the interview slot, now this time dressed in orange for CCG. The last time we saw you, but one of the things I mentioned, Music, we were talking a little bit, we're both wearing relatively long sleeve shirts. What's the temperature like over where you're living at right now?
Right now I'm in Texas. It's like 100 degrees.
Oh,
I was gonna go,
hell
God.
no!
Yeah.
You're
It's a
getting
bit hot.
cooked
Bro,
out
or
there.
what?
Yeah, I'm a sweaty person, so I'm suffering, you know. But it's what it is.
You know you don't have to, right? Like, t-shirts exist. I'm wearing one. See?
Unfortunately,
Short
yeah.
sleeve.
I mean, this is not enough.
Oh, it
you
is
know?
a t-shirt. It is a t-shirt. Sorry, I don't know why. I thought it was long sleeve. Mark baited me, so t-shirt I understand. Then you know.
Oh,
nothing
okay,
you can do.
it looked longer from my point of view, but Music, this quick side tangent. Who's the little guy?
Oh,
Who's the
yeah,
little
sure.
guy? I just saw a little dog walk on by.
Okay.
Yes!
This is my girlfriend's dog Domo. Hello.
Nice.
Hello.
How old is he?
Oh, such a cute
Yeah,
little dog.
she's like 13.
Oh, she's there.
She's
Oh,
very
wow.
old.
Oh,
Yeah, she's old.
little lady. Oh, that's so
That's
sweet.
awesome. Okay. League of Legends related question.
Yes.
This is your team's 3rd win. There was some struggles in the beginning. We're only looking from the outside, so can you speak on a little bit about what was going on with these guys? Because individually, you're all very good players, but the wins weren't really coming at the beginning.
I don't think we had good growth. I think it's kind of disappointing. I feel like even though we can make playoffs, I'm not like satisfied. I feel like we're just bad. So like I don't even see the point of playing playoffs. Rather relegate, you know. We'd rather be a good team. So
Yeah.
I feel like we need to be in playoffs. We need to deserve it. So like we need to show up. We need to win. We need to improve. Like I think we're not having good gameplay, and I feel like also because of the slump we had, our confidence is like a bit down. So this one definitely helps. You know, I just think we're doing really stupid mistakes, and it's not being like. We need to improve, you know, it needs to be productive, we need to have growth, so I'm hoping we get there, you know, for playoffs.
Yeah.
I appreciate the transparency. You know, sometimes you don't always get that from a lot of players. One of the things I want to quickly mention as we are short on time for the interview, Music, you are going up against Blue Otter tomorrow. This is your former org, and because you got such a confidence win in this match against Dorado, what are some of the things that you just want to make sure that you and your teammates do in what could be your last game of the season?
I mean, I just hope we expose them. They play the same champions. They play Rakan, Rumble, Olaf, I don't know. All the one tricks on that team. my former teammates. So hopefully we just expose them, you know, see what happens. I don't really expect much of a fight from them. Their only win since they got Cryra was an auto win. So yeah, we'll see. I think they'll keep that losing streak going for us. It'd be pretty nice.
Fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is.
Hey,
Sorry.
it is what it is. I
Once
respect that.
again, I love the fact that you're always bold and you just say it how it is, music in your interviews. Always an entertaining one to have here on the desk. Before we let you go, any shout outs or last words?
Yeah, shout out to my girlfriend supporting me and the dog Domo for yeah, there she is. There's my girlfriend and the dog is following her. So shout out for her for supporting me and the dog, and for my teammates for keeping it together through this slum. I know it's been hard, and I'm excited. If we can grow, it'll be pretty fun. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Hell yeah. Well, hoping for the best for you and all the guys at home, and hoping that we get a banger between you and Blue Otter tomorrow. Until then, good luck.
Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
See ya.
That was cute. That was fun. We got a little bit of, you know, wholesomeness, and we got straight up, you know, telling it how it is.
Savagery.
Yeah, just straight up savagery. But I love it when music gets on the interview desk because he's always just straight up about it. You know, no fluff, no PR friendliness. He's just like, hey, you know what? This is how it is, guys. You know, and that's real League of Legends right there. But MVP, it's time to see who y'all voted for in the chat. Drum roll, that's ready. What do we got?
It's
it's Crimson. Okay.
Nice try. Baited.
I saw
You
the
saw the
Wukong
Wukong.
first, and
Oh,
I was
I
like,
know.
oh, okay, yeah, it's music. But nope, it is Crimson picking up the MVP there. The chat spoke, and you know what? Big man in the top lane had some very, very big roles and big shoes to fill. And I think that teleport on the bottom side of the map made him that big, strong meat shield we needed to see.
And you know what? He was going up against the blind Aurora and said, you know, I'm not going to do anything flashy. I'm going to pick utility. I'm going to do my job. And I'm going to do a great job at that. And he did all that. So I think it was deserved. I think he had a good match. And exciting to see how CCG are going to perform tomorrow against Blue Otter and see if Music is satisfied with his team's performance.
Yep. We'll be down as you called it before. It is time to see our next matchup on the docket. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to see if we can see some eagles fly into outer space. It is Supernova taking on Winthrop University. This one, a lot of people are going to be favoring Supernova to take the game, but it reminds you that Winthrop had a very strong early game against Luminosity, who is another team that is kind of favored at the top of the standings.
Yeah.
This might be closer than a lot of people think.
I think so. I would give some credit there. I mean, Supernova is still one of the best teams in the league. I'm pretty sure they are still holding first place at the moment, and it's looking like that is indeed correct. So they are in sole possession of first place. This is a team that we are very confident are likely going to be in that promotion tournament for the LTA North. A lot of experience, a lot of skill on this roster, and Hoarder is back to play as well.
Shoutouts to X-Royal, who had the sub in for Hoarder yesterday. Picked up an MVP for himself. That's a hell of a way to make a bit of a substitution debut here in the NACL. Meanwhile, on the other side, it is the Eagles from South Carolina. Yeah, Thor Wilson, sword mobility, and only 35. This is still one of the few straight-up collegiate rosters we have in the NACL, and
Yeah.
I still cannot get over how awesome their story was in Split 1, where a majority of us on the broadcast had them towards the bottom of the pack, potentially being one of the bottom two teams, if not like 7th and 8th place, but they made a huge run, being able to overperform in the regular season towards the end, as well as playoffs, being able to take off series against Near Airport, which was one of the biggest upsets that we saw. And Winthrop University still continue to have some really stellar games. Unfortunately, beat down, they've also had a couple of stinkers this regular season, and sometimes that is, I don't want to say it's disappointing, but it is just sometimes a moment where you're like, hey guys, we've played way better than this, you know? It's time to lock in. Let's really spread those wings and show what Winthrop University is all about.
Honestly, Ed, I will say Winthrop University are another team in this league who have some highs and lows. And I think, I've been saying this recently, but I really think on a good day, Winthrop can beat anybody in this league. So I wouldn't be surprised if they gave Supernova a run for our money, or too surprised if they actually managed to get the win if the situation is right. I mean, if we're talking predictions, though, I did predict Supernova because,
I think I
gotta
also
get some
predicted
wins somewhere.
Supernova. I'm curious if anyone... Okay, Desterux returning
No,
to
no,
his-
no.
What do you mean?
Lost it, Eric. You lost the ride or die when you voted against them yesterday. It's too late. You can't go back. I don't accept it. I don't accept
You
it.
don't accept the prediction?
I don't accept
Damn.
the prediction.
Damn.
Put it as blank.
Well,
It predicts nothing.
okay. You know what? I will not hold that against Eric. Listen,
Okay, I will.
he just voted for Dorado and they lost. Desterux needs to win. So we're gonna start with the
This
fact
is not
that
gonna be that
his
win.
prediction vote is valid, and if the
Okay.
Throps come with the Throps out, then it's okay. Then Supernova, will be upset and the Eagles will fly, and Desterux will get the last laugh on us, but at least end the day. But about a few moments away from draft phase from Supernova and Winthrop University. I want to remind everyone at home that if you're enjoying the show, it is all thanks to ProDiff.gg, who is one of our sponsors that makes this show possible. If you want some personalized one-on-one coaching from some of the pros here in NACL and the ERLs, or even the LTA, you can all get that using the QR code over on that side, or ProDiff.gg at the website. You can sign up and get some coaching today. Make those ranked solo queue goals happen.
And remember, all the coaches on ProDiff are either active or formerly active NACL or LTA North Pro players. So you're getting quality coaching with this program. And some people like Raz need that more than others. So buddy, you're still here. Go ahead and scan that QR code and just get some coaching done, man. It's for the best, Support a good
Beatdown
organization.
is not
and
letting a moment go to waste when
never,
it comes
never.
to sending strays
I can't.
towards Raz's way.
Mark,
you
you
know
don't
what,
get it.
Beatdown?
It's such a rare time for me because I've never actually checked when Raz is co-streaming a cast I'm on. It's only like I'm finding out after the fact because he'll make some comments about me on stream. So now that I know, now that I have the power, I'm going to use it.
Well, Beatdown, I'm just going to go ahead and tee up something for you to
Okay,
use
please.
later at your
Sure.
own discretion. I'm going to pull up Raz's op.gg and send you the link.
Please, 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 thank you. Oh my god. I'll do something with that.
Yeah, I already know that you've got something diabolical cooking in the lab. We'll let you sit on that one for a bit. Bam, got it. All right. I'm
what would I do without you, Mark?
Well, we wouldn't. You would be only the takedown brother on the broadcast. That's
True. It would
how
be a sad day.
It would be a sad day, but I got you. Should be loading up into draft in just a few moments, y'all. Appreciate y'all's patience. About some of the things that I'm expecting in this draft phase. A lot of the big hallmarks about this team for Supernova. Obviously, this is a very stacked lineup. A lot of veterancy. Darduck, Blaze Olive, obviously longtime former members of the Tier 1 scene here in NA, whether it was mostly LCS in the past before the rebrand came through and now being LTA. Scary Jerry just having his first stint in Tier 1 with Disguise before coming back to NACL. Breezy, even though yet to officially debut in Tier 1 Pro play, has had multiple times where a lot of pro players that have played at Tier 1 have spoken very highly of Breezy, has said that he should be the next support coming up. And obviously there have been multiple times where Breezy has had to compete against some of the best support stars that are now in Tier 1, like Busio ahead of him, right? It looks like we are in a bit of a tech pause at the moment, so we're going to be chilling for a couple more minutes, seeing if we can get them resolved so we can quickly jump into draft. If we cannot get them resolved quickly, we will be throwing to a short break. We will keep y'all updated. But I'm cool at the moment, Beatdown. I'm down. Just, oh, look at that!
There you go.
Hang on. Boom! I've thrown
Nicely
draft.
done.
There we go.
go. We're seeing already, I think, some early targeted picks. I think mobility, wow, okay, he's getting a lot of targets. I think it's fair to say, while Winthrop University, they have good players who have all performed pretty well, especially in their more higher profile wins. But I think mobility is really the player you look at with this roster. I think a player who's grown so much over these last 2 years and really has evolved into the guy for Winthrop University. And it's usually reflected in their draft, in how they play the game. That's why you're seeing at times teams will pay that respect by trying to take some of his better champions away, like Lucian and especially that Jin. Because it doesn't always come out, but when it does.
Supernova paying a lot of respects over to mobility, and as you called it, has had such a remarkable arc for himself ever since his first debut game coming in as a sub for Evil Geniuses Academy 2 years ago. Supernova, though, because Lucian and Jin are off the table, are opting in for the fairest priority for Scary Jerry. This does now leave things like Kaisa, Zaya left on the board. Yunara could be something that mobility looks at. I don't know off the top of my head he has played it yet this split. I know there was a Yunara game from other pros here in NACL.
From Shogo. Yeah.
Winthrop yet to lock in the new marksman for themselves. Just going to opt in for a Gwen blind for Denethor in the top lane.
All right, fair. I think it's interesting because it is one of Denethor's it's just one of those champions that he does like to play. I think it's a champion that, while has fallen a lot in priority since that time she was pick and ban, still a very useful, very powerful top laner, especially if you can get through that lane phase without any real issues, because you are an almost unbeatable duelist. And I especially think in the hands of Denethor, that's something Winthrop really looking for against a team like Supernova, because we're looking at this roster pound for pound. Part of why we're hyped for the Supernova team is how good these players are individually and as a team. So Winthrop, you want to get the best matchups you can and set yourself up.
They already did a nice job of at least setting themselves up for having the best blind matchup possible by taking away that Jax, which is a common counter pick. Wukong was selected for Winthrop over the Trundle, so Supernova will just take the Trundle trade for themselves. When it comes to stat checking, Trundle will pretty much be able to beat Wukong in a majority of these skirmishes pre-level 6, but the utility that you get from Cyclone is where Winthrop are putting a lot of their eggs in the basket. Supernova rounding out their first 3 picks with Rise, something that Ablaze Olive is definitely no stranger to, and being able to have that global flexibility roaming around the map quickly with the Realm Warp has given Supernova a big edge in a lot of their wins this split.
And I also believe it's an anticipation for an Ori pick there in the mid lane, because that's been such a big pairing for Wukong so far this split. But instead, it's going to be the Misfortune champion we do not see a lot of, but a champion who spikes really hard at one item, can generally do well in that lane phase, and has a lot of range to play for as long as Winthrop set up that bullet time really nicely. And I think when you're looking at champs like Rise, Varus, you want to be trying to play from outside their range if you can. And the real question is just going to be, can Winthrop prevent that ultimate from getting canceled? They need to set up multiple threats so that he's not the only person to look at. And I think Gwen, does that.
Yeah. And you have ways to be able to kind of cheat the range using the protection of that miss. Throughout the second ban phase, though, it has mostly been top lane bans focused at what Hoarder could lock in. As an answer to that, Gwen, both Mbessa and Jace gone. Supernova, as you called out, they were anticipating what was going to be the Orianna, but because Winthrop didn't lock it in for themselves, they still want to deny the combo ability of Shockwave and Cyclone. Also, Rakan is a great way to synergize with something like the Wukong. Now, Winthrop, instincts would tell me that Annie has been the de facto kind of coupling with Wukong to set it up, but Sword might opt in for something else depending on if Winthrop needs a little bit of extra firepower. And you know what? With the Victor, this gives them a little bit of extra late game insurance.
Yeah, it does. And honestly, while I think Ari gives you more playmaking a lot sooner, you mentioned it, it is late game insurance. You do have a pretty good lane into Rise, especially once you get that E upgraded. And you are another threat that your opponents have to be looking for here. And wow!
Hoarder! From Hoarder! Wait a minute! Yo!
Right. He wants to go band for band in the late game. You love to see it.
Keep talking, Beatdown. I gotta do some quick stat work.
Sure.
Toronto.
The Alistar was interesting because I actually thought that was the focus we were going to see from Winthrop University. I really like Alistar and Trundle, but they prioritize the Victor. They give that over to Supernova, and it does mean that they have a lot of, I don't quite know how to say it. They have a big wall to go through. You're talking about Alistar, when he ults, he's very hard to kill. Trundle, if he steals the stats from like Wukong, he'll be very hard to kill. And this Vladimir in that late game, who is just going to keep healing over and over again. So I think Winthrop, while they have a lot of late game power, the late game will by no means be easy for them.
Winthrop rounding out their composition with the Braum. I guess there is some poke that you can block with the Unbreakable Shield. Chain of Corruptions could at least prevent it from hitting another target, but I think the interaction still works the same into Braum. If he gets tagged by it with the Unbreakable Shield up, it might still spread, but Supernova, I have to say, Beatdown, there's definitely a lot of things that you have to get through on Winthrop's side. There's a lot of slows from the Glacial Fissure, Cyclone, the knockup, as well as the Needlework and the Victor with the gravity zone as well. I gotta say, those Supernova have such a terrifying composition once it gets to that stage of the game where Rise and Vladimir just no longer care about what's in front of them because they can just blitz past through what Winthrop has got.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, I think Denethor has a pretty hard choice to make on Summoner Spell choices there because, you know, you can go Flashless on Gwen. You always want to take that TP, but you can take Exhaust, Ghost, Ignite. When you're playing into something like Vlad, I think if you want a really good chance to win those later fights, Ignite might be the choice, but that makes Trundle Pillar asinine to deal with when it comes to ganks. So I think there's an opportunity for a Supernova to make this top lane really hard for Denethor, because I think they've kind of pressured him into a catch-22, which I'm curious to see how that one will play out. If Winthrop can punish Vlad early and really put Hoarder into the ground, then maybe it's a different story, but you know, a lot of ifs, maybes, possiblies.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I just did comprehensive stat work, aka I looked up GOL, and I looked up Leaguepedia, and I went through all of the 2025 stats for Hoarder, since GOL only takes up what is in Tier 2.
Yeah.
This is his first Vladimir game of 2025, and it's his first Vladimir game in pro play overall. Now, Hoarder has been around the block in some Tier 3 amateur leagues, so I'm now going through seeing if maybe there was some OQs that he's pulled a Vladimir out. Aha!
Oh!
He has played a couple Vladimir games. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that this wasn't Hoarder being like, you know what, guys,
First
Vladimir
time,
looks
baby.
good here. Have I played it a lot? No, not really, but I'm going to bust it out. But it seems like there was an Aegis Champion League. Shout out to ACL. I think there's one of our co-streamers for the league. Vladimir has been picked also by Hoarder in a summer OQ during summer 2024 last year.
Damn.
Going back through the archives here, Beatdown.
You're digging deep.
I'm digging deep through the books, you know? I gotta find my way through the trenches, gotta find every nook and cranny for all the good spots here. And all right, it seems like after all the comprehensive digging all the way back through 2022, he has played collectively 2 Vladimir games in his pro career, outside of any scrims that we do not have insider knowledge to. But this is going to be exciting because Hoarder has been one of our standout players this season, and he's not even one of the veterans on this roster, Beatdown. This is his rookie season. I still remember in Combines when Hoarder was just kind of thought of as the Jax Poppy player, and a lot of the pros from Tier 1, when they would get him on his solo queue teams, they would kind of mumble and groan and be like, I have Hoarder on my team. I guess we're going to get gapped. But Hoarder has leveled up so much, guys. Hoarder has put in so much work. His boot camp over in Korea with Kisno, when he was still on the Conviction roster, lent itself to so much success that he has yielded this season overall. For me, Hoarder is my standout rookie of the year.
It's just not a conversation.
And Hoarder is looking like an insane top lane prospect at the moment that
think
could
so.
be developed even better for, hopefully, if things go his way, a debut somewhere in Tier 1 in the next couple of years.
Maybe. We'll see. That would be nice. He's definitely someone to look out for in the future, in case something like that happens. And so that'll be really exciting for him. As I just realized we're still not in game, which, well, now we can just take the time to ask you in chat who you think is gonna win said game. You have the drafts on the screen. They're gone now, but hopefully your memory's better than mine.
We
So
did
you
have
can
the draft
decide
up
who
for
you
quite a
think.
while, guys. So
Yeah, if you don't
it,
remember,
then-
like, skill issue. You know?
Yeah, I appreciate Beatdown. Just go ahead and flaming the chat, since they probably flame us all the time. But making sure
Someone
that if
does,
you want to
surely.
follow up on the conversations that we've been having about Supernova, about Winthrop University, about all things in life in general, and maybe, Vladimir as a champion overall, make sure that you are following us on socials at NACL on all platforms, and then at Watch NACL for Twitter. Hashtag SN for Supernova win tonight, or hashtag WU for Winthrop University, aka Woo. And so far, it seems like Supernova is winning the majority of the vote, but ever so slightly, the Eagles. The support is coming in, throts are out, beat down, and everyone is trying to put out their support right now for the South Carolina Collegiate squad.
Yeah, and it's really back and forth. I think these are orgs that have been around long enough that they've developed some pretty big fan bases in the league. So it makes sense that it's going to be back and forth. We'll see at the very end how it ends up turning out. I just want to remind everyone the reason things have been slow is that Rafa has refused to start the game because you guys aren't interacting with socials enough. No, hold on, let me finish. It's because they're not interacting with socials enough, Mark. You need to encourage the chat, otherwise you won't start the game. That's how it works.
I'll allow it. You know what? You're absolutely right.
You can't hide it from me, Mark.
Normally,
I
guys, we are not in control of when the game starts, but for this one particular game, I have the big red button at my right-hand disposal, and I am refusing to press the big start button until we get more interactions on socials.
Yeah, that's right.
More votes.
I've
Wait,
unlocked
the
conspiracy of play-by-plays.
You know what? And just like that, I'm getting a bunch of threats in my DMs, so I am forced now to press the button. Please, I must protect my life. Here we go, y'all. Let's hit the rift between Winthrop University and Supernova.
And even though Winthrop University are safe in terms of playoff contention, because the lowest they're going to be able to achieve is 8th place. They are the exception to the 4 wins rule this split. There's still a chance for them. Very highly motivated players, Mark, to try and get a big upset here over our first seed team. Again, I've been saying this lately. Winthrop feels like on the right day they could beat anyone because they team fight so well. Yes, late game macro, not exactly there as a team. They do NA-RAM a lot, but they team fight well, and it's been a big part of their success.
And one of the big stories that we talked about for this roster was the Split 1 character development arc. The fact that this team was playing more League of Legends than any other team across North America. They were in every single collegiate circuit. They were in NACL. They were flying to a bunch of different collegiate events and one-off tournaments as well. Not even Maryville University, who was, sharing their roster with Dark Zero, was always doing that, because sometimes Dark Zero would field in Dark Zero Light so that the main squad could go play a collegiate tournament. Winthrop University had so many games under their belt, and it really proved to be to their benefit, because it just seemed like over time they got so much more coordination, tighter as an overall 5-man unit, and has really proven to be one of the, even if their win-loss record doesn't really speak volumes in this split, they are still one of the most exciting teams that we have seen really improve over the course of 2025.
Yeah, and I will say I distinctly remember an interview that Mobility did talking about how the team was struggling. They had a long conversation about what they needed to improve, the kind of team they wanted to be, and that was really the start of the turnaround for them in Split 1, where they had a bit of a run towards the end there. And I think since then, Winthrop stonks have gone up a little bit.
Not enough for a majority of us to believe in Winthrop over Supernova this game, but still, if they win, it would, I don't want to say it wouldn't be surprising. It would still be an upset, but it would be one where we go, yeah, you know what? I can believe that. As we take a look at nothing really too eventful in terms of lane matchups or jungle clears. It is opposite clears, though. Dardoch pathing towards the bottom side of the map, where is Wilson. It's going to be ending up on the top side, trying to hover and play for Denethor, who has been definitely one of the bigger names out of this collegiate squad for the past couple of years, as things got very volatile. And since Denethor knew that Wilson was going to be pathing towards his side of the map, felt advantageous in trying to push his luck and just making sure that Hoarder is really feeling the pressure. That is now both of his summoner spells gone, as I just realized. Beatdown. That is...
That's Ignite.
Ooh. That's Ignite, and did he take Teleport as well? Or
no, he didn't. It's Flash Ignite, which I think is very interesting. We were kind of positing that Denethor would be the one who has to make that decision, but instead Hoarder does. So there is this emphasis on dueling power and being able to do well in the lane phase. And that is a big risk, because even with the changes to Teleport and the nerfs they tried to instill over the years, it is still such a powerful summoner spell in fives. So Supernova, they're going to have to do a lot of work and do a lot of careful decision making when they do lane assignments later on into the game to ensure that they have an easy time grouping for objectives.
Yeah. And with Hoarder losing a lot of his HP and not getting a chance to really base, Denethor snuck in a TP, so now he has the full health bar to work with over Hoarder. So this might be a lot more difficult for this Vladimir to try and sustain and survive his way through. Thankfully for him, Dardoch had based, walked back towards topside, gave a quick hover to make sure that Hoarder could at least operate in this wave, and now that he is slowly getting to level 5, where his blood transfusion will be a little bit stronger and will be overall better sustained, he's going to try to do his best to contest the wave, but Denethor steps up, and Hoarder is forced to use the Sanguine Pool. Denethor is going to go in, snip, goes wide, doesn't matter, still clips him anyway, and that's first blood for Denethor.
Yeah, and honestly, just really nicely done there. Those are the perils of not taking TP, and it's looking like that wave is still coming back to Denethor as well, so he's going to take another recall. He's going to have that much more stats to be working with. And I think this deficit is going to start to grow a little more there for the top side. So tough start. Unfortunately, Dardoch wasn't able to bail him out. And if he doesn't do so soon, I think Hoarder is going to find himself out of the game sooner than you think.
If I'm Wilson, I'm about to hit level 6 off the next couple of camps here. I'm beelining towards top lane. I'm making sure that Hoarder's life is absolutely miserable. If you get Vladimir put in the dirt, this guy has no utility. He's got nothing to offer for his team, because he is supposed to be just a pure damage machine. And if he's behind Beatdown, well then, this Vladimir is not going to be that useful.
Yeah, it's going to be tough too, because Denethor is going to be a strong duelist in that side lane. The Ignite could make the difference if Hoarder is not down enough, but if he is, then Denethor is going to be a problem no one will have an answer for, and not having flexible lane assignments as Supernova is really going to hurt them, because again, they are down to Teleport. I think it's something that's going to hurt them later.
Wilson's not level 6, but it doesn't matter because Denethor is, and he just needs a little bit of extra help with the bonk stick to make sure that Hoarder is put down into the dirt once again. And look where that wave is positioned, Beatdown. That is a monstrous freeze, and Hoarder is in the club crying right now.
I mean, Hoarder, I've never seen a lane be so over. We are at the bottom of that, heart rate monitor with the, we're so over, we're so back. I think we're just flatlining at this point.
This is the type of lane where, after playing with Azael, and if he dies twice, he goes, time to FF, we're moving on.
I would give him some more credit than that. He's usually pretty FF resistant, but...
Listen, Azael is one of the most positive guys I know, but even he knows that looking at this lane...
in this situation? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, it's cooked. This
or at the very least, to be like, guys, I'm useless. I'm sorry. Although, I've never seen that happen personally. Usually, when he's in top lane, he's doing that to people.
Because Azael is a literal world champion, and he's the GOAT.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you bravely inted him as often as you have in the past,
Hey,
I salute you, bro. It is
okay.
impressive.
There's this myth. You know what? We're gonna discuss another time because
Okay.
I do not int him. There are mistakes that happen that are out of my control.
I don't know, Zale, if you're here, like, you comment. You let us know what the truth
Oh
is.
my god. Unfortunately, Isaac will just lean towards the side where it is my fault, and we will continue perpetuating that I'm running
Are
him
you
down.
accusing him of being a liar? How could you
No.
say that?
No.
Then?
We're just really good friends, and this is what really good friends do.
The ribbing.
We give each other crap. It's okay.
Yep. Fair enough.
Anyway, grubs have spawned. Back to this game, beatdown. And right now, Supernova, even though that Hoarder has had a tough time, they've done the objective solution of, hey, let's put Hoarder on the other side of the map so we can have our stronger lanes be able to assist us in this objective as Winthrop are trying to take up space. Decent poke from Sword as he looks for the laser. Engage from Breezy forces only 35 to flash away. And with the Subjugate coming out from Dardoch, who have to give ground for now, but these ultimate cooldowns are now in favor of Winthrop University. There's a Cyclone available. Denethor is still on the top side of the map. Can aid in the fight with the needlework, and he's relatively accelerated, so this Gwen feels very favored in trying to fight this one out, as Winthrop now take control of the pit of these grubs, and that is enough for Supernova to give it away.
Yeah, they definitely are going to get the 2 grubs. Yeah, I don't see Spellbook on Breezy, so there's going to be no smite. He's just there being menacing, I guess, and we have a bit of a turret dive on the bottom side of the map. So I think Winthrop, kind of happy with how that turns out. They have more grubs. They still hold on to their ultimates as well, so if they wanted to try and use them in a separate play shortly, they're able to do so.
And a roam from a Blaze Olive could really help out Hoarder, ensuring that Mobility does not get to play the game. Nicely set up by Hoarder on the Vladimir, chunking him out with the ultimate Hemoplague, and now it is Supernova getting their first kill on the...
And that was just really smart from Blaze Olive to turn that into something. I think right now, though... Oh,
Denethor dodged the Chain of Corruptions. That should turn this one around, at least giving him the safety. He's going in. He's got Wilson in his back pocket. He flashes to the brush. He still dies, but the Cyclone will ensure that it is the feat of warfare secured for Winthrop University.
So that's still something. I think Denethor got a little too excited with the Chain of Corruption missing. Maybe needed to wait another second. But at the end of it, they take Scary Jerry out. So it's time he is not spending farming. And Wilson actually set up a pretty good lane state for whoever ends up walking back to that lane. I will say, despite how this early game has gone, Hoarder is actually in a pretty okay spot. Yeah, he died twice, but I mean, he's up 5 CS on Denethor. That lane swap really did the trick there for Supernova.
Yeah.
So now you look at the gold difference, it's really minimal, all things considered.
Supernova did the thing where they realized, hey, we can no longer play with Hoarder, and if we want to play with grubs, we got to put them away from that objective and bring over our stronger components to that side. And it has given Hoarder enough time where he's, like you said, he's evened up. Winthrop University, not sure if they're going to have another chance to try and punish and continue decelerating this Vladimir. As Denethor goes in for the all-in, unfortunately for him, there is a Troll King on the other side of that river. And now Denethor has nowhere to go, and Hoarder picks up his first kill of the game. Credit to Dardoch for bailing him out.
Yeah, really nice gank coming through here. No needlework means Denethor really had no chance of the 1 versus 2. So it's Supernova who even up in kills and start to pull ahead in gold just a teeny tiny bit. But I think that timer on Denethor and the lack of TP means that he's probably going to be rushing to the top lane, and Supernova should have a pretty easy time getting set up around this dragon.
Nice cleanse from Mobility, gets out of the Chain of Corruptions, but the knockup from Breezy, and the pillar means that Mobility's got nowhere to go without that flash. Supernova really putting in the pain on the Winthrop University's AD carry.
And right there, that's going to guarantee the dragon. Supernova going to be halfway to a Dragon Soul, and look, Wilson goes for a pretty spicy, crazy steal. But Breezy, of course, doing his best to ensure that simply just isn't going to be an option for the jungler of Winthrop.
Dardoch will just aggro the dragon with the pillar. Doesn't suspect that he'll need that utility spell anytime soon to disengage or deter Winthrop from entering, as you called it. Supernova are getting the second dragon pretty much for free.
And this puts Supernova on a nice track of just accelerating the game at a relatively quick pace. Should now put Dragon Soul spawning in the next 10 to 12 minutes now.
Yeah, and it is Chemtech Soul, so, not the most ideal, but I think damage reduction, having damage reduction below 50% health does fit really nicely with champions like Trundle, like Vladimir. So actually, not the worst role, not the worst time to have this one.
Otter still doesn't have Flash or Ignite, so this is a nice timer for Winthrop to try and punish this top lane even further. And the turret dive is executed beautifully from the Eagles, but here comes Breezy trying to get a multi-man knockup, only 35, already taking up 2 turret shots, has the bail. Breezy taking a lot of damage on the back end, forced to pop the ultimate just to reduce all the damage incoming. And Winthrop University do not get the turret outright, but Breezy did have to sacrifice some spells in there as well.
Yeah, still some plates going down in the end, and it's going to allow Jerry to do a lot of pressuring here in the mid lane, but at least it is a response for Winthrop there. So the game, very even at the moment, very back and forth. And this is kind of what we mean there with teams, or with Winthrop being able to kind of go toe-to-toe with some of the best teams we have here in NACL. It's really just that mid to late game that becomes a question mark at times. Other times, they're not able to set up fights well and they lose, but sometimes they out-team fight their opponents.
And setup is always so crucial there. It was probably what costed them the game against Luminosity, since they were going into that fight very ahead. Mobility, no cleanse, no flash. That chain of corruptions lands true. Massive knockup from Breezy, and Dorado is there to assist in the play. Only 35 is forced to flash, but Dorado takes a bite out of that Braum booty, and Winthrop University lose out on their support.
And even without the Unbreakable Will, Breezy is able to tank it all. So a successful play for Supernova, and Supernova, or Sword. Sword, does he have a kill? No, he has flash.
Sword, is he gonna flash for it? Q, laser?
Oh!
Not
No,
enough.
he's fine.
Porter survives.
Woo. That one got really dicey for a moment. We find out that Hoarder lived with 60 HP. The potions, that refillable potion is really worth its weight in gold.
That's why when you always take a fight, y'all, and it's a 1v1 to the death, if you've got pots, chug them.
You're a griefer if you don't use them.
Don't forget to chug your pots. They deserve love. Oh, Blazolve is going to force the issue. He knows that Sword does not have flash. Breezy leading the charge with the combo and the knockup. Sword just CC'd for way too long under the tower, and thanks to that damage reduction in the Breezy ultimate there, Supernova guaranteed the kill.
And the activity just doesn't stop for Supernova. Winthrop, they're going to try and take something in response. They will successfully grab the red buff, but it isn't really comparable to what they lost on that top side, and its pressure around the neutral objective. I mean, Supernova, they've done a really good job playing towards the right side of the map for the objective that's up, and it's led them to get a lot of the neutrals going on early into this game. Those first 2 dragons, one of the grubs, and now the Rift Herald.
A lot of good things going Supernova's way when it comes to the map and objective, as you called it. Rift Herald now being secured thanks to all the priority gained. Killing Sword off in that top lane skirmish. This is going to give even more tools for Supernova just to progress and advance the state of the game. The gold advantage is still only 1,000, so it's not bleak for Winthrop University, as Blazolve, he flashes over the pit, but there was a Braum waiting for him on the other side, and Breezy can only do so much trying to knock down one opponent. A Blazolve, hey, he managed to get out alive. No way! The phase rush move has been working overtime, and now Supernova, if they can all get out, this will be a massive heist, but the bullet time will ensure that Dardock's time has come to an end.
And the shutdown goes over to the Gwen, and many on Supernova forced to recall. They needed to turn that one into something after everything they threw at ABO and him surviving. So it's also going to get them some jungle camps, and it should allow Denethor to knock down that turret on the top side. Even more gold onto this Gwen. So Winthrop, they answer back.
Really strong reaction moves from Winthrop, being able to punish Supernova on the overextension and the greediness of where they were recalling. Blazolve trying to get feisty with Denethor, but does not have enough damage in the tank yet, as he is still scaling up on this Rise halfway through the Rod of Ages stacks and still working on his second item overall. This Rise will be a monster. Now's not the time, though, as Winthrop University still have a few minutes before Supernova start hitting critical mass on these late game carries.
But even still, Supernova are in a good position right now because, again, Dragon's coming up soon, so this is their focus, and the numbers aren't there for Winthrop. You combine that with the fact that Dardoch is still sitting on the Rift Herald, it means that Winthrop, they're going to have a really bad time actually trying to contest this objective, so their response is to just shift over towards the top side, and honestly, I can't really blame them for it.
Oh, and look at this. Supernova not only covering the mid-wave push, trying to use the Realm Warp to cover the top wave push as well. They're not going to be able to stop the turret from falling. And Breezy might have overplayed his hand here. Still has the ultimate, forced to use it just to make sure that he doesn't go down to Denethor's Needlework. But a Blaze Olive, one more. Oh, the Spell Flux and the Ricochet from the Overload finds his way, even with Denethor flashing to safety. Supernova going to be glad with that one.
Oh, that one is a little tough. I thought the Realm Warp was wasted, but at the end of it, he gets a kill back. Scary Jerry, very comfortable, trying to hit this turret too. But unfortunately, Herald is still there for Supernova, so they have an easy response. The fact that they took this tier 1 so fast means, oh, that tier 2 is ripe for the taking.
And Hoarder benefiting from a lot of these plays from Supernova, beginning so much local gold from the turret on both tier 1 and tier 2. Oh, okay. Well, a Blaze Olive is going to get caught out there. Winthrop University getting a nice shutdown there from Rise's death. As Dardoch cannot stay to take out the inhibitor turret completely. Winthrop University now looking to catch out this Troll King. Dardoch has flash. Going to use it over the wall. Does he have enough distance?
Ooh,
yes, he does to get out alive.
Yeah, they don't want to take it too far on the side of Winthrop University, so it's really been, again, like, it's crazy how in some ways this game has been very even, considering the turrets taken, the kills being almost pretty even, but also so many neutral objectives going the way of Supernova. And I still feel like Supernova overall are controlling the map better because they're controlling the right side of the map at the right times. Because now they're in a position where Dragon Soul is coming up very shortly, Mark, and this is one of those rare situations where Chemtech is actually quite a good role for Supernova. So if they're going to be able, if they're able to pick that one up, it's a really meaningful buff for their ability to team fight.
Winthrop are going to have to be very meticulous about how they set up for that objective fight. A lot of these tools that Winthrop have at their disposal function a lot better when they are already set up to receive the engage and just play front to back, whereas Supernova being able to force the engage with something like the Vladimir and just bulldozing in with the power of this Trundle and Alistar can be favored. This Otacon has been burned down by Winthrop. Supernova had no idea. Now they're arriving to the party, but Dardoch, he doesn't have flash. He's not going to be able to get it in to secure it. It is Wilson picking up Otacon for Winthrop University. Hoarder and a Blaze off of Realm Warped in. Is this bad for Supernova? It definitely is. Supernova have overplayed their hand, trying to see if they can still find any stragglers here, but Winthrop University are holding strong as a 5-man unit. Bullet time is still at the disposal here for mobility. Supernova looking for any members that they can pick off his sword, flashing back to the safety of his team. Winthrop are receiving the engage. Bullet time runs through them all, and Supernova now falling and collapsing at the hands of the Eagles. Scary Jerry left to die, and Winthrop University are flying high.
This is what we mean when we say this team can beat anybody. They team fight so well, and when Supernova gives you such a ripe opportunity like that one, of course, you're going to take it all the way to the bank. And really, this just wasn't a good force here. You see the flash from Hoarder to ensure he can come through with the Realm Warp, but they were separated. The solo laners of Supernova were way ahead of the play, and Winthrop recognized that and pounced immediately.
Just see how difficult it is for Supernova to try and force the fights once Winthrop University are all stacked up as a death ball here. This massive knockup comes in, but a majority of your damage dealers are already gone. So Winthrop University received the engage and then completely turned the tides here. And now, beatdown, looking ahead, we still had Supernova as this team to be one of the top dogs to beat in the regular season. And Supernova still have these late game insurance policies for their solo lanes, but Winthrop University have a chance to start running them in this mid game where they're going to get ahead of the curve before Supernova carries do.
Absolutely. It was a really big win, especially when you consider that Dragon is coming up very shortly. Denethor is TPing away to ensure Winthrop will be the ones to have first touch at this Dragon. It's really important that they be able to take this one if they want to deny that Dragon Soul. Now they're using this power they just earned from that last fight to put a little pressure on Supernova and walk them out of their jungle.
Denethor opened up with the needlework, trying to see if he could catch any Supernova members here. A lot of them are down Flash. The only one that has it up is a Blaze Olive. Neither Hoarder or Dorado could take too much damage there, so it's an ultimate now an advantage for Supernova here. The Eagles burning down this Dragon. Dardoch nowhere near to contest. Tries to pop the Subjugate, gets into the pit. It's going to be close. Bullet Time is trying to shred him to pieces. They're keeping the Dragon at 2,000 HP. Dardoch, he still secured the Dragon. Is he going to get dropped too? Winthrop University are able to drop 3 members off the side of Supernova, but that is Chemtech Soul secure for Supernova, and as long as the Blaze Olive and Scary Jerry still stay alive, they can really try and work towards the next few minutes of the game, and Winthrop University are now put into the back foot beatdown. They have to finish this game out fast.
Yeah, this one was tough. They lose the Soul. They still got 3 kills, though. So in terms of gold, they are still getting some value, but you got to give credit there for Dardoch winning that fight out, but you can see the Bullet Time doing so much work here, and the damage dealers of Winthrop University just being able to output ridiculous amounts of damage. So you look forward, even though this one is brutal, this is just another example of the fact that Winthrop, they are good at team fighting. Their comp has come online, and once that death cap is there for Denethor, they're going to become even more dangerous. So the hope now is that you hold out for the Elder Dragon. Baron's going to be up in a minute too, so there's still a lot for them to play for.
That was crazy. I thought Dardoch had already died in the
me too.
burst that Winthrop had pretty much unloaded there. But he just snuck out to the left side and squeaked out a couple more auto attacks and a chomp, and the smite secure onto the Chemtech Soul. Now Supernova, as you called out, beatdown. They're still somewhat behind the curve, especially when you look at the gold advantage that Denethor has specifically. 3 items with this death cap. That's a scary Gwen. And so Winthrop University are really trying to rally behind both their accelerated Misfortune as well as their accelerated Gwen to be the difference makers in these next couple of fights before Supernova can stall out the game long enough for there to be a scenario where Elder becomes a possible opportunity for Supernova to use it to come back in this game.
Right. Now, Supernova, by no means, are not out of this game just yet. The item disadvantage, though, is going to prove a challenge, especially if we fight for the Baron right now. So they're trying to do what they can to push out some of these waves, get vision here to at least get themselves a little time and space. But right now, Winthrop, they're feeling themselves, Mark. They feel the power that they have, so they want to fight for every inch of vision that they have at the moment here. Not make it so easy for Supernova to clear it out.
Yeah. And Supernova respect that Winthrop are feeling themselves because they are trying to avoid any instances of combat at this time, especially with a Blaze Olive pushing up on the side waves. Sword is constantly trying to shift back and forth between catching the waves and then roaming back over to Winthrop's side so that he does not have to use his teleport in order to join a fight that may or may not break out. Supernova, as long as they can stall, it definitely plays into their hand. Winthrop would love for the opportunity to force a fight, to force the advantage, and try and put the deficit that Supernova are currently at into a game-winning one for Winthrop.
And for the moment, vision is a little mixed in around that Baron pit. But the way Sword is walking, I think Winthrop are looking to make their play right now. And it's looking like they are moving as 4-man. If anything breaks out, Sword can TP. So what's the response going to be from Supernova? I think Breezy's caught.
He holds his composure. He is forced to base, but he does not pop any of his summoner spells or his ultimate. Hoarder might be caught, though, and that's a flash away from the needlework just to make sure that he wasn't slowed down and he can maintain a majority of his spells there. But ABO, you called it. Still on that split push grind here, ensuring that Winthrop University have to respond.
Yeah, so that is a good answer. The fact that you saw the flash forced out from Hoarder in that play just moments ago, and ABO was able to use that pressure to get another turret into his back pocket and more gold. It's looking like the response isn't really quite there. I think Winthrop, they used a lot for that play to walk Sword over to ensure they had the space to try and force a fight. But Supernova, they absorb it well.
Winthrop have not really found an opportunity to extend this leverage that they have over Supernova into one that could pry open the game as a win for them in the column. Supernova still holding on and making sure that they are pulling Winthrop to sides of the map and making them play to the tempo of their own game. We haven't really seen Winthrop force an issue yet. Supernova still waiting for another couple minutes before Elder is even on the table. Winthrop are all circled around this Baron, but they are still not pulling the trigger. They're trying to fight for mid priority first.
Yeah, and it's looking like they're going to get it pretty easily. A lot of these fights, Winthrop are pulling the trigger, but Supernova...
Look at ABO. He's positioned for a realm warp just to join in case Winthrop try and break open a fight out here in the mid lane, but both the waves have dissipated, and now Winthrop, they're going to pull.
Yeah, they do this one pretty quickly, considering mobility's 3 items. Denethor does a lot of damage, but it's the play.
Hemo Plague on the Denethor as a response to the needlework. This
Vladimir
got him.
is cooked. Denethor might be next, but he flashes away. Dardoch trying to seal the deal and chomping down. Equalizes the trade, 1-to-1 kills, but Winthrop are gonna get another one onto Scary Jerry as the Archer falls and Breezy is on the run. This cow is about to be turned into ground beat with the bullet time. Oh, Breezy!
Red buff diff.
He lives, baby.
Red buff diff, and it's gonna be the Chemtech Soul diff too for the damage reduction. ABO doesn't have flash. I think he's in trouble.
He already used it into the 1v1 against Sword, ensuring that he could not join the fight, but ABO's got nowhere else to go. He's going to try to fight this one out as long as possible. Wait a minute, he could cook here. Seraph's Embrace already popped, but Wilson made sure that he was no longer in range of the Spell Flux for a quick overload, cheeky kill, as Supernova now down 3 members on the map.
And it's Elder time, Mark. 45 seconds on ABO, 1 on Hoarder, and 5 on Scary Jerry. Numbers just aren't there. Dardoch clutched the smite before. He's going to have to clutch it again in the face of overwhelming numbers.
And will Winthrop try and take the time to deny Dardoch an opportunity to steal? They are playing this one out patiently. Dardoch trying to move on over 2,000 HP, 1,600. It is Elder secured, and now Dardoch might be in trouble here. No movement speed off of the frozen domain available. That's the Elder Dragon smiting him down. And Winthrop can now look at the Baron because they know that there is no jungler for Supernova to contest with.
And even if there was, the Elder Dragon buff is simply too strong. You're seeing the recall from Sword, but he's surely going to teleport and join any second now. Hoarder. Ooh. He scared me there for a moment, but it is Baron time for Winthrop University.
This is the best position that Winthrop could have asked for. They stalled out the game. They faced the potential of Supernova being able to get both its Vladimir and Rise into a position where they could tango with some of these accelerated carries that the Eagles have had for quite some time, but they've played out the fights well enough that they've maintained the advantage. They got the Elder Dragon buff, they got the Baron buff, and now they are one last good fight away from putting an end to this game.
That's right, and this is what we were alluding to. Winthrop University, if they're in a game where it's gonna come down to 5v5s, they are a formidable team. This is their specialty, and this is what they've leaned on this past season. And it's now gotten them in a position where they're sitting on Elder, they're sitting on Baron, and you said it, Mark, one good fight away from knocking down our first place team a peg.
You know what I'm sensing, Beatdown?
What are you sensing?
I'm sensing Desterux finally getting the last
my
laugh.
God, we will never hear the end of it if they, oh my God, I didn't even think of that. Oh, we're so cooked. Oh, we're so cooked, Mark. Oh my God, we're
Well,
so
let's
cooked.
see if the boys from South Carolina can pull through. Can the Eagles truly take to the skies and soar high, even into the reaches of outer space? Supernova down to their last legs here. They have yet to be able to get a third full item for Hoarder, so this Vladimir has not even reached critical mass yet where he feels like he can truly threaten the Winthrop University guys as they go in. Already a lot of burst damage onto Dardoch. Just trying to brute force their way through these inhibitors in the mid and the bottom side of the map here. Still many ultimates to play around, but there's no Cyclone. Now Winthrop University have to make a safe exit here. Supernova, are they going to get baited in? Glacial Fissure lands onto Breezy, knocks him up briefly, but Not enough to really take him out here. There's still a lot of ultimates that Supernova playing around with. They
No Elder.
think maybe they can take a fight here. Only 35. Immediately gets blitzed out, and Winthrop University now down to 4 members. Here we go. Supernova looking for the play. Breezy right on top. Multi-man knock up onto the backline. Bullet time is going to rip through them all.
Wow.
But Otter's able to dodge it with a well-timed sanguine pull, but he still gets bursted anyway. And now Ablaze Olive, the last carry standing, has to hold ground. And Winthrop University will take the lead for now.
That Winthrop, they're making me nervous, Mark. Overstaying their welcome once the Elder Dragon expired, but they still go 2 for 2 with Supernova in this situation, who couldn't capitalize on that buff expiring. They still have Baron for 40 more seconds. I don't think they're going to be able to get much of a push off of it, so that one is pretty much over. We need to start thinking about the next Elder Dragon that's going to be up in about 3 minutes. The fact that 2 inhibitors are down, so it's going to be really hard for Supernova to manage this mid and bot wave. And of course, one good fight will end the match for Supernova.
The thing I'm worried about now for Winthrop University, off that fight, even though Hoarder goes down, he got enough gold to finish his death cap. This is now a 3-item Vladimir. If Hoarder's able to get a full spell rotation off and find critical targets, even if he dies, he will have done his job and just dive bombing and blowing up crucial targets on the side of Winthrop University. There's no more Baron. There's no more Elder. This could be tough for the Eagles.
And this is where the range in Winthrop's composition that we talked about really comes in clutch. I mean, you have such good range as Victor, Misfortune, especially when we're talking about that bullet time. And by the time you get closer for anything else, I mean, this Gwen, who's almost full build, will rip you to shreds. So Supernova have to be very careful about how they play these upcoming fights. They are far from out of the woods, considering they are 8k down. And not really able to push too far, even into their own jungle. It's taking everything they have.
Yeah. Supernova down a lot of gold. But it doesn't really feel like it with the trepidation that Winthrop University have been playing over the past few minutes. They understand that Supernova are still a formidable team, even when their backs are put against the wall like this. And they're just taking that extra caution needed to ensure that they close out this game cleanly. Supernova trying to bank on hitting maybe another item here for Scary Jerry on his way to that Wit's End for his overall 4th item. Taking up space here on the bottom side of the map. Vision is somewhat contested between both squads as Winthrop waiting for the Elder to spawn.
That's right, and they have the setup. There's only a little bit of preliminary vision here for Supernova around that red buff, but anything further is completely dark. So now you can see Sora just doing his due diligence, pushing out that top wave a little bit more before he backs and walks his way down to the fight. TP if necessary. The point is, Winthrop have control over this pit and this area, and Supernova, they just want to try and take whatever space they can before this dragon spawns.
They spot Denethor. Can he open up here? Breezy punts away Wilson with the Cyclone. That's a lot of damage onto Breezy. My goodness, Denethor is cooking with this build already. Winthrop University, can they push the advantage?
Oh, they got him.
They lose Gwen. Ablaze all able to take him out immediately. Dardock flashing over the wall. Tries to look to section off Sword here. He pops the stasis off the Seekers. Bullet time doing a lot of work here, but isn't enough. Sword gets blown up by Ablaze Olive's Rise, and now Winthrop University only down to 3 members. They've lost out on their solo laners, and now this Elder Dragon fight could be crucial.
It's tough. Health bars are low. TPs are going to need to be used. And look at Dardock. His health, the smite of Supernova is very low as well, while Wilson is very healthy. This might actually be too dangerous. They need to give some space to Dardock to use that jungle privilege. But even then, it isn't going to be that much with the Subjugate off cooldown.
Dardock, thanks to the King's Tribute passive, does at least get healthy enough to contest now this dragon. And Winthrop University are going to have to bank on Wilson. He has yet to die this game. Can he clutch up a miracle steal for the Eagles? He's sitting on a blast cone. Less than 4,000 HP on the Elder Dragon. Supernova do not want to let this go to a 50-50. They take out only 35.
Wow.
And Winthrop cannot afford any more casualties. It is Elder Dragon secured for Supernova.
And now the script has been flipped. Supernova are the one with this powerful buff, and they're also going to walk to collect the Baron buff too. We'll see what they're going to be able to do with these buffs. And for the moment, and the only saving grace is the fact that 2 big waves of super minions were heading in mid and bot lane. So it does mean most of Supernova had to recall. They're conceding a little space to Winthrop, but at the end of the day, Winthrop are not able to start this Baron. Any fight with Supernova could end it all.
Supernova have proven to be resilient and showing why they are one of our best teams here in the regular split of NACL. Currently at the top of the standings, this veterancy, this dominance, this resiliency is allowing them to make a comeback like this happen.
Breezy goes in. He has the Elder Dragon buff, but he doesn't do a lot of damage. He's just trying to make sure that Wilson cannot get into the pit. 1,000 HP. Baron is secured, but Supernova are down a member, but Hoarder wants to send the fight anyway, going into the backline. Hemoplague, look at the damage! The Elder Flame able to take out one onto Wilson, giving him his first death of this match. Winthrop University losing out on their jungler at the cost of Hoarder's life. Supernova down to only 3 members here, but Winthrop University are losing control of this game fast.
They are. To be fair, Winthrop University able to remove 2 Elder Dragon buffs with Hoarder and Breezy, but still, the gold deficit has basically been erased, and of course Supernova are still working with the Baron. So this game, highly contested, and as long as Winthrop can hold off 40 seconds for the Elder Dragon buff to go down, they're still in this. It's really just going to come down to who plays these fights better.
I'm so happy that we got a banger between these two teams beat down.
Me too.
We highlighted before the draft even happened that on paper, Supernova have this super strong roster, and Winthrop, just from a standings record, we're going to be not as favored going into this matchup, but we teased that saying, hey, this could be closer than it looks, and it has delivered. Almost 39 minutes of back and forth chaos between both Supernova and Winthrop University, and every minute of this ride has just been awesome.
It really has been, Mark. Really great stuff from both of these teams so far. And really, it is crazy because it's hard to say who's actually going to be able to come out on top. Again, it really is going to come down to the actual performance. Denethor
has not been spotted yet.
Oh, yeah.
If Hoarder gets caught out here, this could be big for Winthrop University. Forced to use the Sanguine Pool and the Hemoplague. A lot of damage into the backline, but he gets blown up. It is traded by only 35, but Winthrop University still have a top lane carry on their side. Breezy trying to walk on up. The phase rush movement speed allows him to get into the backline, but it doesn't hit anyone with that pulverize. It's just a flash being burned on Swords Victor. But Winthrop University are in full retreat mode. Cyclone was already used. Redemption will get a bit of extra damage, but because there's no Elder Dragon buff anymore, no cheeky smites and executes, I should say, on the top of Winthrop University.
At least for now. Now that Baron buff is going to expire, Supernova should have an easy time getting this top tier 2 turret. And that's kind of it. We're getting to the point where you just want to, the carries just need to polish off, you know, their final item on really either side. But you can see Winthrop, most of them are full build at this point, except for Denethor. Nope, right, that's it. He's purchased that last item, the Void Staff. So everybody is almost as strong as they're going to be. So it's really just about setup around these objectives. And again, Winthrop, the best part about this for me is that they're already going to make playoffs just because of how the head-to-heads and everything works. They're the only team who don't have to worry about getting 4 wins because they're guaranteed to make at least 8th place. But man, beating the first seed team just for the love of the game, Mark, like that would be crazy.
For the love of the game, baby.
Yes.
It would be such a huge confidence win knowing that you can tango still with the best teams in the league. And we know that Winthrop University are no strangers to pulling off big upsets from their split 1 run. Most notably taking down Near Airport twice in best of 3s. And now Winthrop University.
Oh my god, yeah.
Even though this is a best of 1, we're going to see if the Eagles can pull off some collegiate magic one more time here in the regular season. Supernova, though, as we said it before, have proven to be very resilient this game. And they are not an easy foe to take down. Their inhibitors have been exposed in both mid and bot for the past 10 minutes beatdown. And there's yet to be an opportunity where Winthrop could look for a backdoor play or trying to pressure for a split push win because Supernova have done such a meticulous job of considering and caretaking all of their waves ever since.
Yeah, now Both these teams are just considering mid lane Hoarder.
Oh, Mobility, you gotta be careful. Hemo Plague already used. Mobility's gonna take a lot of damage. Breezy falls!
Wow!
That's the big AD carry going down in the fight already. Winthrop University have to endure, but Supernova have routed off carries one after another. Denethor able to keep his ground against Dorado, but
I
they
think
lose out
that's
on
it.
Wilson. This just could be it, folks. Supernova have taken 2 carries, and even with the Elder Dragon buff, it just does not matter because Supernova are heading into the base.
Yeah, and Sword, unfortunately, he stays, but Dardoch is going to hold him back. I think this is going to be the game. It's only Denethor versus the world. He has stasis, no ultimate. I think Supernova recognized that, you know what, Elder spawning, let's not take any risks. Wow. Honestly, I don't know if we'll see a replay, but that was a very nicely executed fight from Supernova. I mean, using the Realm Warp to throw Breezy into the backline like that was such a huge play. Using Hoarder as bait, considering how many times he's died to this game and getting picked off too. Really intelligently done. It's won them the fight. It's got them this Elder, and now they're in the driver's seat.
I mean, we said it before, right? When Vladimir hits critical mass, it does not matter what happened in the early game. He has the items, and as long as he's able to just get his entire spell rotation off into the backline, he will have done his job. And you can just see that happening exactly in those moments, even when it looks like Winthrop University are the ones trying to catch out Hoarder instead.
Yeah, and you can see the angle too. Again, the Realm Warp just to throw Breezy into that back line. Really the only way they've been able to access Mobility for the most part this entire game. He's been sitting pretty almost untouched the entire time. But that one decision got Supernova their second Elder Dragon and the third one total of the game.
Only a 35 is just being stalled on his recall here. The Baron has spawned, and Supernova have taken full control on the top side. And now Winthrop University. This is what I was curious if the Eagles were going to start trying to play for. You have Denethor now setting up a huge wave trying to crash onto the bottom side of the map so that they can at least threaten with the split push win con, and ABO will be the one to respond.
Yeah, and right now it's tough because Winthrop, they got to be really careful. They don't have many turrets to really hide behind, just the Nexus turrets and the top tier 3. Ooh, I mean, they're going to just have to let this one go, and I think we're going to be in a position where Winthrop gets triple inhibbed.
Denethor is forced to teleport back to base to make the defense happen. ABO will respond with a teleport of his own. Baron empowered minions pouring in. Mobility using the bullet time tried to clear some of them out, but not all of them were taken. One Nexus turret already at 50% HP. Hoarder threatening on the top side, has yet to use the Hemo Plague. Redemption is going to top off some of these health bars here for Supernova. Breezy with the engage, the flash from Hoarder. Mobility forced a flash response, but Denethor is about to get cooked by the Elder Dragon execute, and Supernova prove that not even eagles can take to the skies, because it's stars that burn brighter.
And wow, Supernova, it looking like those last 15 minutes, they were not going to be able to clutch it up. But that experience, that ability to adapt and switch up how you team fight mid-game was crucial for them to be able to overcome Winthrop, who it looked like they were slowly inching their way towards victory.
You can see how crazy my hair is as a reflection of how much of a banger that game was. I was clutching at it. I might just have to put a cap on to keep it under wraps here, but man. I love League of Legends. I love NACL. I love being able to see back and forth games like that. It just proves to be some of the most entertaining things that you can watch on a regular day of the week here in North America. And for us here, there are so many options to choose from, but we're going to let y'all decide who gets the MVP nod for this game from the side of Supernova between Dardoch, Blaze Olive, and Breezy.
Yeah, that one honestly is going to be tough. That game went for so long that, wow, I didn't catch the final timer. I'm not really sure who I'd pick for MVP. I think Supernova played it well in the end, and they hold on to first place.
We'll see what y'all think about who should get the nod here. For us, it's time to cool down. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it will be our interview with one of the members from Supernova and getting geared up for game number 4.
probably a lot considering that I've never won a title before. But there is, if we do win, not saying we will, but I mean I am saying that we will. But there's the promotion tournament after, right? If or whoever wins, so I'll probably be more happy if I were to win that. But I'd still be very happy because I've never won a title before.
I mean, it would mean a lot if I was able to win Split 2 because previously in Tier 2, I've never really had like a winning performance. It was always like top 4 and just like on the upper end, but I never really made that jump into actually winning. So it'd mean a lot, as well as promotion on the line. So yeah, I mean, I'd like to win this split. So.
It probably mean a lot to me just because like I don't think a lot of people probably saw like me coming to like, can I still call it NACL? Yeah, but I don't see I don't think people really recognize me enough that I feel like I'm an NACL player, but I want to prove people wrong. I want to prove that I'll be able to like handle my own in NACL. That's the fun part of me like competing, is that like I want to prove doubters wrong. But yeah, that's just yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game number 4, but before we do that, we got to cool down from that absolute heater that was between Supernova and Winthrop University. Almost 45 minutes of non-stop slugfest action between both of our squads here, and one that we teased that might be closer on paper than a lot of people realize, and in the end, it still proves to be that Supernova are the dominant team in the league.
We saw it. It was a long one, but in the end, Supernova adapted better. I think the download really completed in those last 5 minutes of the game, because it seemed like those last couple of team fights there, they understood how Winthrop wanted to play it, and they countered it.
Just being able to identify crucial angles, the creativity of sending Breezy in on a one-way trip.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The Realm Warp there, always identifying the backline carries as the crucial targets there. And even though, as we mentioned, that Winthrop had tried to decelerate Hoarder as much as possible in the early stages of the game stalled out long enough. Hoarder got his farm, and he reached critical mass on this Vladimir. It doesn't matter if he dies in these fights, he's getting out his full spell rotation and putting an end to multiple carries' lives.
Yeah, really good job for Supernova to be able to extend the game as long as they did, and were able to use that final Elder Dragon to be able to win that last team fight pretty handedly, I think. You got to give credit to Winthrop for taking it as far as they did. Considering, you know, the fact that this is a 3-4 team versus a formerly 6-1 team, now 7-1. You know, props to Winthrop for taking it this far and being honestly one good fight away from winning it.
Very true. And as I mentioned that we have done multiple times before, the reason why this show can exist is thanks to one of our sponsors here in ProDiff.gg, which, if you guys are at home trying to look for some personalized one-on-one coaching, well, if you're not, a lot of the pros on ProDiff.gg are either current or former pros that either played here in NACL or even in LTA. So if you're trying to make those, you know, last season ranked solo queue dreams happen, those goals happen before the end of the season there, you know, try to sign up and get one of those guys to help you clutch it out in your next promo win scenario there. But for us, Beatdown, I've got something that I'm even more excited about, because we got an interview locked in and ready to go, if I'm not mistaken. And who else to hear from than the guy that clutched out a Chemtech Soul Steal? It is the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Mr. Dorado from the jungle over on Supernova. Welcome back to the interview desk. I think I got the pleasure to interview last time when you were playing on CCG last spring. And one of the things that I really enjoyed from our talk last time was just how you stepping into a leadership role, as you've done many times here in Tier 3 and Tier 2, even in the collegiate space. You're kind of doing it again, but only for one player this time in Hoarder. And I want to get your insight on what has it been like working with Hoarder as the newest member to the squad so far.
Working with Chris is great. He's obviously a very talented player individually. I think that goes without saying with just what he's been able to showcase so far this split. So really I have no complaints. I think Chris has a really good head on his shoulders. He really understands like how to make a difference in the game, which I think most younger players don't really know how to do that outside of solo queue. But he thinks very deeply about the game and his matchups and like how he can be involved not only in the team play but also push his individual game state to the furthest extent. So yeah, props to Chris.
I want to broaden that topic a little bit because over the last couple of years, Dardoch, whatever team you're on, it feels like we are hearing from players how much they rely on you for a cool head, for knowledge, for help, and all of these things. And I want to hear your side of it. What does it mean for you to be that kind of pillar that so many players have relied on over the years?
Well, it means a lot to me. It showcases, I think, growth in an area where I feel like I've been heavily criticized over the years in. So for me, it's extremely validating when, you know, I think a good, like, maybe half of the NACL has worked with me before and they all have good things to say. So in my opinion, that just means I'm doing something good and it makes me feel good, obviously. And I hear that sentiment echoed by my current team as well, which also makes me feel good and makes me obviously just want to be the best version of myself every day so that we can, you know, continue to play well.
And looking forward, Dardoch, the reality is for Split 1 on the CCG squad, you guys were a strong team, but you weren't the favorite. Now on Supernova, a lot of teams are spearheading you as the favorite to win this split and be one of the top 2 teams that potentially challenges Disguise for a spot in LTA next year. Has that crossed your mind, or are you just trying to focus on, you know, one game at a time and not think of the future just yet?
Well, that's been our main goal, obviously, since we formed as a team. When we saw our roster, obviously, and it came together, I think in one of the first discussions we had as 5, we kind of set out our goals as a group, and everybody was on the same page about our end goal being win NACL, enter the promotion tournament, and obviously promote to LTA. So while that is in our head, we are still very much so taking it a game at a time, and obviously we just played a 45-minute banger against Winthrop, so that's very far from the necessary level, in my opinion, to get to Tier 1. So this is, obviously we're doing great so far in best of 1 format, and I think everybody has something to be proud of, but it is still a long way away from where we need to be.
All right, I mean, we're unfortunately out of time, but really quick, Dardoch, before we let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give? Anything you want to say?
Shout out my team. Everybody's awesome. I mean, we're all exceptionally good players and a pleasure to work with, really. Have a bunch of laughs and good times in that team, despite our scrim performances. And shout out to my lovely girlfriend, always supporting me, doing the best for me, and yeah, that's all.
Always a pleasure to talk with you, Josh. Nice win today, and best of luck to you moving forward into the playoff scenario. We'll see you next time.
Thanks. Take care, guys.
It's kind of awesome just to hear about how we have a lot of players who have yet to return to Tier 1 in some time, experienced so much growth here in the Tier 2 and the Tier 3 scene, and now are in position to be favorites to get a redemption story back into LTA. But we got to move on with the show. First up, MVP, who got it? Y'all in the chat decided, and the spam votes went to ABO in the mid lane.
I think that's earned. I think for the most part, he played pretty much this entire game really well. Even in the early game, he basically turned a gank that he managed to avoid into a successful dive on the bot lane against Mobility. And I think overall, his realm orbs were really key, really clutch. So, you know, happy he got the recognition this game. Well played.
I mean, those realm orbs were pretty much game winning. Being able to creatively use them and get not necessarily the Rise himself, but things like the Alistar to make exciting engages and crucial picks happen. But here we go, y'all. We got to truck on through for the rest of our last two matches of the day. Starting up with Conviction taking on Luminosity Gaming. This is the big heater that we were waiting for at the end of the day. I imagine for a lot of fans now tuning in, because both Luminosity and Conviction are already locked into playoffs, but they have not determined standings. And both of these teams, with Luminosity being the defending champions of NACL from this prior split, and Conviction proving to be a strong, formidable roster here in the regular season.
Yeah, and right now, first we have LG, our reigning champs from Split 1. Of course, while some bumps in the road, still performing really well as a team, and still definitely one of the teams in our conversation for going to that LTA North Promotion Tournament later on in September.
And on the flip side, Conviction Esports, with their fully swapped out roster from what they had in Split 1. A lot of returning faces, and faces that many people are going to be definitely familiar with if you are a big frequenter of streams all around the Twitch space, as well as any League of Legends content area. A lot of these guys are, you know, streaming on their personal channels, all of their scrims, sometimes even the matches as well. You know, kind of familiar to the near airport layout that they had in Split 1. But I will say there is a lot of excitement coming out from this roster in particular, because I think a lot of people were... There is a sentiment from people in this community, or maybe a percentage, where they didn't feel like this team was going to be as legit as they were coming in. I think there was criticisms about, oh, you know, Viper role swapping from top lane to AD carry, does he have it? Well, if people know, and if they've, you know, come to his channel and they've watched him stream, they know that he has been a long time enjoyer of playing marksman, not just in the top lane, but also playing the role itself. So this is him basically putting his money where his mouth is and saying, yeah, I want to play professionally on AD carry at the highest level, and I'm going to be able to do it. And you know what? He's busted out 2 Vayne games, unlike any other AD carry in our league, and he's won on both of them, beat them.
He has, and even Stun said in the interview yesterday that Viper believes his Vayne should be getting a lot more respect. And I think based on these last couple of matches he's been playing, I think that's going to start to come true a little bit, because he plays Vayne unlike any other AD carry I've seen. But it's very fun to watch, and it works, most importantly.
Yeah. And this one, I think, is going to be a bit more 50-50 on where people lie in terms of predictions. And look at that. We're split evenly down the board here, Beatdown. You, Mazel, and Hawk are giving the edge over to Luminosity. Me, Eric, and Matt are giving the edge over to Conviction.
Yeah, this is definitely the closest match I think we have on the day, at least on paper. Of course, Winthrop versus Supernova went longer than I expected for sure, but this one, I think Conviction are a team that have hit the ground running and have performed really highly and really well throughout basically the entirety of our 4-week split. And LG, I think they have been playing well from the jump as well, despite a couple of little hiccups. I just think the highs we've seen from LG are why I personally vote that they'll be able to win this one. And I think they are more consistent than they were at the beginning of that last split. Zazel himself even talks about how important that is in this best-of-1 format.
Yeah, I mean, one thing to note for Conviction, they're only 5-2 in the standings because the Blue Otter forfeit, right?
It's true,
and
yes.
On paper, that should have been a Conviction
team,
Esports
probably.
win. You know, if we just look at roster strength, I think we can all safely agree that Conviction could have been sitting at the top of the table before Supernova took their game and put themselves at 7-1 for the day. Now,
yes.
Conviction could have been also 6-1 instead of 5-2. But if you want to continue with the conversation, y'all, make sure to use hashtag NACL, as well as following us on all our platforms at NACL or at WatchNACL for Twitter specifically. And if you want to get some personalized coaching, y'all, we got ProDiff.gg, one of the sponsors that makes this show possible. So sign up using either the QR code at the top right or just going to the website, ProDiff.gg. A lot of the current or former pros on that website are formerly from NACL or currently on NACL, as well as LTA. So if you're trying to level up your game in solo queue and make those ranked streams happen, you know, just make sure you can get one of those. I know that a lot of our pros from LTA are still able to split their time even with their pro commitments as well as here on NACL. So, don't worry about if you're bothering them. They are there to help you out, and they can always work around your schedule. But for us, Beatdown, we're about a few moments away before getting into the pick and ban phase between Luminosity and Conviction Esports. And when we look at this team stylistically, Conviction Esports always seems to have the essence of pocket picks and the niche champion pools that gives them that creative edge. Whereas Luminosity, their strength just relies on the fact that a majority of this roster has already played together in multiple iterations, whether it's in NACL or in LTA over the past couple of years.
Yeah, a lot of synergy and a lot of experience at a high level. I mean, we call them lovingly the LTA rejects for a reason. They stayed together because they believed they'd be able to win their way back into the LTA their own way through this promotion relegation system. And they're gunning for the Sky's spot in about a month's time.
It is crazy that it's actually coming up soon because that final promotion tournament match is on September 19th, if I am not mistaken. So make sure that y'all have that locked in your calendars. And if your family's trying to get you to go to an event or someone's asking you to go a movie with them, tell them you're busy.
I'm busy.
You got plans. You are locked in to your computer or whatever mobile device or watching device that you use to watch NACL, and you are locked in for that because that will determine the fate of who ascends to LTA for the 2026 season. Now, for the pick and ban phase, already some bans that we normally see, the Trundle and the Pantheon being taken off the board here. Talia and Azir, common mid lane bans as well. Lucian, as you called out at the top of the day, Beatdown, a lot of teams have been prioritizing Lucian instead of the Varus as the number 1 AD carry priority.
Yeah, it's seeming like that is the case. And this time, Conviction, the ones who are going to ban away the Pantheon, pay respects to the power of that champion. For the most part, it's been banned very frequently. Only yesterday and today has it actually gotten through very much. Before that, we hadn't seen the champion in weeks, maybe even longer. But we're going to start things off with the Maokai, kind of a classic one for Tomio. Even though we don't see it very often, still think it's very powerful. Champion for disengaging, making space, things like that.
Normally when you see this option flown out early, it is because you're anticipating something like the Trundle so that you can just avoid or have ways to disengage it, but they already banned the Trundle. And for them, even though things like Xin is available, Wukong is available, they believe that the objective setup and the control that you get from Maokai saplings is what is very needed in this composition, just to open up from Luminosity. Now, Perry has been teasing us about a Volibear pick for quite some time. He is definitely a champion that Perry is very well known for. He's also hovering a lot of other champions that he has spammed over the years. Jarvan, definitely another signature from Perry, and that's going to be his choice alongside the Varus.
Fair. I mean, usually when you play Maokai, you usually pick it to protect less mobile champions, so maybe in anticipation for that, you want something like the Jarvan, where you can get active, where you can isolate them. But I think that's going to have LG kind of move towards champions with a little more safety. So I'm not so sure how I feel about those earlier Jarvan picks, but already a response like Ezreal makes perfect sense.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Beatdown, because even though I'm hyped about Perry's J4 in particular, blinding it early means that Luminosity can just opt into champions that have easy escape tools to get out of that Cataclysm. And Luminosity might just do that with a double marksman lock-in, sending the Ezreal into Tactical's hands, and Insanity with the Corki. Both Arcane Shift and Valkyrie can escape that Cataclysm setup very easily. So now it's up to Conviction to make sure that Cataclysm is not the only engage tool you have, so that you can bait out those mobility spells first before committing to the lockdown.
Yeah, so there's kind of a question here. Is Evolve going to pick now? Are we going to early pick something like the Rakan, just or one of the premier supports available? And it's looking like the answer is neither. They see the poke. They want to pull out a tank. Also, like you said, make it so that J4 is not the only go forward button, not the only engage. So I think that works out for TF Blade, something I think he's performed very well on so far since he debuted this season.
I mean, even in his interview, he said that while Sion may not be the champion that he's always enthused to play. It is just broken straight up. This champion is just crazy, and every time he gets his hands on it, he seems to just hard carry with it. So TF Blade will reluctantly be happy to just continue racking up these dubs for Conviction if these teams are going to continue giving him the giant meat tank in the top lane. Now, trying to take away some options that Fake God could try and use to put this Sion into the dirt or have an advantageous matchup. Gwen is one of them that might scale along nicely, whereas Conviction are denied the Orianna.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if we just go double bans towards that top lane. They need AP, so Rumble makes a lot of sense too. So I think just kind of limiting the ways they can round out that damage profile and also eliminate some matchups that are good into the Sion. So now, I think on the LG side, you could look to ban another mid laner. I think that might end up being better, but I guess instead they're worried about the Varus Karma, which I think fair enough.
Just taking mention of Stunt in particular, who is, very known, probably against all the other supports in the league, is the most, or has the most proclivity to enchanters against the rest of his competition in his role, and just taking respect and the obnoxious poke that could have been synergized there. Conviction now thinking about withholding their cards on what support Stunt is going to go with, so they lock in Evolve's choice in the mid lane with the Victor.
Yeah, and I mean, it gives you that scaling. It gives you a pretty safe lane matchup. You're playing into Corki, more than likely. So the idea here is simply just that, all right, you want to farm, I want to farm too. So it really just adds some more late power to this front-to-back composition that Conviction have worked out.
Luminosity, do they want to double down on engage here? Because outside of Maokai with the soft look off of the ultimate there, Nico is a nice way to confirm any lockdown on targets that he is able to root up. So Fake God now needs to lock in his champion of choice. Maokai these days have been building mostly AP-centric builds, so there is yet to be a true frontline, and I think that is what Luminosity are thinking of.
Yeah.
With the Cassante lock-in, this does mean that when it comes to magic damage, it is really only coming from both this Maokai and this Nico.
I guess the idea is that, Ezreal does mixed damage. I think combined, the three of them do enough magic damage where I think Conviction don't auto-win by building steel caps. So I think that ends up making the Nico kind of smart in that way as well. And of course, Zeyzal, very good on the pick. Played it yesterday to great success. And it's going to have to do the same here into this match as well.
For Luminosity, I'm not necessarily the most confident in terms of tank shredding abilities from their damage output, but it's not like they're doomed. Yeah, I mean, because Corki can armor shred with his E. He does have to get up, in close range to do so, which puts him at risk in, Varus' range, Victor's range, getting locked down by Cataclysm, right? But auto attacks are able to at least do true damage if he goes for more of like a relative crit spike as well. So we'll see how Luminosity try and optimize their builds to make sure that TF Blade is not just walking around pretty much undeterred. I do like Stunt's matchup that he went for, going with the Nami. This ensures that Ezreal and Nico don't auto-win in terms of the 2v2 push with double ranged into what could have been Varus and normally maybe a tank support, right? And sustain from Nami, and nice disengage with the tidal wave if Luminosity try and look for an engage.
For me, the tidal wave, I think, is the biggest part. Just because I'm looking at LG's comp, they have engage, they have ways to go in, but it's not the kind of solid, reliable engage when I think like Nautilus, Rel, Rakan, Sion, and things like that. So I think the Nami will do a pretty good job at creating space for the team. And even following up, when you throw up things like the Unstoppable Onslaught, the Cataclysm, and things like that, maybe it could create a situation too where you force the carries to use movement abilities. Oh, look at that. My big rocky circle has come out, and now you have to flash. GG.
Yep, very much so. The Aqua Prison could be the CC that
also that
just puts them into a stasis long enough to be taken down by Conviction Esports. And you even think about the combos too. That Tide Caller that Nami grants off of her E empowers any of her allies' abilities or attacks to give a little bit of an extra slow. That's terrifying in the hands of something like a Varus who looks for long-range cues to try and poke someone out. If he clips something like a Nico or any of the squishies in Corki and Ezreal on their way out, could be enough to force a flash or could be one to secure a kill. But y'all, we're done yapping about the draft. We now want to hear from y'all what you think is going to have the bigger edge here in this match between Luminosity Gaming, #LG, or Conviction, #CNV. Let us know. Make sure you are keeping up with the conversation on all of our socials at NACL, at WatchNACL on Twitter using the #NACL. And so far, Conviction fan vote is out in full force right now. We'll see if Luminosity fans can rise up and make it a little bit more even, because like we said on the broadcast team, we're split 50-50 when it comes to predictions.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a close one. Again, closest match we have today on paper. And it really could go either way. I mean, if we look at Conviction's draft, it's a lot easier to execute, especially when we're talking about playing here at NACL. I usually favor comps like that, just because easier to be consistent. Your win cons are very simple. And, you know, that usually prevails more often than not. But this is Luminosity we're talking about here. Very experienced team. We've seen some incredible highs and mostly a lot of consistency from this roster. So if anyone is going to win with a harder to execute comp, it would be them.
Yeah, the only real loss that Conviction experienced was at the beginning of the split. If you don't remember when they first played against, I want to say, Dark Zero, where things kind of went awry very quickly, and we were questioning whether this team was truly coordinated. We saw some good looks early on in the map play, but it made sentiments overall thinking, oh, okay, I guess Conviction is going to have to work on a lot of things, and they immediately reversed that sentiment over the next few games. And outside of the Blue Otter forfeit, they have been undefeated ever since their first loss of the split. So here we go, y'all. Time to see how the story unfolds between Luminosity Gaming and Conviction Esports as we hit the riff for game number 4.
That's right. Exciting matchup here between LG and Conviction. LG currently still sort of trying to fight to keep into that top 3. You talked about it. Seeding, very important going into playoffs, Mark. And that's really important too for Luminosity, who are 5-2 right now. If they want to be able to stay in 3rd place, not lose it over to Conviction, they have to win. And of course, on the flip side, Conviction, they win this, they take Luminosity's place in 3rd place, have an easier chance of holding that tomorrow when the split ends.
Just even getting a chance to look at the final schedule for both of these teams after this match for tomorrow. Luminosity plays against Dorado. Conviction plays against Supernova. Oh my goodness. Another heater. So Conviction really was tasked with some of their most anticipated competitive matches on the last 2 days of the regular season. So we're going to see how well they can at least endure and make the best out of these last 2 games. Luminosity have yet to do anything funky here in the early stages of the game. Looks like both of the junglers for Perry and Tomio will be matching their clears, walking over and pathing towards the bot side of the map. We'll see if Tactical Zazel or Viper Stunt are going to try to really test their limits here. We know that Viper and Stunt are no strangers to trying to tango and get the better of the enemy bot lane early on. Sometimes it looks great, and other times, you know, well, limits are tested. We'll say that.
Right. And for the moment, as you were kind of mentioning, bot prio not so easily gained by either team, but it's looking like Tactical and Zazel, who use both the summoner spells, are going to be able to get that angle. We have both junglers also pathing towards this bottom side. Perry more likely to defend, and or rather, sorry, Tomio more likely to defend, and Perry to see what opportunity he can get.
Now, we didn't get a chance to see it on screen, but Viper lost almost all of his HP. As you called out, Zazel using both of his summoner spells must have just been an all-out level 1 brawl. It has now put Viper and Stunt on the back foot. And depending on how fast Tomio is able to make his clear towards the bot side, maybe he can try and threaten. But because Perry has also pathed towards the bottom side, he should be here to bail out his bot lane if they need it for a threat on the dive.
Yeah, for the moment, don't think we're going to see that much action per se. Looked like the Nico clone was there just to make sure there wasn't an opportunity gank there from Perry. No actual ward placed. So I think it's going to be quiet until after our first clear. And also Tobio. Okay.
Slick.
Yeah, tech. I know.
Slick. Yep.
Oh my.
Hits level 4 relatively quickly, around the same time that Perry will be finishing his own level 4 clear. Both of these junglers will show up at the same time, and Perry will get information that Tomio is here.
Oh, look
as
at
well.
Insanity.
Insanity is the first one to move over from the mid lane, so this allows Tomio priority to secure the bottom crab. This is nice when you are playing Maokai because you don't have the greatest skirmishing all-in ability early on, especially against something like a Jarvan who will just pretty much walk up and down smash with AD combat stats after the initial spell rotation comes out. But Perry is able to at least get the crab on the top side of the map.
Yeah, though at the very it will give a little bit of extra time for, it looks like, Tomio to drop a ward before recalling and heading back towards his top side for the next round of clears. We got a lot of aggressive trading here in the mid lane from Insanity, really just using his health to ensure he can get these waves in and get a favorable recall. Maybe he's trying to avoid using the teleport. Or maybe he just wants to ensure that he can get straight back to lane and not drop a single creep.
For the most part, Fake God has been pushing TF Blade into his tower and getting priority on the top side of the map, but TF Blade not really being threatened at the moment for a potential dive. Kind of hard to do so when you have two tanks trying to dive another tank. Just not a lot of damage and not a lot of guarantees there to ensure that it goes the way you want it to. Viper and Stun returning back to lane. Actually, Viper, I say take that back, has not gotten a chance to return back to lane. It was Stunt that walks back with some boots, and Viper is still feeling the pain of a lot of the poke that is coming down, but at least Stunt can try to do his best to top him off with the Surging Tides.
And give props to Tactical, holding on to his Arcane Shift. Knows that is a very crucial spell to dodge things like that Aqua Prison. And honestly, this, even though it's looking like Viper and Stunt are getting some more control back on this bottom side, I mean, Tactical, to be fair, he does have teleport, so you can probably just back and TP with some items. It's going to give Tomio the space to just go ahead and start this dragon. I don't think there will be much of a contest, but Perry's nearby.
Tomio has pretty nice secure with the Bramble Smash into Smite, but Viper and Stun have pushed out their bot lane, but Perry doesn't even think about going forward. Oh, that was close. Unlucky for the jungler Conviction Esports, and Zazel able to, or not Zazel, Tactical able to barely make it out alive. Oh my gosh, Perry. Perry, if you could do something super funny right now. Okay, well, Dragon first one of the game is secured for Luminosity, but now Tomio might need to bail out. Good use of the Bramble Smash, but one more EQ means that Perry will look for the knockup, but the heal from Zazel ensures that Tomio has enough to be able to walk out alive.
Also, like, the hands on this guy. Dodge the Aqua Prison, he's just bobbing and weaving. He's going to be able to hold on to his flash. I think it's a big deal. The fact that he secures Dragon, and it ultimately, it cost him nothing on the side of LG to be able to make that happen. Plus, Tactical making good use of that teleport as well. Shows up to lane with Sheen and Tyr. Really great buy for Ezreal. Is able to shove two big waves into the turret. I think a stun has to back. He should be, yeah, he got a turret plate as well. So it's actually going to give him a pretty good advantage over Viper.
Yeah, really solid stuff from the Luminosity Gaming Squad overall, and unfortunate for Perry because there are two looks that he went for, trying to see if he could stop Tactical's base or try and look for a kill or Summoner Spell burn. It doesn't get it in time, and then by the time he finds his way onto the Dragon, Tomio clean smites it, and not even a chance to get a Summoner Spell advantage on his way out. I guess you can say Zazel burning the heal to bail out his jungler, but it's not one that you can punish Tomio as easily with since he still has his flash available. So now with the forward beat down, Grub's coming up in the next 30 seconds on the clock here. Luminosity have yet to pick up any white item spikes, but the same story is for Conviction Esports.
Yeah, and no lane swap, which is, you know, not as common around this stage of the game. Usually somebody does it to avoid a matchup or to get a good setup for the Grubs, but it is the case for neither And I think that will actually favor LG pretty nicely, just because Cassante level 6, very impactful. Your ability as a duelist and your ability to do damage spikes really hard once you have access to the all-out. So I think LG, so far, starting this early game off really nicely with, even though they don't have kills, they're cleaning up the objectives. I think the openings have been really good from Tomio to deny some of the plays Perry wants to go for.
And this is just the nice benefit you get when you have something like a Maokai as your jungler. If all of your lanes are doing fine, then the Maokai doesn't necessarily need to propel the state of the game by forcing dives or looking for ganks. He is a great objective securer thanks to the power of that Bramble Smash, able to just cleanly and efficiently take the dragon, take all 3 grubs off the map. This could be a objective feat getting rapidly picked up here for Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, don't you need...
You need one more neutral objective.
You need one more, yeah. It's three neutrals, and if they're able to get first brick or 3 kills, yeah, it'll be really easily taken for them. And even Tomio, I mean, he's just so efficient in this early game. He's even in farm with Perry. He's able to path down in time to deny the grubs, or rather, sorry, his raptors from being taken. And especially for a player like Perry, who, you know, we credit for being a very intelligent and a good jungler from what we've seen in the NACL, hasn't missed a beat since he came back. For him to have so few options in this early game as a J4, I think really shows how impressive this early game has been from LG.
It's also something that... Nice. Just getting a chance to see the assets on the J4 model there.
Very
for
true.
Conviction Esports. That was one of the concerns we had when we saw the Jarvan being picked so early in the draft. It's just very hard for you to actually attack a lot of the lanes that Luminosity Gaming have. And now Tomio's going to force the issue under the tower here. Soft looking with the ultimate. It's only a route on to stunned.
Answer back with a tidal wave. Zazel might have gone a little too far forward. Still has the flash, but cannot escape. And the power of counter ganking is well and true for Perry's Jarvan 4.
Yeah, really nicely done there. The Cataclysm to ensure the Pop Blossom does not go down. It means that, you know, Zazel used the ult and got no actual value from it. And with this timer on the Drake coming up very shortly too, I think that doubly hurts for LG, who are missing a crucial cooldown.
Take a look again. Chain of Corruptions into the tidal wave, the EQ knockup. Yeah, unfortunately, Zazel just did not get a chance to play the game right there.
No, and I mean, I'm kind of surprised he just kind of got hit by the Chain of Corruptions just like that. I wonder if he thought he had the clone. But either way, misplay from him. Costs a big cooldown leading up to this dragon, and of course gives a kill over to Perry on the Jarvan.
Whether he was disrespecting the damage, or by the time he registered that the Chain of Corruptions came out, it was already too late of the CC layering.
Yeah, he had flash too.
Yeah. I imagine that, yeah, it's either just not mentally preparing yourself to say, if I don't flash the Chain of Corruptions, I'm already dead, or just not thinking that Perry was around the corner if they didn't get a chance to see him or something. But second dragon of the game has spawned, beat down, and Conviction are the first ones to the punch here. Zazel trying to poke his head over the wall, plops down a ward just to get some vision on it. Tomio still very strong when it comes to these contests. Using the Bramble Smash and the Smite could be the difference here, but a lot of the Luminosity Gaming members are not really able to step up and try and force their way into the river. They just give the dragon, and now trying to get as much damage on the way out from these Conviction members.
Yeah, and really the only bright side, you get a plate for tactical. You're able to kind of force Evolve to take a not so great route, but...
Yeah, two, damn.
Yeah, the punish there. That failed dive, costing Tomio and Zazel really big team fighting ults is what made that possible. So what looked like a good angle for early dragon stacking has been halted by LG. But there's still a chance for them to earn potential dragons later. But Conviction answering back this game.
A nice way for Conviction to stall out the game longer, because one of the things we did talk about is this Victor and Sion having, or at least enjoying the game when it goes longer. Not to say that Luminosity don't have scaling factors. Uh-oh, Insanity does not have flash, and yep, that's a big dunk coming from Perry.
And it's just that simple. Big dive. Deny some resources there from Insanity and gives an opportunity for more plates to go down, because Zazel, I'm sure he's going to be able to really do much about this wave, especially with nobody being nearby. Am I great? Could they not dive this again? Okay, they won't.
You know, Beatdown, I just realized I misspoke. I thought Insanity did not have flash because surely if a Chain of Corruptions is coming towards you under tower, you dodge
You flash that? Yeah.
You flash that? Nope. Did not happen. So
He did have flash, yeah.
you know, we'll see if Luminosity are able to make use of that flash advantage in the next objective fight that does come around the 15-minute mark for the Rift Herald. Because sometimes we've seen that from Luminosity Gaming in the past, where individuals will save their summoner spells just accepting, okay, they got me here, but they are able to at least pay the investment off by using it for a bigger play later in the game.
Yeah, very possible. I think in that 3v1, you probably die regardless. I don't know if there's actually a way to outplay it, so I can believe that one is restrained. Although I'm less convinced about Zeyzal not flashing it a couple minutes prior. Either way, yeah, Insanity will have that for any upcoming skirmishes. It's really Dragon that we're looking for in 2 minutes, 45 seconds, or maybe the Rift Herald that should be spawning in a minute's time.
Third place have officially fallen now at the 14-minute mark, and as you said, Rift Herald in the next 50 seconds will be up on the map for the taking. Currently, Conviction is sending their bot lane just to push out this wave. Viper should have his Blade of the Ruined King purchase ready to go in just a few minutes' time. But they're going to take a little bit of extra seconds to see how much damage they can get off of this turret, if not the first brick completely taken off board. But Fake God is the one that is able to absorb the wave. And if Conviction really want to play for the Rift Herald, they'll probably have to send Viper back home so that he can get his item purchase, but they're sticking to it because Perry's also on the bottom side of the map. They are ready to forfeit this. TF Blade coming down the lane with the choo-choo train on the Scion, getting an extra bit of damage. Now Fake God is compromised. He goes all out because he knows that this turret is not long for this world. That's the first brick off the board, and Fake God tries to flash over. Perry slam dunks him into the ground with the Cataclysm, and that's the fate of Warfare picked up for Conviction Esports.
And another successful play on that bottom side of the map there. Just repeating it onto different targets for the side of Conviction. Of course, there's a trade topside, but because of this commitment from Conviction, they're also going to get this tier 2, which makes the gold trade so much more valuable and in their favor. And they're waiting for this next wave, but I mean, nobody's TPing. There's really no way to respond.
And even in the early stages of the split against Dark Zero, when they were struggling in the early stages of the game, Conviction Esports have shown time and time again that they are no stranger to making these strong cross-map trades just to bolster their pockets with more gold and accelerating the pace for their carries to get these spikes online that much quicker. And for Conviction Esports, this is now a huge jump. We saw what was a decent opening from Luminosity Gaming, setting up their lanes for success. Now, a 2,000 gold advantage for Conviction at 16 minutes into the game.
That's right. And really, again, it is off the back of that tier 2 they were able to snag on top of the kill in the tier 1. So it also allows them to push that bot wave so much deeper, making it easier to set up for Drakes. And speaking of, we have that Cloud Drake coming up very shortly. And TPs mean LG are committed to this one, even though they aren't going to get that first look.
Everyone is still on one item spike, so Luminosity definitely feel confident about being able to fight their way through this one, but they didn't get to the objective first, so Tomio trying to find ways to set up saplings so that he can start burning down health bars with the Leandris Torment that he's picked up. Rift Herald already crashed into the mid lane turret, but no one from Luminosity is going to escort it just yet. Conviction now trying to respond because they don't want to drop too many minions. Viper misses the Chain of Corruptions onto Luminosity, so now that's one tool gone. There's still plenty of ways for Conviction Esports to try and force an engage, but Flash is available on both Tactical and Insanity. Makes it hard for Perry to choose those two as his prime targets.
Yeah, Fake God lost his health, so he backed and TP'd. Everybody pretty much has their ultimates except for Viper, so it's really just about target selection here. Insanity, not quite the damage dealer, a late game carry that Corky tends to be. He needs another item before we're at that part of the conversation. But LG, they're still committed to this one. They want to try and poke Conviction down.
Some poke from the True Shot Barrage onto Viper, pops the heal. Here comes Tomio's ultimate, rooting up the front line. TF Blade taking a lot of damage, forced to use the Unstoppable Onslaught, but he still gets caught by the Pop Blossom, and it's so
Blossom from Zazel, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade so far. Tomio on the right side looking for a flank. Parry is way too low to continue committing to the Dragon. Tries to jump onto Tomio. Split, but dodges the Aqua Prison. Nice use of the twisted advance there. And Luminosity Gaming have played the river strongly enough that they force Conviction away and take the second Dragon for themselves.
Nice bait and switch there, 1-for-1, and they pull Parry away to try and take down Tomio, who still holds onto his flash. So LG now halfway to a Cloud Soul, and the fact that this is happening before the big spikes of their two carries, I mean, both Ezreal and Corki really loving that 2-item spike is such a big deal too, because when the Muramana start to come out, then they are really starting to hit mark. And even TF Blade can lose his health surprisingly quickly.
He's not at that tanky, super tank, you know,
not quite
status quite yet. Sunfire Cape will give you a little bit of, you know, decent stats, but yeah, we're not at that level yet. So Luminosity gonna be grateful about being able to win out on that one and still bolster up their ability to look for some Drake stacking potential. Still not quite as accelerated as they would have liked, but still, it is a Cloud Soul game, and so many of these champions benefit off of that extra movement speed boost to either confirm and engage or get the hell away from Conviction trying to force their own.
Yeah, I think every champ in the game loves Cloud Soul. Movement speed is just a very nice thing to have. So that's what we're playing for. LG are halfway there. And as things kind of slow down and we go back to our late assignments, doesn't really seem like there's much that these teams want to be fighting for. It's just going to be farming, trying to reach second items in preparation for the next objective.
Harry is on 2 items here, so is Viper. So these two members, if they are able to force a fight together, could look for a decent swing into maintaining control of the game, since they have the gold advantage that was temporarily at their disposal is now back in control of Luminosity, but the difference is so small that the game is pretty much even. And for Conviction Esports, they are really trying to hammer home advantages and trying to burn flashes off of Tactical Insanity preemptively. Because as we talked before in the draft, when it comes to guaranteed engages, there's not many that Conviction have if flashes are available and their main mobility spells are still up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worth noting, Evolved and Viper don't have their flashes right now, so they are under that threat from a Pop Blossom, from a Nature's Grasp. And now that we know Otacon's on the bottom side, that's going to be people's focus for a little bit here. It's worth noting, too, Insanity and Tactical hit those power spikes. Once Insanity almost finished the tier, so he'll have that fully stacked Muramana. And that's going to be a lot of damage coming through, a big spike for LG to work with. So I think they're liking their chances around this neutral.
Conviction are starting to feel the pressure about traversing through their own blue quadrant ever since losing out on that mid-tier 1 just a few minutes ago. Otacon is the big objective that Luminosity are trying to threaten. A quick look onto Zazel here. Pop Blossom doesn't even get a chance to be used because he is bursted before the channel finishes. Now a 5-on-4 in advantage for Conviction Esports. The rest of Luminosity going to try to rely on Tomio Fake God to brute force their way in. Already 7,000 HP, less than 6,000 now for Conviction. TF Blade doing his best to hold the line and prevent Tomio from getting in. He's going to sack all of his HP. He flashes back to the safety. Parry.
Oh my God!
Insanity is the one that steals the icon. That's huge for Luminosity and disaster for Conviction Esports. Now they have to try and fight this one out and survive with as many stragglers as left possible. But Tactical is laying in the work with those Mystic shots, keeping Conviction Esports at bay, while Evolved is running for his life. Zazel now back from the grave, ready to get revenge. Does not find the Tangle Barbs. Evolved still has a flash, trying to run for his life, but Insanity with the TP will cut off his retreat route, and Luminosity Gaming win big in the Otacon pit.
And that's so clutch. It just didn't look like Tomio was close enough to go for the smite steal, so the fact that Parry ends up fumbling it a little bit just to allow Insanity to steal it is honestly unfortunate for Conviction, but it's amazing for Luminosity Gaming because they get the Otacon, they have that buff for the rest of the game, and of course, the rest of these kills following this fight mean that LG get a big injection of gold right before the next
It was 6 HP!
That, I mean, Yeah.
And you could
That's
see that
tough.
Perry was trying to time it with his EQ combo.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a 1206 smite. I mean,
You know,
oh,
that's
I don't
kind of
even know
hard
if
to
I
be
can
mad
fault.
at.
Yeah, I can't be mad at Perry for that. That's just straight up RNG diff, and Insanity is going to be the huge benefactor of that one. Luminosity, though, they're going to take that in all full stride.
That's tough. Now, I mean, Cloud Drake's being done right now.
That's one way to put it, yeah.
Yeah, Conviction, they know. They just have to play elsewhere. That's why you're seeing Perry topside. He's going to cover Evolve, see if they can get a tier 1 turret out of this one. But there's some movement here. Zazel and Insanity want to match this one as well. Looking like they won't be able to save it, though. So at least it's something in exchange for a Cloud Soul point.
Conviction know better than to try and battle Luminosity Gaming when they're up in gold and overall combat stats thanks to the Otacon buff that they secured for themselves. Just trying to get more gold into their pockets and put themselves in a better state when it comes to that next big team fight that they will be forced to play for. More than likely, the Baron Viper going toe-to-toe with Tactical, forcing all of his summoner spells, popping the Cleanse to get out of the Nature's grasp. Viper is still alive, but he has to run because the rest of Luminosity are hot on his trails. And thankfully with Stunt there, he is able to get enough movement speed to run away.
So that is nice at least. But both Tactical and Viper, they blow all their sums just to limp away from that fight. And otherwise, we kind of go back to things slowing down. We have Baron up in 40 seconds. I don't think we're at a point where someone's just going to start that one off willy-nilly. It's just about getting the setup and hoping that you get an opportunity for yourself. I mean, it's worth noting, too, LG, double marksman comp, they're going to take it very quickly. So if Conviction give them the slightest opening, that's a big buff they could lose over to Luminosity.
Yeah. For Conviction Esports, the one thing that they have that they could look at is, unironically, the man that you saw on your screen there in Tactical. Viper did burn his summoner spells in order to make it happen, but now there is an opportunity to try and get a shutdown bounty on this Ezreal's head, because once he uses the Arcane Shift, he's got no more bailouts. There's no Mikhail's Crucible stopping him from getting stunned on a Gravity Zone from Victor. Knockups cannot be cleansed either, and he doesn't have access to pretty much any other defensive utility, spell, or item. So Luminosity, despite the advantage when it comes to the double marksman for burning down this Baron, they just have to be careful. Oh, quick snap engage!
Oh,
Nicely done by Tomio. He sees a fish, he wants it skewered, and Luminosity Gaming now find 5-4 on the map.
And it's Baron time. I think you're very happy to just go ahead and start that. Send Insanity to clear the wave, and the rest are just going to play defense while this Corki clears the wave and shows up. But it's a 4 versus 5 Conviction. They have to do something because they know this Baron could be the beginning of the end.
Perry trying to get Vision down onto the Baron pit. Can he find redemption and finding a seal of his own? Zazel with a solo pop blossom right on top of Viper.
Nice.
No summoner spells on the Varus. That's an easy pick to make for Luminosity Gaming. TF Blade trying to absorb damage, but now the only real damage is coming out of Evolved's Victor. What? It is enough that Luminosity Gaming can no longer force the issue here at Baron.
That's, yeah, it is worth something for them to be able to make sure that Baron goes down, but still, Viper, at this point in the game too, 30 seconds off the map, that's time you're not farming. That is golden experience lost. And you need all the golden experience you can get going into this next dragon in 2 minutes, because Insanity Tactical, they've already hit 3 items. The armor shred from that Black Cleaver Insanity's building is going to do so much work for Luminosity as a whole too. So Conviction really can't afford any more slip-ups if they want to prevent this Cloud Soul from going down.
The Viper committing to the on-hit build will definitely benefit, as Blade of Ruin King current HP shred. Ever since that item did get buffed, we've been seeing a lot more champions and carries benefiting from that item in particular, starting to either itemize it more or slowly make their way back into the meta. But Luminosity Gaming have stalled enough time despite losing out on a lot of health bars. They're back up on the map. All 5 members strong here, trying to maintain control of the Baron pit. They've got control wards pretty much littered everywhere. Quick pick onto Perry might be possible here, but he's got healing from Stunt to get him out back to safety.
Yeah, you can see The confidence Insanity's playing with. He's got range damage. Oh!
Really nice engage there from Fake God. Q3 into the all-out, brings them into the waiting arms of Luminosity, and TF Blade just had no way to be able to escape that one. The Unstoppable Onslaught goes off cooldown. He still got flash and teleport back up, but he is not on the Rift for the next 35 seconds. And Luminosity say that, you know what? Our Cloud Soul is coming up in 35. Let's just start shifting our vision towards that objective instead.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the move too. Fake God, he's just going to immediately walk his way towards the mid lane. This dragon is the only thing on Summoner's Rift for either one of these Ts. LG, because of course it's their soul and conviction, because they don't want to let such a powerful buff go through. The nice thing for Conviction is TF Blade will be able to join with TP soon, but you said it, Mark, has no access to that Unstoppable Onslaught. And we saw how quickly LG can burst down this tank with the armor shred that Insanity and Tactical are working with.
TF Blade TPing back to the middle of the river, rejoins his comrades here. Perry trying to fish for Zazel and stop him from getting in prime position to look for a Pop Blossom flank. TF Blade getting rooted up here, taking up a lot of damage once again.
Oh my
Stun
God.
taking a big one to the face. Has to disengage with the tidal wave. Perry continuously harassing Zazel, solo Pop Blossom onto the jungler, but now Tactical has joined the fray, making sure that his support does not go down for free. And Conviction Esports are down multiple low health bars here. TF Blade setting up a nice decimating smash on the Fake God. He's forced to flash. Perry caught in a really weird spot here as the rest of Conviction Esports are losing health fast, and the rest of Luminosity are keeping them at bay with the power of this poke composition. No chance for a contest. They throw up the thumbs up. They know that it's lost, and Cloud Soul is awarded to Luminosity.
Yeah, and that poke is a powerful, Mark. You can see what it's doing. Oh my God. Oh, and Perry forced the flash too. I mean, Insanity in particular is just a threat this game. The fact that he is working with all this health, he must be at like 3k health right now as a marksman, and of course the damage from Shojin, from Black Cleaver, and the armor shred that he gives value for the rest of his team with. Like, it really feels like if you step wrong just once, LG rip your health to shreds.
And I'll definitely say that I might have been wrong on overestimating how tanky TF Blade was going to be in this game against the likes of Luminosity's comp, but because of all the armor shred, normally a champion like Ezreal that we know is not the most efficient at killing down tanks, TF Blade has just not lived long enough. He's definitely lived for quite some time, but unfortunately for Conviction Esports, he's not been able to create opportunities for Viper and Evolved to do the same to Luminosity Gaming's own frontline, and now they have full control of this map. Cloud Soul at their disposal. Anytime they proc an ultimate, that's going to be a lot of movement speed at the ready that they can try and use to lock down any Conviction members caught out of bounds.
And now they have the Baron, so they can punish Conviction even more. Syncing these waves up really nicely, threatening these tier 3 turrets at the same time, using their superior range just to pepper them with damage, to not give them the opening to come back in. So with these next 2 minutes of the Baron buff, they're just going to very easily whittle away at these tier 3 turrets, and Conviction, they have to do their best to split their focus and see if they get an opening.
Nice poke again onto Stun's health bar. I mean, that is a squishy fish, able to heal himself back up with the ebb and flow, but still will need to walk all the way back to the fountain to fully top off and maybe get some additional wards for himself. The first tier 3 turret will fall in the mid lane. Next one on the market is going to be this bot lane one, as Insanity and Zazel peppering it down. Engage comes out from Conviction. Oh, but Perry just gets kidnapped, and Luminosity Gaming send him back to the Shadow Realm as Luminosity now continuing the siege. 5 versus 4. If they feel lucky here, Beatdown, they could try and just push it for the game end here. They have the Baron buff. They have Cloud Soul. They look confident. They're peppering down more health bars here with the power of the poke and just laying siege into the Nexus towers. TF Blade knocked up by the Q3 from Fake God, taking off a lot of damage. Evolved getting rooted up by the Tangled Barbs. Insanity trying to work his way through his health bar. As the Nexus turret, the first one will fall. Luminosity continuing the siege, but they've dropped a lot of health and resources as needed. And Conviction Esports will be able to hold on to the base for now.
And good recognition with Perry coming back up with ult. It's time to just back off, steal some jungle camps away, and spend all that sweet, delicious gold you've earned for yourself these last 3 minutes, Mark, because LG are rich, rich. 7,000 gold ahead of Conviction Esports, and are now polishing off some of these almost fourth items at this stage of the game, really just increasing the power that they're working with.
In Conviction, the copium angle is, okay guys, we get super minions pouring in through mid and bots. We're going to get even more gold for ourselves, and we can hopefully get to 4 items. It's a death cap completed for Evolve's Victor, so now he is going to be doing a lot of burst damage on top of being very hard to kill with the Leandries and the Rod of Ages he spec'd into earlier in the game. But will it be enough for Conviction to make a comeback? I don't know, Beatdown. This is a lot of stats that you have to overcome on the side of LG.
And a lot of range, too, which I think is the most difficult part.
Perry sends it with the dunk and the Cataclysm, but the all-out brings Fake God back to safety, so Perry is forced to use the EQ flag and drag back over to his own base. Conviction Esports able to withstand the siege for now, as was a decent amount of engaged tools used at the hand of Luminosity Gaming.
Oh my god.
TF Blade is forced to use the Unstoppable Onslaught just to run away. He almost got brought down. As Luminosity, continuing the siege, have yet to take out the Tier 3 turret on the top side.
But they're close, and they are not afraid to step into Conviction's base. They know their range, they know their advantages, and they are very happy to use them, Rafa. You can see it as they are making sure these super minions are getting escorted into the base, while Evolved is the only one there trying to cover this top tier 1 turret. It is Victor, so the wave clear is good, but at some point, he's going to have to move back in and help his team clear.
Perry fishing for a knock-up onto Tactical, but because he has Flash and Arcane Shift, that is, unfortunately, not a viable target in that current moment. Conviction, however, have held onto their base defense for now, and the Tier 3 turret still stands in the top lane. So now Luminosity Gaming will have to come back another day and wait. Maybe this time for Luminosity, as they take their bases, they will have to rely on securing the Elder Dragon for themselves to be the final push they need to make this game win wrapped up in the books. As Conviction trying to do what they can to scout out safely in the bottom quadrant, because you imagine that if Luminosity just get this Elder Dragon for free, Conviction are going to be completely out of options.
That's right, and it's looking like for free is exactly the price LG are going to have to pay, because look what's happening here. They've denied several rounds of jungle camps on this bottom side. They've just maintained so much control here, and they keep these waves pushed in along with the super minions assisting in that auto-pushing fashion. So now Elder Dragon is spawned. They have to force something as Conviction, but it's looking like a whole lot of nothing.
TF Blade,
Unless
massive 2-man knock-up, decimating smash right on top of them. They burst out Fake God. Tomio was able to run away, but Zazel is the next one on the chopping block, as he is able to at least use heal and get out of harm's way. Conviction find one massive pickup, but it still doesn't feel like it's enough beatdown. They now have to deal with Tactical Insanity, who are not caught up in the crossfire and just got so much free damage into the front line, and now they are making Conviction pay the price. And while the backline of Luminosity is keeping Conviction at bay, Tomio can just start up the Elder Dragon by himself.
And need I remind you, Conviction are the ones who got the kill in that fight, but unfortunately it cost them all their gap closing tools. So that means they get walked down by the remaining members of LG, and you said it, Tomio, a little help with Insanity runs down this Elder.
Perry almost brought down the 300 HP. Looks for Zazel. The Smite. Viper forced to flash away. Tactical in the middle of all of them. TF Blade misses on the Unstoppable Onslaught. It's just Mandemonium here in the jungle. Insanity is rolling in the riches. Triple kill coming in for Insanity. He's going to look for another one onto Stunt, but he flashes away in time. Tactical is going to get a chance to solo out TF Blade by himself. This sign is pretty darn tanky, but there's no more damage dealers to really bail him out, and the Elder Dragon secured by Tomio means that Tactical is going to get a little bit of extra help in executing the big meatball, and now it's just Stun. But what can a fish do against all 5 members of Luminosity?
Absolutely nothing, Mark, because it's all 5 and the Elder Dragon at their backs. Insanity wants another kill, but this game is done.
Luminosity prevail triumphant, and look at that, y'all. Luminosity gonna be able to take the game over Conviction Esports.
What a game it was. Really back and forth for a time, Mark, where I really felt like Conviction were getting some of these advantages. But I think Conviction, or rather LG, excuse me, did a really good job with some of these early objective controls. And then it got to a point where this comps range was used massively by LG. There was just no response because it's like the most devious game of keep away I've ever seen.
That power of range. When you think about fighting game terminology, spacing, that was put on maximum display for LG. Because you could see that Conviction Esports were testing their waters, they were trying different angles. Perry, instead of just trying to go through the front door, was trying to find ways that he could pick off solo members and prevent them from being used as engage tools or team fighting tools for Luminosity to play their hands forward. But it just wasn't enough in the end. And for Luminosity, for me, you guys in the chat will have the power in deciding who the MVP is. Insanity is going to have a big one on his shoulders in terms of nods and consideration just for stealing the Otacon from Perry's hands.
Yeah, honestly, I think that's what the vote is going to be, and I think that's a valid pick. My vote is personally on Tomio. I think he played that early mid game so nicely. I really think he just deserves a shout out, and I hope it doesn't get swept under the rug because the game went like 40 minutes.
Pretty strong objective clear as well as securing and control. That is the power of the Maokai there, and I'm with you. I think Tomio definitely gets a nice shutout. Even some of the quick snap engages. Just because you give this guy a tree doesn't mean he still doesn't have that killer instinct. He knew when someone was dead on his screen. We're going to take a short break, y'all. When we come back, it's going to be our MVP announced, our interview with one of the Luminosity Gaming members, and our final game of the day between Citadel and Blue Otter. See you then.
I usually don't mind either style, but I guess I prefer something that's more scaling, as long as they're not able to lose, because when my bot lane is scaling, then my jungle has more time to go help my lane, because usually they don't want to play to there, so I can play more like a Psycho, so I'll probably go with like a scaling bot lane.
Probably have a hard coming bot lane, for sure. I think aggressive bot lane, they're always good. It's always good to have players that are willing to take risks and they're confident in themselves, no matter what.
That probably the second one, I prefer like the scaling, making a difference in team fights type thing.
Personally, I like 2v2 bot lane form, but the thing is, with the 2v2 bot lanes, you're more likely to be seeing like an enter. They're probably gonna tell you like, if you die, you're like, oh my god, this guy's so bad, or whatever like that. But the thing is, that's what makes it fun, right? So like the dopamine that it gives you when you like kill someone. Passive bot lanes are just like, they're just farming. Usually that's supposedly the most ADCs are bot lane these days, but maybe that's just what we are like playing. So maybe that's just our like meta on our team. So maybe it doesn't apply to other teams, but I do like the 2v2 more like aggressive lanes.
First one. What was the first one again? I forgot what it was.
Hard commit early bot or passive early bot lane? Hard commit early bot more, I think, every time. Just go hard. Yeah, go hard or go home. Yeah, of course.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for our final game of the day, but before we do so, we gotta wind down on Luminosity Gaming against Conviction Esports, and also get an interview taken care of as well. As I'm very excited to talk to one of the LG boys. They're always super fun to talk to. Some of the more zany personalities that we have in NACL, but honestly, they give us some of the best quotes of all time. So I know we're gonna have a good time in just a couple more minutes. But Beatdown, one of the things you highlighted was the amount of poke that was going to be coming out of Luminosity Gaming's composition, and to be honest, I think I just underestimated it. I thought the front line from Side of Conviction was going to fare better. Well, Luminosity proved me wrong. They were able to just burst down these members back to back, and seemed like there were very little options for Conviction to play around it.
Yeah, on the bursting down note, all I'm going to say is the fact that Corky can build the items he can build is just demonstrably unfair. That aside, though, I got to give a lot of credit to how Luminosity played out through that early game. Like, again, we said it before we went to break. I think Tomio played out that early game really nicely. You called out the snap engages before objectives too, and I think these small little things built these incremental advantages. Then it got to a point where LG were able to use their superior range and never let Conviction actually step up to the plate for any of these fights.
There's just, unfortunately for Conviction, limited ways that they could really lock down such slippery champions from the side of Luminosity Gaming. Yeah, even Maokai to an extent, if you're able to play it out well as Tomio did, you can dodge out on CC abilities with the twisted of hands. Or if you just are nice with it and got the smooth shoes that Tomio did, being able to sidestep a lot of skill shots that were coming his way. So Luminosity, I mean, to me, Nate, that just sounds like a pro diff right there. But
yeah,
I am hearing that our interview is locked and loaded, ready to go. So please give a warm welcome to the big tree himself from the jungle in this prior game, Luminosity Gaming's very own jungler, Mr. Tomio. Welcome back to the interview desk. Nice to see you again. Last time you were on here, you gave us one of my favorite quotes of all time. I cannot say it again, but you know, for us, Tomio, one of the things that we're looking forward to is you guys as a front runner and one of the favorites, now currently sitting at the top of the standings. But obviously for you guys, there have been a couple losses and some bumps along the way. For you, what has been the biggest objective from Luminosity Gaming as a whole to focus on as you work your way to playoffs?
I'd say for sure we got to get step by step, and you know, the regular season we always got to play through that, and every team has to. But that's not really too much of a focus for us, as I think our main focus is improving from day to day and getting better from past weeks, previous days, and even matches, whether we win or lose. And I think we do a very good job at that, especially just in time before playoffs come. So the regular season usually just, I view it as just getting better as a team and knowing what we want to play and how we want to play and our problems as a team. And we'll see those problems and look to find how to fix it and hopefully look to win playoffs. That's the goal. And then obviously there's a promotion tournament later, but that's like a month later from now. Right now we're in the present, so we got to focus on the playoffs.
One step at a time. I want to zoom in, Tomio, and ask a little more about you personally. I know the goal for all of you is to, improve, make it back to the LTA North. But now that you've, come back to the NACL and the entire season is almost over, I know it's not done yet, but now that we're approaching the end, can you talk a little bit about, what the journey's been like for you? You feel you've changed much as a player. What has the growth been like for you in 2025?
I'd say for sure it's been, I guess it's almost a year, so it's been a long ride. We're about to close out, so feels like not too different from the other times I played in the league, and feels very normal, I guess, the way we're doing things and how we're progressing. And just for myself, just the expectations for myself are just to win and play some good League of Legends, because in the end of the day, it's just I'm just playing jungle, and I just need to be reminded, or just make sure that I just do my job as a jungler, because I'm jungling.
Mm.
Yeah.
And as long as I do that, I think we should always be in a good position in the game.
You got a strong team behind you, Tomio, and sometimes that is just the humble thing to do. Is in the meta when there's not as many carry junglers at your disposal, sometimes you just gotta lock in and be the role player. And you know what? You did a fantastic job with the Maokai, pretty much nearly 100% objective secure rate and being able to play a very nice game for you. We are out of time on the interview here, Tomio, but before we let you go, any last words or shoutouts you got for yourself on the broadcast today?
Not that I can think of. Usually I do like to shout out people, but right now I got nobody to shout out, and that's completely okay.
Agreed.
Fair enough.
That's your choice.
Again, Tomio, always a pleasure to
Thank
talk with
you.
you. Nice win
All right,
today.
thank you.
Good luck on your last game of the split tomorrow, or at least regular season, and then we'll see you in the playoffs, buddy.
Yep. See ya.
Wow.
Peace out,
You know,
Tomio.
I think that's the first time a player has not had shoutouts, and I agree. It is okay. I think it's interesting.
You know what?
But, yeah.
Tomio is saving the big shoutouts for when LG.
They win the
away
split
with-
again.
When they walk away with the title. That's when it's fully deserved. You know, gotta make sure that the boys are still locked in. They're not getting the lots of accomplishments too early. But for us, MVP, it's time to see what you guys voted for in chat. Who should be getting the nod after this fourth game of the day? And it is none other than the man, the
Twitch
myth, legend
chat.
himself. It is Tomio. Very nice. Big tree monster taking a big dub.
Let me just say, Twitch chat, anything bad I've ever said about you, I take it all back. You've redeemed yourself in my eyes. I am now a Twitch chat fan. I am now a friend of you all because that was the right choice. Good job. Wow.
They overcame the spell of the Insanity Otacon steal and noted, you know
They
what?
did.
If a man's got to drop ego and play Maokai and still play that damn well, that has to mean something. And you know what? Fair play. Fair play.
Agreed.
Well, now Beatdown, it is time for our last match of the day between Citadel and Blue Otter. Now, as we hinted towards the beginning of our broadcast day, just, I want to say about a few hours ago, 4 hours ago, one of the things that we were hinting at how important this match could be, as we already saw CCG taking the dub over Dorado earlier in our broadcast. Blue Otter has a chance to make fate within their own hands, or at least influence it enough to still have a chance to get into playoffs. And if you want to hop in on the conversation, make sure you are using hashtag NACL across the board, as well as watch NACL for Twitter or at NACL on all platforms. But for Citadel, we got rosters up here. Philip Kenvy, Bradley, Instinct, and Diamond on the screen playing on the blue side for Citadel. Meanwhile, for red side, it should still be the same as always for Blue Otter. We've got Quacker, we've got Kryra, we've got Samakin, and the bot lane of Array and Rovex. And if you may have tuned in to the beginning of the split and then didn't catch all the other games and only are tuning in today, you'll notice that Kryra and Array are technically new to Blue Otter because they made roster swaps over Low Jazz as well as Chrome. I know that Chrome personally had stepped down from this split after the first couple of games, and then Kryra was just a change that Blue Otter decided to make so that they could make the best push possible into playoffs. And there's still a chance Beatdown. It has to come down to them at least taking this win against Citadel.
And if they really want to guarantee it, win today, beat CCG tomorrow. That's really on the that's what's at stake for them. Because a reminder, guys, if your name's not Winthrop University, 4 is the magic number to make it into playoffs guaranteed. And to avoid any of that tiebreaker nonsense for the sake of qualification.
Where that Citadel has locked in blue side for our final game of the day. And to remind everyone in the standings why this is the case. It is because Winthrop have the head-to-head record over Blue Otter and CCG, so even if they were to lose tomorrow's match after losing to Supernova today, they are still technically safe because their record of 3 and potentially 6 would still be better than the last 2 teams in the standings. And the reason why that Blue Otter, you cannot have Blue Otter and CCG both having a better record over Winthrop is because Blue Otter plays CCG tomorrow.
Exactly.
So one of those teams will only get at max 3 wins. And that is not enough to beat Winthrop if you're tied with them, since Winthrop has the head-to-head over you. So only one of those teams can actually make it through. But Dorado and Citadel don't have the same luxury. If they lose both of their 2 games, then there's a chance that one of them goes home instead beat down. So it is getting very, very spicy as these results are starting to lock in. Time to lock in predictions, though. And we, as in you and me, beat down, are locked in on the fact that Citadel have the advantage here. But Mazel and Hawk are going to give the edge over to Blue Otter this time around. Maybe they believe in the Blue Otter comeback magic.
I understand not believing in Citadel because I've been a bit of a Citadel hater this split. Are you familiar with the phrase potential man? You know, sort of like a trope in shows, mostly anime.
Potential man.
About characters who, you know, on paper, they have the potential to be so great. Like, for Jujutsu Kaisen fans, Megumi is a great example. Just the fact that he is like the best technique in the whole show, but he's so trash. But like he has so much potential and never realizes it. That's how I feel about Citadel. I won't call them trash, but they are potential man the team, because you look at these players individually and you're like, this is like a top 4 team, surely. But they aren't. And that's the most mind-blowing thing. And if they lose today, this is the last time I'm voting for them.
Hang on, I just gotta tweet out real quick that Nathaniel beat down Boulevard Berhani, hates Citadel, and thinks
Hey, whoa! There's literally video evidence of you lying. So come on. That's it, eh? Just
caught. Hey,
Yeah.
so sometimes there's no other
4K,
better
baby.
response. Yeah. Sometimes it's best better to not say anything. We do have a tech pause for our upcoming match, so we'll be bantering a little bit more, but just talking about more of the standings and the implications of this match. Like we said before, the fact that Blue Otter could potentially win against Citadel today, and if they are advantageous over CCG tomorrow, that puts them at 4 and 5 to end the regular season, which then means that they would get into playoffs, and then CCG would be at 3-6 at best. But because CCG lost to Citadel, Citadel would have the head-to-head over them regardless. I'm trying to see a scenario where Citadel is not able to make it out. What is the doomsday scenario for them?
I'm honestly not sure if they're really even in that much danger. It really just depends on how the matches end up tomorrow. There's too many scenarios for me to want to go through it like brick by brick. But I think today's match will end up being very telling because, of course, if they win, they have nothing to worry about. If they lose, we'll see what tomorrow brings. Yeah, that's kind of just where I'm at. I just want to see the game. Mark, press the button, please. Enough people followed on Twitter.
I
Like,
lost
it's
the
okay,
button
man.
when we got into the Winthrop University Supernova match. You know, once the death threats came in, I pressed it, and that was the one time. So I no longer have agency. It's not up to me, guys. I'm sorry.
It's too late,
wish
man.
I had the controls for this
Mark, I've already revealed the play-by-play conspiracy. Like, you don't have to lie to me, man. First it was Giselle, then it was Eric.
I have no
Yeah.
red button.
Tilt your camera down. Let's see. Let me see your desk.
Okay,
That's right. Bluff call.
No. It's because it's kind of a mess, and I feel
Oh,
self-conscious now.
Convenience.
I don't want to put my desk on full display. I've been meaning to clean it up and actually do some cable management, especially below, because a lot of my adhesives that I've used to put like surge protectors and cables under my desk and stick them to, they're falling. They're hanging. It's not a good look.
You know,
but,
all I'm hearing are excuses, Mark.
Okay, well, here's a non-excuse. Here's the real deal. We're still experiencing technical difficulties, and we're going to be needing a little bit more time, so we're going to be sending it to a short break. We will try to return back with Pick and Ban on your screen as soon as possible. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I think I have some good news to share.
He's pressing
All
the
the
button,
players are
guys.
in. It seems like there is some Tournament Realm server difficulty logging in, but all 10 players are here. All 10 players here are on time, as I've been told. So we should have a game to still play.
Amazing.
So that is all that I wanted to see. I did not want to have to see another forfeit.
I mean, we've been
our
having a
regular
nice
season.
day too. So
Mhm.
it would have been really feels bad to end on an FF. So yeah, we made it, guys. We should be good. The match will start soon. We'll have draft. It won't be just our faces anymore. Mark's gonna press the button.
I don't have the
Okay.
button, but someone
And
else
yet you
does.
won't show your
It's
desk.
our producer. Here we go. Draft has started. We are locked in and ready to go as Citadel takes on Blue Otter. Now, a majority of us here on the broadcast, to remind you all, the predictions were swaying towards Citadel as well, but we had a couple people voting in favor of Blue Otter and giving them the confidence for this match. As every team has done so far, they have banned out a majority of Samikin's champion pool, opening up with Zoe. Then usually we see either Talia or something else in the nature of this pool. Aurora, another one as well. Whereas Blue Otter, they'll have to decide, are we banning things like Trundle? Are we banning things like Azir? That gets taken off the board. Now Citadel, there's a lot of champions you have to consider because you took two of them into things like Zoe and Aurora.
Yeah, and I think this is the only team that gets Aurora banned against them, which really shows how much people see Samikin's value to the team of Blue Otter. Not just Blue Otter, but, you know, the teams who face them. Just ensuring two of his better champions immediately out of the pool here. So it's going to open up. It also opens up an easy Rumble blind because you're not afraid of the Aurora counter. But, of course, Galio's still up there. Quacker might be willing to play that.
Blue Otter have an option to look for Trundle, since that seems like the best jungler to pick at this stage of the draft. No Maokai, no Pantheon. I wouldn't have really cared for Vi, but I think the respect the Citadel give over with that Vi ban is just to give Blue Otter reliable ways to execute a simple win condition when they're trying to link up ultimates and just look for a priority target. On the side of Citadel, they go for the Varus, not opting for the Lucian, which has been the priority for many other teams today. I imagine a jungle lock-in should be in the cards here for Cryra. No?
Oh, you know, honestly, I wouldn't mind this. Sammy Kid plays the champ really well. I think since Hui has come out, it actually has been a really good combination in general with Varus. Just because, you know, the ability to poke from range, the ability to walk people down from such a far distance, especially if this ends up being a lethality Varus, I think this is a very potent combination that Blue Otter could work with.
And for Blue Otter, this does give over the Trundle priority. So even if you lock in something like a Xin Zhao, you're not going to be favored in the skirmish scenarios. But if Blue Otter are just trying to lock in a strong poke range composition right out the gate, Xin Zhao's not the worst to link up with that, because if your champions are trying to keep champions locked in a way and trying to poke them down from afar, and if Citadel tries to match, whoa! Okay, never mind. Hang on, Beatdown. We got a full pivot. So now the poke is lending itself to something of a different type of win condition for Blue Otter. Try and chunk out health bars in these sieges, in these objective scenarios, and if anyone drops too low, Cryra's going to send it with the Hound's Pursuit on this Neferi.
This is a little weird for me. The thing I was kind of picturing as soon as I see Varus Sway is like, alright, what the front line? How are we creating space for these champions? To be fair, top, there are plenty of top and support champions who can do exactly that. I just never pictured Neferi really to sort of fit this kind of composition that they're going for. But I mean, it is interesting when you think more about how it might be able to play into Trundle. Don't get me wrong, 80 champion, therefore you will lose the duel. But because you have that invulnerability, because you have the dash, I think that extra bit of movement can actually help you kind of navigate the skirmishes, can actually give you a little ability to escape as well if the Trundle has you in his sights.
The nice thing for Neferi into Trundle specifically, you can throw out a majority of your spells and not ever be in range to Trundle actually auto-attacking and chomping you. Because you can just fish for Darkened Daggers, try and poke them out, and if you use your W and E only when Trundle starts to get aggressive with you as, spacing patterns. I can see it. I can see the vision. That does put the onus of execution onto Kryra, but that is what Blue Otter are putting their faith in. And if Blue Otter just want to double down on how they can bolster up this Nefiri assassin, I know that the hover can be fake. Alistar at least gives Blue Otter some direction in terms of strong engage and being able to move forward, or keep Citadel at an arm's length and helping bolster the power of this poke composition.
Yeah, and I really like Alistar into Trundle just because, again, when he ults, Trundle can't steal damage reduction, so you're not giving as much as you would with maybe other supports. So with that in mind, though, the question really is, okay, I really like the Bard angle, to be honest. Part of why I like Trundle was the fact that Varusway are very, very low mobility. So they're very susceptible to the pillars. They have to flash it pretty much every time without help. Tempered Fate is another example of an ability that's going to cause a lot of problems here. That's why I wanted these champions for Blue Otter to have some kind of space creation. Yeah, Alistar does that, but what's this last pick in top lane as well for Quacker? You kind of are hesitant, I would imagine, to pick a tank, but something.
Because of Trundle.
Yeah, but something that could be able to create space for these carries is crucial.
And normally we know that Quacker is a big fan of something like the Darius, but playing Darius into things like Trundle and Orianna Shockwave can be so difficult because you get slowed down and you really rely heavily on movement speed and not getting slowed down. And in the end, Blue Otter are just forced to pick a tank, even though I imagine it's not really ideal given the things that Citadel have locked in for themselves. Like Rummel's going to have priority over this Cassante. Trundle will turn this Cassante into a piece of balsa wood later on in the day. But even with that in mind, Blue Otter just say for themselves, even if this is not ideal conditions, we need a front line. We need a tank alongside Alistar. Otherwise, we will not have any ways for our backline to really thrive. And at the very least, Cassante, if he can angle with a good wall, he can at least just prevent one member of Citadel from being in the fight.
Yeah, so I still think there's value in the Cassante pick, even though you are picking it into Trundle, because making space for these carries is crucial, and even if you go down and lose all your armor, I think if we get into an even game state later on, you're able to make space for Varusway and Nefiri. I mean, Blue Otter, in theory, could actually do the damage necessary to win these fights and win that game. It's just that execution and worrying about these really important cooldowns, like the Tempered Fate, or like the Pillar, that are going to threaten the backline of Blue Otter.
As you called out, both of those spells can be so deadly to both Hwei and Varus, especially if they don't have Flash, because then it should be relatively easy to just cast it and set them up to be nailed down by an Equalizer over the top, a Shockwave, Curtain Call, Sniper Bullets flying downtown from Instinct's range as well. Blue Otter definitely have a bit of a wild card when it comes to Nefiri, and I think that is just, for me, is going to be the big X factor here, because they could have easily gone for things like the Xin Zhao, and another tank jungler would have not been ideal, but a lot of things are not necessarily ideal. We have seen some answers into Trundle around the world. Some players are still picking back up the Kindred for themselves, but in this time around, Kryra is putting his faith into Nefiri itself, a champion that overtook the meta by storm around the globe earlier this year, and then after a few nerf bats to the head, this dog has been put back into the doghouse for now, being down.
Yeah, still in an okay position. I think situationally good. This is a situation where I can see Kryra getting value. It's just going to be hard because, again, positioning is so important. The disengage potential here that Diamond is working with as the Bard, and the fact that it isn't even just the two spells we talked about. There's Equalizer that can get a lot of value on the backline if Philip places it correctly. I feel like Citadel just have so many tools to circumvent Blue Otter's composition that I'm really liking what they've gotten for themselves. And Blue Otter, the onus is on them to really perform, get the most out of this comp if they want to actually win the game.
Being able to play with range, as you talked about before, is going to be the key, and ways that you can construct that as a win condition is making sure that you have priority in those lanes so that you're moving first, so that you can move into positions where you are catching Citadel as they funnel into those choke points, hitting them with some of the Hui long-range abilities like the Severing Bolt, Poke from Varus. You've seen the drafts now, y'all. We want to hear from you guys what you think is going to have the edge here between Citadel and Blue Otter, and who's going to win our final game of the day here on NACL between hashtag CTG for Citadel and hashtag Blue for Blue Otter.
And remember, this game is really important for both teams, but Blue Otter are the ones who really need this win if they want a good chance at being able to qualify for playoffs, avoid the promotion relegation tournament. They narrowly avoided it in Split 1. They're going to have to be able to do it again with these roster changes and some of the struggles they've been dealing with here in Split 2.
And I would be curious if a Blue Otter loss would seal their fate as in the bottom 2 for the end of the split, because I would have to, I'm double checking what their win-loss record is because the only teams that they could still overtake it would be CCG and Dorado, I think at this point. Hang on, I'm gonna look at the stats here on my other monitor. Just because I don't want to do it off the top of my head. It's there's too much going on. Okay, well, so Dorado has already taken a game off of Blue Otter, so they actually win the head-to-head there. So Blue Otter's chances, if they lose today against Citadel, they're 2-6. CCG are 3-5, but Blue Otter could still beat CCG tomorrow, and that would actually decide whether they get into playoffs or not, if I'm not mistaken, because Winthrop still has the head-to-head over them, so they're safe. Dorado could still go 3-6. You know what? We'll figure it out later. It's a lot to figure out. Right now, it is time to get onto the Rift for our last match of the day between Citadel and Blue Otter. Let's hit the Rift.
Must-win game for Blue Otter. They want to avoid dealing with these final day tiebreaker shenanigans. And Citadel Gaming, potential man the team, really trying to see if they can live up to that. Lock themselves into playoffs with a victory here today, and then start focusing on the next part of Split 2.
As you said before, disregarding all of the Blue Otter possibilities, Citadel, if they take this win, they're guaranteed playoffs with that magic number of 4 wins for the regular season. So then they don't even have to worry about what their fate might be afterwards. For the rest of the map here, let's see how it all plays out. So far, a little bit of early scrapping, not anything to write home about. I don't see any summoner spells being burned during that time. Some good aggressive vision being placed by Citadel, though, deep into the Raptor camp onto Kryra's side of the jungle, and no real vision being placed by Blue over on Citadel's side.
And already a little pressure onto Rovex and Array. I mean, the perils of level 1 Alistar just kind of show themselves. I think I like the call here from Kryra also to start on the bottom side of the map. Kind of probably expecting that Kenby's going to go the opposite way. I think you want to avoid this Trundle early on. Nefiri, one of those champions where you really want that first clear to go through unencumbered, and Trundle, well, Trundle will ruin that. That's all I'm going to say.
Even though Kryra could escape, level 2, we have seen a few junglers go for a very aggressive level 2 invade as Trundle off of taking the first camp and then just running straight into the enemy jungle and just fist fighting them. Now, Trundle doesn't take camps that fast, but if he is able to challenge the enemy jungler, then that puts them at a deficit, forced to walk to the other side of the map, and then that guarantees that Trundle will be able to take all of those camps in response. But like you said, because Kryra does not show himself on that Raptor camp, Kenby is not going to look for the aggressive invade. He'll just continue to full clear towards the bottom side of the map, where his bot lane is going to have guaranteed priority since it is Diamond on that Bard for the double range matchup into one range and one tank for the side of Blue Otter.
That's right. Kryra being the latest addition to this team as well. player I think we were all really excited about as a team of talent. First debuting on CCG. Really showed a lot of promise. And was a player I think we were sad to see go. So it's nice to see him come back on Blue Otter, but it's been tough for this team overall. Because I think in a 4-week split, no team has really suffered more than Blue Otter, who have gone through 2 changes to their roster in such a short amount of time. And it really feels like they haven't really had the time to get the ball rolling as a team so far. So now they find themselves in scramble mode in the last 2 days of gameplay to maybe qualify for playoffs and avoid the promotion relegation tournament.
Right. And as we've said, for Blue Otter, this regular season is very, very unforgiving. Every loss can be the difference maker in whether you get a chance to squeak into an 8-team playoffs or if you are done for the rest of the season and are forced to play a promotion relegation tournament just to get back into NACL for the 2026 season next year. As hanging on. A little bit of an aggressive looks here from Blue Otter. I thought we were going to get a little bit of a skirmish, but no summoner spells burned. So nice to see that the pro diff is still happening on the wrist. Speaking of which, guys, if you want some personalized one-on-one coaching with former pros or current pros from NACL as well as LTA, make sure you use that QR code on the bottom right of your screen right there, or just go to prodiff.gg and sign up today to get some coaching and some quick tricks to hopefully help you win your next promotion match. I'll definitely need it.
Don't we all, Mark? We could all use some coaching from some active or formerly active NACL or LTA North players. That's how you know the coaching is legitimate. You hear that, Raz? You should sign up. Anyways. Yeah, you thought I forgot about you.
Pull up the receipts! Pull up the receipts!
Okay, honestly, I looked at his OPGG and I decided that I actually didn't want to bring up what I saw.
Oh!
I felt bad, actually.
Oh, damn! Okay.
I'll show you later what I saw. Yeah, not big on cyberbullying, not really. Not even Raz.
Okay. Wow. Even Nate has his limits when it comes to bullying Raz. You know what? That is the mark of true friendship right there.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see.
We're about 5 minutes into the game. Nothing really has warped the game state for either team so far. We'll mention that Bradley has a solid 10 CS advantage over Samkin Sway at the current time, as Bradley will try and extend this advantage into gaining mid priority over him. He's able to secure the lost chapter. No, it's last chapter. Wow. Psyching myself out there.
it's actually Lost Chapter.
Oh my gosh! I need to leave. Oh my goodness. Anyway, he's got a good item spike with this sub-component because now he's got on-demand mana every time he levels up, and this will give him the mid-priority he needs to be able to push Samikin back and give Kenvi the world when it comes to looking for gangs,
as he flashes over the fear and the spiraling despair from Samikin, and he has enough damage with that last chomp to secure first blood.
A really great setup from Bradley just to force Samikin to flash and then die anyway. So that is the kind of pressure Samikin and Array are going to be under this game. So it really just gives you an idea on what the rest of Blue Otter needs to do to protect them, set them up for success. Because so far, early game, not the most success for Samikin, especially with that gap. I mean, look at the CS diff. Now Bradley, 20 CS ahead, very easily going to be able to walk up. The only advantage is Kryra's level 6.
Yeah, and Kenvi's not. Even though Mr. Hands was able to flash over a very nice spiraling despair. Kryra might be on the wrong side of the tracks here. Forced to flash after using the Hound's Pursuit Instinct, able to save a lot of his HP thanks to a well-timed barrier. And what could have been a nice advantage for Blue Otter has now been thwarted by Citadel Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised they go for it because it's really difficult. Even a level down, I don't know if that ultimate is going to be the difference maker. Because we're just going to watch the replay mid again. Again, really good shockwave and really nice for Kenvi to flash the EQ, the fear, just to ensure that nothing will stop him from walking down this way.
Mr. Hands himself still showing that he has got it in the moments when he needs to. Even if it's on something like Trundle, where the skill expression is very limited to how well you place your pillar on certain targets, but Citadel Gaming going to benefit off of a nice little advantage, and for Trundle to be accelerated just a little bit further, means that Trinity Force does come online a bit faster, and we'll see if that can influence Citadel's chances around the time that they want to take maybe their second dragon if someone takes the first dragon relatively quickly, or maybe it just comes up in the next couple of minutes and Citadel decide, you know what, we've taken grubs, or blue has taken grubs, now we can start fighting for dragon.
Yeah, and you see topside Quacker been getting the better of Philip in some of these trades, but CS lead is even in favor of him as well. So you can see this natural gold lead, not just that first blood, resulting in a bit of a lead here for Citadel Gaming. They're skipping that first dragon as well to focus on trying to get the grubs, and just because of their ability to fight at the moment, whatever objective they walk up to, probably going to win it. So Kenvi will very easily pick up 3 grubs, and I think they don't care about this dragon.
The Blue Otter are forced to take the dragon as a response since the trade naturally is presented to itself, but Citadel are starting to walk on over, and they're not anywhere close to securing this dragon soon. Still 3,000 HP. Kenvi can just walk up, try and see if he can find a pillar. Good stun by Diamond with the Cosmic Binding pillar, slows down Rovex, and Kenvi walks up, doesn't get the steal, but Instinct from the Crow's Nest is firing pot shots with the Curtain Call bullets, and Samikin is under fire. The Blast Code, no! I don't know if Blue Otter was trying to bail him out, but the Blast Cone does not work in Blue Otter's favor. Bradley is spoon-fed another kill, and that is Citadel going up 3-0 in 9 minutes.
And that's Feats of Warfare picked up very, very easily. So only 2 more objectives or first brick before they get the full feats. And Citadel Gaming, they're finding pretty much everything you could hope for in this early game. And this advantage is growing quite a bit, Mark. We're looking at 3,000 pre-10 minutes. I think this is a very dangerous game state, especially when you're looking at a champion like Nefiri. You want to farm, you want to scale. Same way with the Hui. So the fact that you're falling behind right now, it really doesn't bode well for how you're going to play out the later stages of this game.
Yeah, this attack dog isn't the same that she used to be back in the spring season here for Blue Otter. And Nefiri used to run the show early on because her stats were overloaded and the cooldowns on her W were relatively way shorter, as well as her E. But now she really needs her time to scale up. She really benefits more so on the Eclipse spike as well as the Spear of Shojin or Black Cleaver spike. And because the game has been accelerated for Citadel, that means Kryra has even less time to get to those spikes, and Citadel can just run the show for the next few minutes here.
I mean, you can see Bradley's already got that Blackfire Torch, so any fight that he ends up showing up to, as long as the spells hit, it is a one fight for Citadel Gaming. So keep an eye on this Orianna. It's really going to tell you what Citadel are focusing on and how likely they are to succeed these early skirmishes, because it's basically going to range from likely to certain.
Yeah. The only thing that's nice for Blue Otter is that they did secure the first dragon of the game, which at the very least secures them an extra 5 minutes before Citadel can threaten for a soul opportunity later in the game. And those extra 5 minutes could mean the world if it does give Blue Otter some powerful item spikes. Rovex does force the flash out of Instinct, but he backpedals. Looks for a Deadly Flourish. Will not opt to continue the trade since Kryra was in the area for a 3v2. And Diamond and Instinct just going to play it cool while Kenvi might be looking mid lane. Samikin has flash and ulti available, and there's no objective for another couple of minutes here. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, and at the moment things slow down a little bit. The flash from Instinct, something that can be punished in a couple minutes if Blue Water want to try and regank that one. I think I'd really like for them just to be able to try and make something happen. I think Instinct being flashless is something to take advantage of. Stopping that back, that's pretty nice too. If they can hold him here, there's a chance Kryra can show up, as he did drop that pink ward, so he can try to sneak over. So maybe he does want to go for a dive.
Kryra is navigating through the fog of war beautifully. Unfortunately, Diamond was sitting on the tri-bush, so Diamond will at least spot him out, but it just might not matter. They're forcing the dive anyway, and Instinct has nowhere else to go. Yeah, Kryra gets the guaranteed setup with the Hound's Pursuit, and Nefiri is on the board.
Yeah, nice dive. Exactly what we wanted to see from Blue Otter to at least get themselves on the board, as you said. And the response elsewhere, It's really non-existent. The only concern now is Quacker is under threat. Bradley is even walking up to go for the dive as well. I think there isn't any help here, and Quacker's in a lot of trouble. But he has Flash. He can outplay.
In a 1v3, Flash and the all-out. Oh, but Quacker brings himself back into the waiting arms of Citadel. I don't know if that was a misplay or maybe he genuinely thought that he could at least look for a 1-for-1 under the tower there, but
I think that's it.
Not ideal for Blue Otter.
No, I think he has to play for the 1-for-1, so I kind of see the angle he's going for. It's just, you know, wasn't enough. So at least Samikin will be there to collect that wave. They're going to shift up Array as well, but it will still leave that opening for a moment here for that wave to get crashed in bottom. Luckily, Quacker is TP and will respond. The question now, though, do Blue Otter have enough in the tank to try and fight this next dragon? I think in 30 seconds time, probably not, because we just don't have first items on everyone for the side of Blue Otter. And the fact that they've gotten that first dragon delayed the soul coming through for Citadel Gaming. And it doesn't mean unless you get a pretty massive pick that you can just let this go and play elsewhere.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. Blue Otter are not forced to play for this dragon. If they have the opportunity to do so, obviously they will take it. But Citadel might just be focused on split pushing on the top side because no one can respond. There's no teleport from Samikin. There's no teleport from Quacker. They've already dedicated their resources to the bottom side of the map. So as long as Citadel just make the exit route from Blue Otter as slow as possible getting back to these waves, Citadel are totally content in just exchanging a bunch of gold for themselves on all fronts of Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and you can see with that focus on the bot side, Citadel Gaming actually pretty much okay to let that one drop. Philip will use that space gain to knock down that first brick on the top side. It will guarantee the feats are fully completed for Citadel Gaming, giving them access to those tier 3 boots. But otherwise, Kryra is here to try and defend Samikin under this tier 1. It's a really good read.
Spiraling Despair already used to chunk out Bradley's health bar. Below 50% HP, now sitting with this Orianna Shockwave still at the ready. So Citadel, I still feel confident about trying to play this scenario out here. Kryra securing the crab. Kenvi trying to walk up and contest for it. Takes a lot of damage. See already the interaction right there. Kryra does not have to necessarily walk up and trade auto attack for auto attack into Kenvi. The Darkened Daggers does enough damage to be able to at least fight for some space and control here.
Yeah, so now, even though this early game hasn't been going well for Blue Otter and they're down 3k gold, something they do have going for them is the fact that they have 2 dragons. So they really could be playing for a soul at the moment. And if they're able to secure it, it is a Chemtech soul, which, you know, not as ideal, but still a powerful buff. Still could be useful.
Big knock up on the Kenvi. He doesn't have flash, but the Temper Fate from Diamond stalls the fight long enough for the rest of his teammates to bail him out.
It's just that easy. It's a Bard diff. So I like the angle from Blue Otter. These are the things they're going to need to do to be able to kind of catch back up into this game. Because it is a game of catch-up right now. You want to try and even out this gold lead. You want to get to your item breakpoint so that you can scale and actually use that poke damage effectively. And the hope is that you can set up a play like this to get you that Dragon Soul point and start making the game a little harder for Citadel.
That's the only thing that is going for Blue Otter right now. The fact that they have 2 dragons to the name and could get 2 soul point the next time dragon does spawn in a few minutes time. Right now, Citadel are much more concerned about controlling other parts of the map. Currently playing for the Rift Herald as Rovex trying to lead the charge for Blue Otter so that he can get vision as well as space controlled for this river entrance. TP from Samikin allows him to join Kryra and Samikin forcing Philip away. Rift Herald below 4,000 HP. Quacker steps up. Kryra looking for the Darkened Daggers. Kevin secures it with the smite. And now Rovex is already forced to flash here. No All-Star ultimate. And Quacker is a sitting duck. Citadel are able to pick up a free tank for themselves. And now here comes the chase equalizer. Cuts off Array's escape path. Samikin with a large amount of damage with the Spiraling Despair. Diamond's going to take a huge chunk of his health bar. Bradley
they want it.
Target. Bradley almost gets taken out by the Hound's Pursuit. And they got the shutdown in the reset. Crowder can look for another one. Kenvi gets dropped. And Blue Otter finds success in the river off the back of Samikin's way.
Samikin clutched up big time to narrow the lead and get a 3 for 2 in favor of Blue Otter. Even though they weren't able to secure that Rift Herald, this is still a massive win for Blue Otter to kind of get themselves back into this one. We said it. They need to scale. They need to reach those item breakpoints, and being able to close the gap like this is a great way to do that.
I'm not sure if Kenby and Bradley had shut down bounties on their heads specifically, but
small ones.
Those were very nice for Blue Otter to secure for themselves in trying to help close the gold deficit they are currently experiencing against Citadel as we take a look back at the fight.
I will give credit. Blue Otter are playing the space pretty well for the most part. Quacker goes down. That feels pretty bad. But you can see this chase that Citadel are going for. They just group up perfectly for Sammykin. Really nice combo to be able to get some damage done. And as soon as that comes through, like, I love the snap decision from Blue Otter because they're like, okay, this is an absurdly winnable fight. Let's send it.
That opening from Sammykin hiding around that red buff brush creates the opportunity that Blue Otter so desperately needed in the early game. And maybe you can criticize Citadel for overplaying their hand. There was not much that needed to be done after they had already secured the kill onto Quacker. They got the Rift Herald for themselves, disrespecting the potential of that Hui, but obviously credit to Sammykin for being able to still make a huge moment for this squad. And now Blue Otter are given a little bit more time, but the Rift Herald did take out the turret in the mid lane, so Citadel have full control of the river just in time for the third dragon.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big injection of gold, and Citadel really just grasped control of the game again.
Ember Fate onto Array. He has flash, gets away from the pillar and the equalizer. That is two ultimates already gone. Rovex takes a huge chunk of his health bar from the shockwave off of Bradley. But Blue Otter are now only relying on Quacker to be the person that can step up and gain space. Diamond using a magical journey to rejoin his comrades into the pit. Kryra steps up, takes a lot of damage, below 50% HP. Philip isolated on the left side. Sparling Despair chunks him out. That should be Blue Otter being able to take him out. Kenby gets the dragon, and now it's all on the retreat path. Rovex and Quacker stalling the fight here in the dragon pit. Array's able to find a nice arrow over the wall and take out Bradley. Rovex still trying to keep them in bay. Good knockup with the pulverize, the stun from the E. Instinct is in trouble. Kryra sends it with a Hound's Pursuit, dashing over Kenby, but just not enough damage. Using the Call of the Pack for the invulnerability, but it's still not enough. Instinct finds him with the snipe off the Deadly Flourish, and the rest of Blue Otter will not be able to find any more.
2 for 2, but Citadel come out on top by securing that dragon, and they're going to be able to walk away with that one pretty happy. You can see this gold lead still going strong for Citadel at about 4,000, and I think Blue Otter are in kind of a tough spot in a certain way, because while they have plenty of damage on the team, because a lot of it is poke, their objective take is kind of slow. So being able to like snap take an Otacon if Citadel are slightly out of position is not really the best option for them, because again, they're not going to be taking it very quickly. It has to be off the back of a one fight, and we've seen how hard they are for Blue Otter to win right now.
Even with the range advantage, Citadel are not going to just be sitting still, you know, for Blue Otter to just easily get pot shots from a screen's distance away. Citadel are going to be doing what they can to continue leveraging this gold advantage that they've had. It has remained the same for the past 10 minutes, to Blue Otter's credit, and they've done a good job of stalling the game long enough where now Kryra on the Nefiri has hit the 2-item breakpoint, where Nefiri has created so much disruption and chaos and absolute terror in the many hearts of many NACL players in the past during the spring season. Sammykin also 2 items on the Hui, 2 items for Array as well. This is a very strong breakpoint for Blue Otter to be used as a bridge to get into the later stages of the game, where it will feel like they can hit a critical mass over Citadel.
Yeah, I will say right now, despite the gold lead being very large in aggregate, Blue Otter are mostly even where it counts. Because you called it out, Sammykin and Array being at 2 items is really important. So this is a moment in the game where Blue Otter are going to be able to kind of go toe-to-toe in some of these team fights. And they're going to have the opportunity to do it right now because the Otacon has been started.
Simon and Bradley holding the front door and making sure that no one from Blue Otter can get into the Otacon club. It's still 10,000 HP, so there's plenty of time for Blue Otter to walk in, but they've already chunked out a huge amount of health from Rovex, already popping the ultimate off the Alistar as well. Is Quacker caught out here on the left side? Instinct and Philip are separated, but now Bradley has to drop the Otacon. Ideally for Citadel, since they've given up position, they would like for it to stop the leash, but Tempered Fate stalls some time onto Samakin. The pillar not quite yet available for Kenby as he's now looking for it. The flank from Philip with the equalizer. He flashes in. Flame Spitter fully turned on to level 11, and he is cooking Blue Otters on a pit. As Blue Otter now have Quacker rejoining the fray, but he's in full retreat mode as the rest of Citadel have full control of this side of the map.
Yeah, they got the damage done, and without Samakin, it's pretty hard for Blue Otter to do much of anything, but if they can somehow stall, Samakin has teleport. But it's tough. Rovex, his health is low. Quacker's health is low, but they're still trying to play.
All out from Quacker, looks for Bradley. He still has a flash available, and he goes down to Kryra in the end, but it's traded back to Quacker. As Blue Otter lose out on their tank, Kryra has the Hound's Pursuit still available for a second reset, but cannot get into the Otacon pit. Citadel prevail and are able to secure the objective.
Yeah, big win for Citadel Gaming to get that Otacon. It was tough, Blue Otter. Give them a run for their money, but not good enough. So they're going to get that experience. They're going to get the Blood Roses collected and upgraded at the same time. So it's a permanent buff that they're going to be really happy to have.
And now the gold lead has extended for the first time in what seems like forever. If I'm gonna be real here, beat down, but 5,000 gold advantage now in the hands of Citadel, and you can start seeing it reflected in some of these third item completions coming up soon. Blue Otter had taken a shortcut on completing some of those second items early by sidetracking their tier 2 boot completions, which are now finally coming into place for a majority of Blue Otter carries now. Citadel trying to resume control on the bottom side for the 4th dragon of the game. Blue Otter currently struggling to get in.
Yeah, and right now this isn't necessarily a big dragon for the side of Citadel, but Blue Otter wants to be building towards that soul. This is just not a good position for them to be fighting in. They're looking like they're going for it anyway. I actually like this transition to start to move mid lane, push out this wave, maybe try to threaten this tier 1 turret, because honestly, this dragon, not that important, not worth risking the game for.
Deadly Flourish on the Quacker. He gets rooted, but he's able to use the W to speed through it anyway. Rovex turns the table here onto Citadel's backline. Instinct caught out. Spiraling Despair only lands onto Instinct, but he's totally fine. There's no real follow for the rest of Blue Otter as now Kenvi continues the chase onto the front line as they've already done a good job of dropping Rovex, making it a 5-on-4 for Citadel. Blue Otter trying to hold their tank line strong, but Quacker will give his life going in with the all-out, but he gets dropped. The rest of Blue Otter now making a full retreat. Deadly Flourish clips Kryra. Is he in trouble? Diamond looking to close in with a Cosmic Binding onto Samakin, knowing that his flash is not available. He is rooted against the wall. Another secure for Citadel as they knock down the mid laner of Blue Otter. There's no Baron for the taking quite yet. I take that back. It is alive and well. Citadel are going to open up the map further before turning to the Purple Worm.
I don't know if they're actually in a good position to be able
I lied
to take
again!
it. Yeah, they don't take Baron very quickly on their own, but the real issue is that we have low health bars, we have low mana. At the end of the day, just spend the gold you earn after a very successful fight. And Citadel Gaming have done it so many times, they just need to win one more and they can go ahead and get that Baron.
With Kryra still being alive, I can understand Citadel not wanting to opt in for a 50-50, even with Death Timers advantageous on their side. Citadel just clean house in terms of a majority of the camps on the bottom side of the map. Kenvi is able to pick up his third item, which is a Jack Show. Now, this is a little bit different from some of the other items that a lot of other Trundle players have gone to, but I still like it, and one of the things that's nice about Trundle is he's so flexible in his build path. Going for the Zeeks gives him that faster spike on the second item curve for the teamfight utility, and then Jack Show, I mean, this guy is going to subjugate someone, and then he's going to get bonus resistances on top of the Jack Show active, or the passive as well. So this Trundle will still be a hell of a front line for Citadel to operate behind, and Blue Otter are going to have to really put in their work to try and take him down.
That's right. At the moment now that the gold has been spent, now that the health and mana is back, Citadel are very happy to set up around this Baron because they will be able to take it if they just win one more fight. And you can see Bradley trying to set up positioning on the other side of the map, crashing a big wave, forcing Quacker to respond.
Tempered Fate onto Rovex, forced to pop the Alistar ultimate once again. And that means that Blue Otter will have to rely only on Quacker to be the one that can guarantee them safe passage into choke points. Bradley pressuring the bottom tier 2 turret, calling over Kenvi for support. The shockwave onto Quacker means that he's forced to use the all-out just to retreat. Kenvi trying to lock him down, waiting for the pillar, the ultimate with the subjugate. He flashes in. The Q3 might have knocked Kenvi back into his impending doom as he's getting knocked up back and further, but he's still too damn tanky. Blue Otter, we said it before, they're going to have to really put in the work to bring down this Trundle, and you got a prime example of just that.
That's right. It's just been impossible to kill pretty much this entire game. Only one death to his name. Subjugate really coming in clutch, and you can see the pressure now. Only one tier 2 turret remaining. Blue Otter really getting forced to push back further onto their side of the map, and now it's only that much harder for these low mobility champions to really interact with this fog of war, trying to push and take space for these objectives.
For Samakin and Array's case, they are thankful that Flash is available for them to use, because otherwise those two would be the prime targets that could be easily picked off by the setup that Citadel has at their disposal. Bradley has picked up a hat. That's pretty big. I'm not gonna lie, beat down. This shockwave that comes in could immediately one-tap a squishy on the side of Array or Samakin if they are not careful.
That's right. The damage is just so huge for Citadel. Blue Otter, we talked about the scaling and how strong they could have been at this stage of the game, but down 8,000 gold the way they are, that's really not an option for them anymore. It would take an insane amount of clutches. Clutches plural, by the way, for Blue Otter to be able to really make this one happen. Not impossible, but not something to bet on.
And it's so important for Citadel to close this game out and lock in a win for themselves, because that will guarantee a playoff berth for themselves and not having to face a nightmare scenario where they still could get knocked out of playoffs. Philip forced to flash. Teleport from Samakin was trying to cut him off here. Goes golden. The Spiraling Despair will not connect on the damage. Here comes the rest of the fight. Equalizer tries to split up Samakin from the rest of the front line. Blue Otter able to find Philip is the first casualty, but they lose Quacker just as fast. They lose Rovex next, and Array is under fire. He's compromised. He flashes backwards. Kenvi, is he tanky enough to withstand it all? Yes, he is, because he's still standing. The Tempered Fate disperses all of Blue Otter, and Diamond is looking for a magical journey over the wall to continue the chase. Samakin is slowed by the auto attacks and powered by the Meeps, but Diamond is taking too much damage on the way out as he is forced to retreat. Kryra, Array, and Samakin hold their ground, but they are still working with 2 less teammates.
Yeah, it's just not there. Array, I mean, it's fine. Doesn't end up. That's weird.
I mean, Bradley doesn't have Shockwave anymore, but that QW combo did nearly 50% of Array's health bars, so they have to give ground. But then again, Blue Otter are pressured to wonder whether Citadel will rip the Baron or not. It's not going to be the case because Dragon is up for the taking. But now Blue Otter, they're going to try to call their bluff. Citadel, while they're trying to sneak this Dragon with Kenvi on the other side of the map, Blue Otter are trying to pull Citadel back over to the Baron.
And it's looking like they'll have that chance. Diamond is half HP. Kenvi isn't quite at full health either. This is a big risk.
Oh, Equalizer the pit. They're all caught. That's a lot of HP getting burned down. Philip has roasting Blue Otter by himself. And yes, he goes down, but he has done his job. Quacker's now isolated. Kryra cannot bail him out. That was a bold Baron to take, and they are punished for it heavily. Citadel now on the pursuit once again. Array has no flash, and that pillar is his death sentence. Blue Water still trying to make out with as many survivors as possible. Samakin and Kryra will be able to make the run back home, but Citadel have full control of this game with over 9,000 gold in advantage.
Unfortunately, Bold was the only option available for Blue Otter. That risk needed to be taken if they were going to win this game, and unfortunately, the chance just isn't quite there. Nice dodge.
That's twice now that Kryra's dodged the shockwave with the well-timed call the back, but it still doesn't matter, Bradley! You can miss a shockwave and he'll still get your ass. Kryra gets taken down.
Okay. Really nicely done there, and the few options available to Blue Otter have officially closed. The gold lead is spiked yet again. The Baron is there for Citadel Gaming as well. And I think those last plays are the beginning of death throws for Blue Otter and their split.
Beatdown, is it cooked?
It's not cooked.
Are you sure? Because it is a 10,000 gold advantage for
No.
Citadel.
Hear
Like,
what I said. Hear what I
Okay.
said again. Hear what I said again. It's not cooked. Yeah. You know, it's not over. That's all I'm gonna say on that note.
Over. We gotta do it right. You remember
You're
that
right,
song?
Mark. I
from
should listen to
2000?
Epic again.
Oh.
I know it's not Epic. It just made me think of it.
You know what? That's fair. Anyway, curtain call bullets. Firing and looking for Samikin. Already a lot of damage, bringing him down to nearly 0 HP just off the strength of 4 bullets alone. Diamond does give his life for the cause and gets dropped by Samikin, spiraling despair, but the damage is done at the end of the day. Tier 3 inhibitor turret was dropped in favor of Citadel, and there is still a dragon yet to be claimed, and Blue Otter are desperate to get any objective bounties that they can find.
Yeah, few and far between, and now Rovek's forced to pop ult.
But he gets rooted by the Deadly Flourish, and Kryra cannot bail him out. He's already used the E to get over the wall on the left side. Philip cooks that cow alive. Bradley is able to find a Ray on the other side, and Kenvy's just leading the charge. This Trundle is having no way he survives, right?
Okay,
he
finally
gets brought down, but at what cost? Citadel will laud Kenvy's sacrifice with great applause as Blue Otter find themselves down to one last man standing in their base. It is Kryra on the Nefiri. No Hound's Pursuit available. This should be Citadel. A win wrapped in the books.
That's right. Kryra's the only one here, but the Nexus is exposed, Mark. Blue Otter only have one last chance if they want to make playoffs, and it's tomorrow.
Citadel, off of that victory, will secure themselves into our playoff bracket for next week starting up. And for Blue Otter, as you said, Beatdown, their last chance now comes down to their match against CCG tomorrow. So everything really comes down to the line for the boys in blue. And for Turquoise Squad, they're totally content. They can breathe a sigh of relief that they have avoided all nightmare scenarios of missing out on playoffs.
And now they don't have to worry about it. The chances weren't that high to begin with, but it was possible. Now they've locked themselves in. Really, the match to watch to find out who's going to take those last couple of spots. Blue Otter versus CCG is something to keep an eye out. And of course, go ahead and vote in chat on who you think the MVP of this match was. A lot of good decisions, a lot of good plays. Tell us what you think. I don't know if I can decide this time around, so I will. What's the word? I will trust chat.
You'll trust chat. Well, you know what? You did give them the applause when they gave Tomio the nod. So you are big fans of. You're a big fan of Twitch chat, right?
I am.
We'll see if Twitch chat can still continue to earn your fandom when we get a chance to find out who they select for MVP. But you all still have some time. We're going to be taking a short break in just a moment. Actually, I lied. That was our last game. I was going to say,
is what you would say if this wasn't our last game.
That is what I would normally say, but you're absolutely right. We are no longer on breaks. We are getting ready to wrap down the show with an eventual interview lined up for one of the winning members of Citadel Gaming. We'll announce our MVP after you guys decide on who you want to see get the nod for it, and then we will, of course, wrap up our show. So I think now is the best time, Beatdown, to remind everyone at home that this show is made possible by prodiff.gg. If you want to get some one-on-one personalized coaching from any of the pros, both former as well as current, here in the NACL or even LTA, make sure to scan the QR code at the bottom right of your screen, or just go to the website prodiff.gg. It is headed, and the big brain behind it all is Armeo, who was a former player in both Tier 1 and Tier 2, a two-time champion, and a teammate of Bradley as well, who just won with Citadel Gaming. So if you're trying to get some coaching and some tips from any of the pros there, go and check that website out.
That's right. Of course, all the coaches on prodiff.gg are either active or very recently active NACL or LTA North Pro, so you know you are getting the best coaching you can be to level up your gameplay. Mark says he needs it. We all know it's true if you've played with him, so...
Hey!
I thought you were gonna nod along.
Listen, you know, I gotta be able to defend myself sometimes. I think I hold up a pretty respectable game, but when it comes to solo queue itself, I definitely need some mental patience. Is probably
I feel that.
Yeah,
I feel that.
I think everyone could get some tips on some mental patience as we get a chance to wind down and look at the highlights for our last game of the day. Citadel was the victorious one in the end. And when we look at the compositions back and forth, we had already talked about Beatdown that we were kind of favoring Citadel for a majority of the broadcast going against Blue Otter, but there were a couple moments in this game where Blue Otter had ways to get back in, and unfortunately for them, they were not able to always capitalize on it.
Yeah, I think it was difficult because, again, this comp from Citadel was easier, and I think the fact that you have Trundle, Rumble, again, and Bard against these very low mobility champions, it is really easy for you to take advantage of that lack of mobility. And they played out the early game nice enough that this gold lead was so big, on top of that disadvantage you are working with, I mean, it's just so hard for Blue Otter to actually come back and win this game. It was admirable that they were making some comeback moves, but not enough.
We took a look back at the, I want to say it was the Rift Herald fight, where Blue Otter got their first chance of maybe seeing a window of an opportunity to get back into the game. Samikin pulling off a massive Hui combo, but I think after that one fight, Citadel played a lot more cautiously in the way that they were approaching objective setups and not giving Samikin the same window that he did before. And it really lended itself to ensuring that Citadel not only got the win today, but also guaranteeing themselves into the playoffs.
Yeah, so really good for them to be able to make that one happen. We'll talk to someone from Citadel very shortly, get some insights from them. But Mark, I mean, we're almost at the end of the split. Like, how crazy is that?
We got one more day left.
Tomorrow's the last day.
4 weeks of regular season have come by quickly, and what is also happening quickly is our interview, who is now locked and loaded and ready to go. So please welcome to the casting booth as well as the interview desk, Mr. Hands himself from the Jungle Roll on Citadel Gaming. It is CNV. Welcome back.
Hello.
It has been a while since we've talked together. It's always good to see you. And first of all, it has been a long journey playing, getting back into NACL, into, you know, tier 2 play. And with this win, you have now secured yourself a spot into playoffs. What are some of the things that you want to focus on as an individual to help give Citadel the best chance possible to make a deep run into playoffs?
I think starting this split, like, I wasn't like playing too much League of Legends, so like I was just being slacking, and since we're like losing, I need to lock in. Like, we can't be losing like this, and it's like kind of hard to see. It's kind of sad to see. So I started playing solo queue, and I think I'm kind of like back in form like a week ago. So starting from now, like, our game is gonna be like really good now. Like, it's gonna be smooth, and yeah.
Did you find the short split made it kind of harder for you, giving you a lot less time to lock in and really get it together? I feel like it's been difficult for a lot of teams, especially ones with roster changes.
Like short split, I think it's okay. It's just kind of like sad because it's just a best of one. It's a like best of 3 fearless, which like everyone is like on it right now, and but we're gonna be there, like, since we're in playoffs now, so it's pretty good.
And CNV, it's, you know, it's now been almost a year and a half since your last stint in Tier 1. You've had a lot of time to reflect and get a chance to grow and work your way back into the end goal for Citadel. A lot of these guys either returning to Tier 1 or have yet to make a debut in Tier 1 Pro play. What are some of the biggest takeaways that you've done for yourself as an individual that you feel like you've now done a good job of being able to improve on so that you're ready for another appearance in LTA?
Oh, it's just like I think my biggest problem when I was in LTA was just it's just me battling myself. Like I wasn't like too like confident enough on my skills, and I just respected like LCS players a lot. So starting from now, like I'm just gonna play my own playstyle, and I'm just gonna play my own game, and be like kind of like the boys. And yeah, that's all.
Voice is in like a leadership role, right?
Yes, like I feel like I didn't like to call that much when I was in LTA because I feel like my team is like no more like they have more experience, so like I let them talk more and I just like chill around. But I think my playstyle is different, so I need to speak more.
Yeah.
When we watch you on the come up, it definitely makes a lot of sense, and I think now that you have recognized that by advocating for yourself more, you have to play the style that you've always wanted to play, and that is the style that we've always been excited for. So we hope to see it coming in playoffs now that you guys have secured it for yourself, and thankfully you'll get to play some best of threes again, maybe get a chance to flex a little bit of that champion pool and more longer series play. We are out of time now, Kenvi, but we want to thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast. It is always a pleasure to hear from you, especially since it's been a while. Any last shout-outs, any last words that you want to leave for us before we let you go?
Shout out to my mom. Like she still support me from tier 1 to like even now. She's still proud of me, and my teammates, Citadel, staff. Yeah, that's all. Shout out to them.
Hell yeah. Shout out to Kenvi's mom. Shout out to the Citadel squad. Thank you so much, Kenvi, and good luck in playoffs.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Hell yeah.
Well, hell yeah. Well, Mark, that's it.
Yeah. But before we get into the official closing out of our show, I do want to talk about that. I'm very happy to see that Kenvi has made that reflection for himself, because as someone that was on LCS when he was, playing in Tier 1 during the time, I know that a lot of the things that Immortals were trying to help, figure out is, can we get Kenvi to advocate for himself more? And because he was the newer player, sometimes it can be difficult for rookies to feel the confidence needed or necessary to say, this is what I want to do, this is what I want to play for. And sometimes it didn't seem like that was always clicking within the Immortal squad at the time. But Kenvi has clearly been advocating for himself more in these games, and he is still showing that dominant playstyle that we've always been excited to see about Kenvi when we first saw his come up back on 100 Thieves Next Days, going to 2020. So
that was a while ago.
Yeah, hoping to continue see that journey come to fruition for him, as well as the rest of the Citadel, as we have our MVP locked in. Y'all in Twitch chat decided who should get the nod, and it's time to figure out who gets it in the end. And it is Mr. Hands himself, Kenvi, whopping KDA of 10, just a menace on the Trundle.
Oh yeah, and almost never died that whole game. It took so long for his second death to come through at the very end. But overall, just performed really nicely on this game. It is good to see Kenvi in his element here, now that he's back in NACL, just playing his game, because you talked about it, that reflection. I think that's something that we, as viewers of him as a player over the years, recognize that as his strength, and something we didn't see in his time when he was playing in the LCS back then.
Sometimes you need to get a taste of what it's like in the big leagues before you realize what you really need to work on, because you don't always get that opportunity to be challenged on those aspects when you're at the top in Tier 2, right? And
for sure.
We've seen some pretty awesome success stories from people who have gone up to Tier 1, realized that they weren't quite ready for it yet, come back to Tier 2, do the reflection and the growth and the development necessary, and on their second entrance into Tier 1, they have flourishing careers. And so it's awesome to see that as a possibility, and now a reality for Citadel, because they have guaranteed themselves into playoffs. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the standings now to see where all the teams lie at the end of our 5 games for today. Supernova and Dark Zero still at the top of the standings, with Luminosity Gaming tied with Dark Zero at second place. Then you have Conviction and Citadel now joining those other 4 teams locked in to guarantee themselves into the top 8. And even though CCG, Dorado, and Winthrop are still in this soup alongside the other 2 teams in Blue Honor and Vancouver Impact, me and Beatdown are confident in the math that Winthrop are still locked into top 8 just because they have the head-to-head record over both CCG and Blue Honor. So even if Blue Otter take the victory over CCG, Winthrop are still going to get in. The real question is, though, what happens in not only the match between CCG Esports and Blue Otter, as well as the match between Dorado Gaming and Luminosity?
Right, and I think the thing that stands out for me too is that Vancouver Impact, their loss today means that they're the only one who are locked into the bottom 2 at the moment. And I think Blue Otter also are in the most danger. Because even though they can win tomorrow, they are going to be depending on tiebreaker scenarios to hopefully have their give themselves a way out to be able to make it into that top 8. But it's looking bleak. We'll see. Nothing's decided until the end of tomorrow. Again, Blue Water CCG is the match to keep an eye out on because it will kind of finalize. Who's going to be making it into that top 8.
Yeah. I think if CCG beat Blue Otter tomorrow, that just pretty much sets the rest of the pillars to fall. Blue Otter is locked in as the 9th place team, and no matter what happens for Dorado, they are still saved by CCG. So, Dorado, I expect y'all to be in the chat cheering on CCG because you are hoping for them to win so that you do not have to depend on beating Luminosity tomorrow. But for us here, that concludes our show Beatdown. We still have tomorrow's schedule. As we have hinted and teased before, there is a big banger matchup in that second slot. It is Blue Otter taking on CCG, whereas the rest of the matches, Dorado and Luminosity, could be the final one that really does impact the standings. And of course, for teams like Dark Zero, Conviction, and Supernova, who are still trying to secure the highest seeding possible for the best playoff bracket setup, those matches will still be relevant. So none of these matches here are going to be big throwaways here. Every team will still continue to put their heart and soul here on the Rift.
Yeah, that's right. And even if it's not necessarily for playoff implications, every match has some kind of impact on how the standings are really going to end up, which is really important again for playoff seeding. Giving the best matchup possible in that first round is really ideal for everybody involved. So teams are going to be doing their best. Still lots of implications to watch for, so be sure to be watching tomorrow.
And for tomorrow's match, I am jealous of both Beltron, Mr. Eric himself, aka Desterux, and Hawk, because they get to cast those last 2 banger matchups that could really decide the entire playoff bracket scenario for us.
Yeah.
Might be a caster diff, might be a pro diff. Speaking of which, again, one last shout out to prodiff.gg for helping make the show possible. Personalized coaching, one-on-one with some of the current or former pros from both LTA as well as NACL. Make sure to check them out on the website, link below, or the QR code on the bottom right. But with that Beatdown, our show is over. We have concluded all 5 games today. This show is about to be wrapped up. So do you got any last words for the fans before we leave?
Thank you, Twitch chat, for not disappointing me. We are officially friends now. And, you know, I will be nicer to you in the future. So that's all I gotta say.
Handshake emojis in the chat for Beatdown. He is now a fan of you guys. And if you want to continue the conversation, even if we as a duo will not be on the broadcast tomorrow and instead will be Destrux and Hawk, we're going to be in Twitch chat. We're going to be on socials, and make sure you're keeping up with the conversation using hashtag NACL as well as the social tags themselves at NACL across all platforms, and then at WatchNACL for Twitter specifically. Thank you again so much for coming out to today's broadcast. Thank you to all of our co-streamers, and also shout out to Raz, because I know that Beatdown has been giving you a hard time, but we love you, and even if you know what, that's fine. We love you, Raz.
I was gonna say, I thought you were gonna drop it. That would have been crazy.
No. I'm not gonna do him dirty like that. It's okay. We're all friends here, and we all love Raz. But again, thank you to everyone here on behalf of the show and broadcast staff and crew for NACL. Good night, and see you all tomorrow.
Be caught out here, Vault Breakers away, it's big shutdown over to Zeb. Darkseer now on the back foot, but a good feather storm will allow Sajet to reposition here. Dragoon now losing ground between worlds. It's time for Toasty to shine as the weirding will put Dragoon into the ground, looking for nukes next. Psycho and K forcing the fight onto the back line. Sunsy's in trouble, about to get dropped by Toasty, and Zeb steps up, puts a couple more bullets into the back of Psycho, but he will... He's way too low. The Krugs are hurting him. Cyclone coming in. There's a teleport coming in from Crimson as he gets the knock-up on a Shochi. And CCG are starting to turn this game on its head after what should have been a very detrimental deficit that Dorado Gaming had manufactured.
Yeah, big clutch fight coming through here. Kaido. Oh, he's actually fine. He's never
Got the shield.
fine.
Okay. Calm
It's
down,
another
music.
Q.
Oh, Sushi with the killer instinct. Oh, but Crimson smashed. Oh, mobility, you got to be careful. Hemo Plague already used. Mobility's going to take a lot of damage. Breezy falls.
Wow.
That's the big AD carry going down in the fight already. Winthrop University have to endure, but Supernova have routed off carries one after another. Denethor able to keep his ground against Dorado, but they lose out on Wilson. In the middle of all of them, TF Blade misses on the unstoppable onslaught. It's just Mandemonium here. Insanity is rolling in the riches. Triple kill coming in for Insanity. He's going to look for another one onto Stun, but he flashes away in time. Tactical is going to get a chance to solo out TF Blade by himself. This sign is pretty darn tanky, but there's no more damage dealers to really get rooted by the Deadly Flourish, and Kryra cannot bail him out. He's already used the E to get over the wall on the left side. Philip cooks that cow alive. Bradley is able to find a Ray on the other side, and Kemby is just leading the charge. This Trundle is having no way he survives, right?
Okay, finally.
He gets brought down, but at what cost? Citadel.
The only one here, but the Nexus is exposed. Mark, Blue Otter only have one last chance if they want to make playoffs, and it's tomorrow.